the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King were not ordinary soul beasts. They had transcended their kind, attaining the rank of fearsome beasts with intellect rivaling humans. So when Wang Li demonstrated his power to resurrect the dead, they understood its implications instantly. Proud and ancient, none of the three overlords would stoop to flattery, but the Ice Sky Snow Maiden's frigid tone thawed slightly. Human, the extreme north welcomes your presence. As long as you refrain from wanton slaughter, you will not be driven away. The Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion and Titan Snow Demon King nodded. Though they harbored disdain for humans, Wang Li's divine-like power demanded respect. The tense atmosphere dispersed. Dugubo and Duguyen exhaled in relief, their eyes wide with awe. It was one thing to hear of resurrection. It was another to witness it firsthand. In that moment, they realized, if this power became known, soul masters across the continent might worship Wang Li as a god. The freshly revived purple jade celestial ginseng turned toward Wang Li with gratitude. Young friend, I owe you my life. Let me introduce you to the rulers of this frozen realm. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, and the Titan Snow Demon King. They are known as the three overlords of the extreme north. He added, with their acknowledgement, you now have safe passage throughout the region. They may even seek to recruit you, especially after witnessing your blue-silver emperor's might. Wang Li nodded, considering a new idea. These three beasts, ancient and immensely powerful, were rare opportunities for battle-hardened growth. In human society, super Douluo were nearly extinct. Here stood three living equivalents. He stepped forward and spoke boldly. Esteemed overlords, I ask for your guidance. I have chosen the path of combat, to grow through adversity, to sharpen my edge against powerful foes. I wish to challenge you in battle. And should you accept, I vow this. If you ever need my help, and if it lies within my power, I will not refuse. The overlords were surprised. They had not expected such an offer, but it pleased them. Human, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden replied, you may challenge any of us whenever you wish. We will not hold back. Be prepared. Wang Li grinned. Then let it begin today. I've just obtained my 8th soul ring, perfect for testing my new abilities. At once, he unleashed his domain. A tidal wave of life force spread across the barren frost, transforming the desolate terrain into a verdant paradise. His domain surged nearly 10,000 meters, rivaling the Ice Sky Snow Maiden's legendary snow dance glorious sun. The soul beasts were stunned. For a soul Douluo to manifest a domain of that scale was unimaginable. Gathering his soul power, Wang Li clapped his hands. 8th soul skill, celestial transformation. A giant figure emerged, formed from intertwined blue-silver grass. Towering over 200 meters, it bore Wang Li's likeness, radiating an overwhelming aura. Even the massive Titan Snow Demon King looked like a child in comparison. Purple Jade Celestial Ginseng gasped. This is my power. How can it be so much more? Wang Li's new soul skills, Earth Escape and Transformation, were derived from the Celestial Ginseng's trunk bone. Now he stood not as a man, but a living embodiment of vitality and warfare. Leaping onto the giant's shoulder, Wang Li raised his voice. Titan Snow Demon King, I challenge you. The behemoth roared in charge, but Wang Li's giant met him head-on. A single kick sent the Titan flying into a distant mountain, triggering an avalanche. Furious, the soul beast unleashed his full power, Titan strength, yet remained dwarfed. Wang Li, controlling the giant, didn't use tricks. Pure overwhelming force battered the Titan again and again. Desperate, the Titan unleashed his trump card, Extreme Froststorm. Snow and wind howled in a deadly spiral. But Wang Li charged straight in, landing a colossal punch. Crack! The Titan fell, buried and broken. Wang Li ended the battle, healing the fallen beast with his 2nd soul skill. Turning, he declared, Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, I challenge you. The emerald figure stepped forward, small but radiating deadly power. You are no ordinary soul Douluo, she said, but I will not let you reach the Snow Empress. I, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, will stop you. She activated her eternal domain and launched the rage of the Ice Emperor. A beam struck Wang Li's left arm, freezing it, but it consumed 8-star profound ice grass. The frost didn't faze him. He shattered the ice, laughed, and counterattacked. A punch flew unstoppable. She raised her Ice Emperor's shield and summoned her phantom. The phantom was destroyed. The shield held, for a moment, before she was sent flying. Wang Li followed, broke the shield, and seized her in one mighty hand. After healing her wounds, he gently let her go. Trembling, she turned to the Snow Empress. "I failed. I couldn't protect you." The Ice Sky Snow Maiden's gaze remained on Wang Li, her heart shaken. Wang Li, standing tall on his giant shoulder, looked at her with blazing confidence. "Ice Sky Snow Maiden, please give me your guidance." She rose. Her hair flowed like a frozen river, power surging. "As you wish," she replied calmly. The final battle was about to begin. Ice Extreme unrivaled. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden's whisper was like the breath of winter itself. Her jade-carved hand moved with ethereal grace. Then, in a flash, a sword light cleaved the air. There was no sound, only an all-consuming whiteness that pierced the bone. Rip! In a single strike, the towering giant was bisected at the waist. It wavered, top half nearly falling free from the bottom. A chill surged through Wang Li. The Snow Maiden, born of the icy heavens, had demonstrated her terrifying strength with one effortless motion. Her power clearly eclipsed that of Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. But Wang Li wasn't finished yet. Summoning his life energy, he began rapidly repairing the giant's body. The Blue-Silver Emperor's vitality surged forth, restoring flesh, sealing the wound. Still, the sword aura posed a true threat. He clasped his hands, shouting, "Eighth soul skill, heavenly transformation." The giant's left hand shaped into a palm, the right into a fist. Then, between them, 100-meter greatsword materialized, a product of his soul skill. It was a construct born from nature itself. Whatever form he envisioned, it became reality. A sword, a beast, even a god, if he willed it. Now, it was a blade worthy of legends. Wang Li stood high on his creation's shoulder, eyes locked with the Snow Maiden's. Once more, she did not respond, her expression unshaken. She vanished, her form flickering out like a snowflake in the wind. In an instant, she reappeared before the giant, blade arcing forward with deadly precision. But Wang Li was ready. The giant stepped back, slashing its sword in a wide, furious sweep. Wind howled. Her long silver hair whipped wildly. She responded with masterful control. Sword drawn to her waist, grip reversed. Boom! A meter-long ice blade clashed against a colossal sword. The shockwave exploded outward. Mountains shattered. Avalanches roared. The world trembled beneath their duel. Blade met blade, stroke for stroke, neither side conceding. Hundreds of blows were exchanged in mere moments, sword shadows blurring into a storm of radiant force. But the world around them suffered. Eventually, the Snow Maiden retreated, taking to the air. She frowned. Wang Li's strength wasn't fading. Within his domain, he only grew stronger. She spread her arms. Snow danced shining sun. A surge of divine frost swept forth, clashing violently with Wang Li's blue-silver domain. Life and death collided, lush vitality against glacial extinction. The heavens darkened. Light faltered. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden transcended herself. No longer a soul beast, she was a force of nature. Her domain drove her power beyond limits. 600,000 years became 7, then 8, then 1,000,000. Within her frozen world, she reigned supreme. Wang Li's giant stumbled beneath the weight of that force. His sword cracked. He retreated, but excitement lit his eyes. He laughed, boisterous and fearless. "This is it. This is what I've been searching for." 7th soul skill, blue-silver true form. A beacon of life burst into the heavens. The giant's size swelled, 300 meters 500. Its great sword extended nearly 300 meters. Their power fused. They were one. Now truly formidable, Wang Li roared. This next strike, be ready. He swung. The heavens screamed. Nature itself bent to the blow. There was no dodging, only survival or destruction. For the first time, the Snow Maiden's composure cracked. She met the blow head-on. With divine precision, she released 100 cuts, each a masterpiece, slicing through energy, countering force with finesse. She charged. Boom! The clash shook the world. Light eclipsed the sky. Reality trembled. For one day and night, they fought, a battle without victor. Finally, the three overlords of the extreme north withdrew. On a distant peak, Wang Li faced Douluo and Douluo. I think it's best if you two return, he said softly. This place, it's no longer suited for you. The battle with the three kings, it's changed me. I need to remain. Douluo sighed, recalling the giant that had matched nature blow for blow. Very well. You're stronger than any soul master I've ever known. Douluo stood quietly, arms folded, emotion storming in her gaze. She had chased after him so long, and the gap only widened. Suddenly, she stepped forward, cupped his face, and kissed him, a brief warmth amid the cold. When she pulled away, her voice trembled but held firm. I'll wait for you to return. Then she turned, vanishing into the snow with her grandfather. Wang Li stood silently, staring until they were gone. 800,000-year soul rings. 500,000-year soul bones. The evolved blue-silver emperor. A soul reserve on par with a super Douluo. His path was clear. He would ascend even higher.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Wang Li had remained in the extreme north for over a year. One day, he ventured deep into the heart of the extreme north once again. As soon as his aura was released, it immediately alerted the three beasts. The Ice Emperor Scorpion hurriedly sought out the Ice Snow Empress, speaking in a rushed tone. Snow Empress, that human is back. The Ice Snow Empress also sensed Wang Li's presence. She soared into the air, landing on a snow-covered mountain. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, her beauty breathtaking. She spoke calmly. Human, are you here to challenge me again today? Wang Li landed gracefully before her, standing with his hands behind his back, smiling faintly. Not today. I've come to say goodbye. After over a year of sparring, I believe we can consider ourselves friends. So, before I leave, I wanted to come and speak with you. Thank you for sparring with me over the past year. I owe you a favor. If you ever need anything in the future, come find me. I'll never turn you away as long as it's within my power. You're leaving? The Ice Snow Empress was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly returned to calm. She had been born and raised in the extreme north, so she had long since become accustomed to its harshness. Over the past year, Wang Li had made a lasting impression on her. He was the only human who had repeatedly challenged the three kings of the extreme north in all these years. Now that she heard he was leaving, she was a little surprised, but soon realized that Wang Li had originally come from outside the extreme north, so, of course, he would eventually leave. The Ice Snow Empress spoke quietly. I hope you'll remember your promise. When we come looking for you in the future, don't try to avoid us. I will. Wang Li nodded with a smile, then swept his gaze over the surroundings. Ice Snow Empress, Ice Emperor Scorpion, Titan Snow Demon King, farewell. I'll take my leave now. After speaking, Wang Li gathered his soul power and flew south, his figure gradually shrinking until it vanished from sight. On the snow-covered mountain, the Ice Snow Empress pressed her hand to her chest, watching Wang Li fade into the distance. Her voice was cold and filled with confusion. Friends. Born and raised in the extreme north, the Ice Snow Empress had never known parents, let alone friends. Her heart, as cold as eternal ice, didn't understand why Wang Li would call her a friend. Once Wang Li had truly left, the Ice Emperor Scorpion and Titan Snow Demon King finally emerged, both visibly relieved. The Ice Emperor Scorpion hopped about excitedly. That human is finally gone. We won't have to be beaten anymore. He's so infuriating. Why did he hold back so much against us? My Ice Emperor's fury couldn't even touch him. The Titan Snow Demon King nodded in agreement. My extreme cold storm didn't even faze him. He charged right through it and proceeded to beat me up. This entire year, I've just been taking hits. Of course, having consumed both the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the infernal delicate apricot, Wang Li was immune to both extreme heat and extreme cold. Even in the extreme north, where the three kings of the extreme north had the land's power boosting them, Wang Li could still negate a significant portion of their attacks. That was why he had been able to fight so effortlessly. Meanwhile, on Wang Li's side, soaring through the sky, Wang Li's expression was contemplative. The problem before him now was how to choose his ninth spirit ring. With his current physique, he had no intention of settling for a mere 10,000-year spirit ring. Even though spirit rings could be enhanced, 100,000-year spirit ring and 100,000-year spirit bone would each provide two powerful spirit abilities, as well as a significant boost to his life essence. That was exactly what Wang Li desired. However, finding a 100,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast was no easy task. He had been fortunate enough to obtain the sacrifice of the amethyst celestial ginseng for his 8th spirit ring, but that was only because of a past connection formed to the crystal blood dragon ginseng. After a moment of thought, Wang Li spoke to himself. If I can't find a 100,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast, I could always cultivate one myself. That 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor. Even though she already sacrificed herself and I took her throne, at least she still has a solid foundation. Raising her again would be far easier than cultivating a brand new 100,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast from scratch. With my current strength, even facing Tang Hao wouldn't be an issue. The blue-silver emperor I left behind back then. It's about time I took her with me. First, I'll visit the Waterfall Valley, then return to the Sunset Forest. With this plan in mind, Wang Li felt more at ease. At the very least, he now had a backup plan. If he failed to find a suitable spirit beast, reviving the blue-silver emperor would still be a viable option. Meanwhile, in the city of Slaughter, the Hell Slaughter Arena, the stands erupted in cheers as Tang Sen achieved his 100th consecutive victory, a dazzling and unparalleled feat. In the city of Slaughter, where spirit abilities were forbidden, Tang San's mastery of Tang Sek techniques was perfectly suited for combat. Paired with a Haotian hammer and 8 spider lances, he could easily defeat his opponents, who were unable to rely on their spirit skills. As soon as he secured his 100th victory, the Slaughter King appeared, his face plastered with a fake smile. Congratulations, Azura King. Our city of Slaughter has gained yet another 100-win champion. As the Slaughter King, I bestow upon you the title of God of Slaughter. From now on, you will have permanent residency in the city of Slaughter, holding a status second only to mine. In the center of the arena, Tang San's blood-red eyes burned with intensity. He relished the uninhibited slaughter within the city of Slaughter, but he still had attachments in the outside world. Tang Hao, Xiao Wu, they were waiting for him. He had to leave. Dark energy coiled around him as he rasped in a hoarse voice. Slaughter King, the rules of the Hell Slaughter Arena state that achieving 100 consecutive victories grants a right to challenge the road to Hell. I don't need your so-called God of Slaughter title. I want to enter Hell Road. The Slaughter King's smile faded, his brows furrowing as his gaze turned cold. He could grant Tang Sen unparalleled privileges within the city of Slaughter, but the one thing he didn't want was for Tang Sen to step onto the road to Hell. Because passing through the road to Hell meant completing the trial and becoming a candidate for godhood, a direct threat to his rule. The thought of eliminating Tang Sen crossed his mind, but the young man was under protection of a certain slaughter god, someone even he dared not provoke. If he acted recklessly, that slaughter god would return and throw the entire city into chaos. At that moment, another figure stepped forward, Hulaina, her own blood-red eyes glowing ominously. Her graceful figure swayed with each step, exuding a deadly allure. Even the slightest motion of her waist could stir endless temptation. Her voice was similarly hoarse, but carried a sharp edge. Slaughter King, open the road to Hell. Don't think about breaking the rules of the Hell Slaughter Arena. The Slaughter King turned his gaze toward Hulaina, his eyes growing even colder. If Tang San had a slaughter god backing him, so did Hulaina. And now, these two had actually joined forces, intending to challenge the Hell Road together. At first, when Hulaina sought out Tang San, her intention was purely to use him, something Tang San was well aware of. However, upon learning that Hulaina had come to the City of Slaughter to train herself for the sake of taking revenge on Wang Li, his attitude shifted. Tang San no longer cared about her being from the Spirit Hall. After all, the enemy of his enemy was a friend. In Tang San's mind, even though Wang Li had treated him sincerely, considering him a brother, seeing Wang Li suffer misfortune was still something he would happily witness. Moreover, if he, wielding the Hao Tian hammer, could drive away Hulaina and rescue Wang Li in the future, he would not only repay his debt, but also prove his dominance. Tang San wanted Wang Li to see for himself that he, Tang San, possessed the world's most powerful assault-type tool spirit. No mere mutated blue silvergrass could compare. Besides, Hulaina had one crucial thing Tang San wanted: the complete guide to Hell Road. Since she had promised to share this information, Tang San agreed to their alliance. To the Slaughter King, this scene only fueled his killing intent. Yet on the surface, his smile remained, though it was empty and insincere. "I see. So you two have been planning this from the start." He narrowed his eyes. Then, Azura King, Hell Emissary, let me confirm one last time. You truly choose to challenge Hell Road, rather than remain in the City of Slaughter, accepting the title of God of Slaughter, second only to me, with unlimited power? Unlike those who had lost their humanity and drowned in their desires, Tang San and Hulaina had clear goals when they came here. Though affected by the City of Slaughter's aura, they still retained a measure of sanity. Hearing his words, they answered in unison, "We choose Hell Road." Good, good, good. The Slaughter King chuckled darkly, repeating the word 3 times. Then his voice suddenly boomed, resonating through the entire City of Slaughter. "Then I wish you luck. Let us now begin this grand feast of blood." A mysterious force enveloped the entire Hell Slaughter arena. The spectators, who had been wildly cheering just a moment ago, suddenly grew red in the face, their eyes becoming increasingly deranged, until, boom, one by one they exploded, drenching the arena in a torrential downpour of blood. The stench of iron was suffocating. Tang San and Hulaina's faces darkened. They felt something stirring within them, a boiling surge of energy, as if their very blood wanted to burst from their bodies. Yet the Slaughter King could not break the rules, so they remained unharmed. But the spectators were not so lucky. Every single one had perished in the ritual. Their flesh and blood, the key to the sacrificial ceremony, converged at the center of the arena, expanding outward, until finally a massive, bat-shaped formation took shape, and with a thunderous boom, the gates of Hell Road were thrown open. Tang San and Hulaina exchanged a glance. Without hesitation, they stepped into Hell Road, never once looking back at the Hell Slaughter arena. As they moved forward, a searing wave of heat engulfed them. They found themselves walking along a narrow, winding passage, the scorching air thick with something far more sinister than just heat. Their bloodlust surged. An uncontrollable urge to kill took hold of them, threatening to consume their minds. They were forced to circulate their spirit power, struggling to suppress the urge. Tang San was shocked by the intensity of the effect, but Hulaina remained unfazed. Seeing her calm demeanor, Tang San immediately demanded, "Now is the time. You need to tell me everything about Hell Road." This Hulaina was not the love-struck girl from the original story. Before she came here, Bibi Dong had already prepared a complete strategy for her. She spoke with unwavering certainty. "Don't hesitate. Just move as fast as you can. The longer we remain in Hell Road, the lower our chances of getting out alive. From the moment we stepped inside, we lost any chance of turning back. There are only 2 options. We either make it through alive or we die. The first challenge is the dark gold 3-headed bat, a Soul Emperor level creature. It has smaller bats under its command, which are weak individually but numerous. The dark gold 3-headed bat can recover its wounds by devouring these smaller bats. So don't waste time fighting it. Push forward quickly and force it back, then pass through its guarded area. If you linger, your soul power will drain, and you'll end up as its prey. Tang San's heart tightened. A Soul Emperor-level enemy was already difficult enough, but with its ability to regenerate by devouring smaller bats, it would be a grave mistake to get caught up in a prolonged battle. If they were delayed, their only option would be death. The two of them moved swiftly, not pausing for even a moment. The longer they stayed, the harder it would be to suppress the boiling bloodlust that surged within them. Soon, they reached the lair of the dark gold three-headed bat. Swish, 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 countless smaller bats flew out first. Hulaina shouted, "Use everything you've got. Charge through. If we're delayed here, we'll never make it out alive." As soon as she spoke, a foxtail sprouted from her back, a spirit bone attachment. The tail grew over 5 meters long, and with a single flick, it turned the swarm of bats into a blood rain. Tang San's expression was grim, his crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. This time, he couldn't rely on the same overwhelming strength he once had. So, he couldn't afford to hide his abilities if they wanted to clear the challenge. His hands moved swiftly, like a butterfly in flight, sending throwing weapons in all directions. Any bat hit by his projectiles exploded instantly, unable to approach them. As they pressed forward, a chilling, heart-stopping sonic wave pierced the air, and before them, the dark gold three-headed bat appeared. Without hesitation, Tang San pulled out a Zhuge Divine crossbow in each hand, pulling the triggers and firing bolts at the massive bat. Once the bolts were expended, he quickly reloaded with fresh bolts. Though the Zhuge Divine crossbow was incredibly powerful, capable of killing a soul sect cultivator, it couldn't seriously injure the dark gold three-headed bat. However, it forced the bat into an angry screech, preventing it from closing in on them quickly. Hulaina, with the help of her spirit bone, took the lead, clearing a path through the smaller bats. Meanwhile, Tang San used his crossbows and various throwing weapons to keep the massive bat at bay. In the end, they successfully broke through, with the dark gold three-headed bat and its smaller minions seemingly confined to their lair, unable to freely roam the entire Hell Road. Both of them sighed in relief. Their soul power had been significantly drained during the fight. Tang San suggested, "Should we rest for a bit and recover our lost soul power?" Hulaina sneered, "What did I tell you before? It seems you've already forgotten. Resting now would be a waste of time. If we don't press on quickly, we'll only be assimilated by the killing aura of Hell Road and become mindless puppets of slaughter." Tang San was furious upon hearing Hulaina's words, and he nearly lost control of the boiling, killing intent within him. However, he immediately activated Mysterious Heaven Skill, the supreme technique of the Tang sect, allowing him to retain a sliver of clarity. With no time to recover their soul power, they pressed forward, and along the way, Hulaina revealed the details of the next challenge. The second trial is a 10-headed serpent. Its strength is comparable to a soul saint. Just like before, we must strike with everything we have in an instant, and then find a chance to escape separately. When they finally saw the creature Hulaina described, Tang San's heart trembled. This snake, he knew it. It was a 10-headed fiery sun serpent, a prehistoric variant, an extremely terrifying existence. Its massive body completely sealed the already narrow passage, leaving them no possible way to break through. Without hesitation, both unleashed their full power as planned. Hulaina activated her spirit bone skill, enchanting seduction. This was a precious head spirit bone Bibi Dong had personally gifted her before she entered Hell Road, meant to protect her within the Slaughter City. Enchanting seduction could disrupt an opponent's spiritual power, while also slowing their nerve responses, making their actions sluggish. Under the influence of enchanting seduction, the 10-headed fiery sun serpent's movements slowed noticeably, but the rapid depletion of Hulaina's spirit power caused her killing intent to surge dangerously close to taking over her mind. Meanwhile, Tang San unleashed his 8 spider lances. His aura was sinister and eerie, his appearance even more monstrous than before. In these 2 years, he had used his 8 spider lances to devour countless strong foes, so much so that he himself had started resembling a humanoid man-faced demon spider. Activating Mysterious Heaven Skill and borrowing the enhancements of the 8 spider lances, Tang San prepared to unleash his most powerful offensive technique. Chaotic cloak hammer technique. Gripping the clear sky hammer, Tang Sen began spinning violently in the confined space of the tunnel. Faster and faster. A dark glow enveloped the clear sky hammer, and in the end, it even resembled a black dragon. Bang! With a furious roar, Tang Sen swung his black dragon-like hammer straight at the bewildered 10-headed fiery sun serpent, which was still reeling from the effects of enchanting seduction. Roar! The serpent let out an agonized screech. While Tang Sen's attack failed to deal a fatal blow, it was strong enough to flip the enormous serpent over, exposing the passage behind it. However, the recoil from the immense impact was something Tang Sen couldn't withstand. He was sent flying by the powerful backlash, and when he crashed to the ground, the clear sky hammer vanished, unable to be maintained any longer. Tang Sen coughed up mouthfuls of blood, his organs severely damaged. This was the difference in their strength. Even though he had executed the full force of the 81 swings of the chaotic cloak hammer, he had only managed the top of the serpent, but the rebound force nearly killed him in return. At that moment, Hulaina didn't even spare him a glance. Unlike in the original timeline, she was not blinded by love. She immediately sprinted toward the exposed passageway, leaving Tang Sen behind without hesitation. Tang Sen was furious. "Damn it, you wretched woman. You're asking for death." But there was no time to rage. Blood poured from his mouth, and his body was barely able to move. But relying on the spring-like elasticity of the 8 spider lances, he forcibly launched himself toward the passage as well. The 10-headed fiery sun serpent had turned itself back over and locked eyes on the 2 escaping humans. It let out an ear-splitting roar and lunged forward, chasing after them with full force. However, once it reached a certain distance, it suddenly halted, merely howling in frustration, unwilling to continue pursuit. Tang Sen and Hulaina, despite one being critically wounded and the other mentally on the verge of collapse, had successfully passed the second trial. As they continued forward, the oppressive heat waves surged relentlessly, and in the distance, they saw the sea of blood that resembled magma, churning and glowing ominously. The poisonous miasma from the blood sea continued to provoke the killing intent boiling within Tang Sen and Hulaina's chests. Their eyes burned with bloodlust, their expressions twisted, and the fragile trust between them had long since shattered. At any moment, they could turn on each other in a deadly confrontation. This was the final trial, the test of mentality. The Shura Lord presided over slaughter, where the essence of killing was not about right or wrong. It was about control. The trial demanded the participants control their killing intent, rather than let it control them. Only by mastering their mental resolve could they succeed. Before her, everything seemed a bloody haze. Red suffused the world, and if the old love-stricken Hulaina were here, she would likely have succumbed to her instincts and slaughtered Tang Sen without a second thought. But this time, Hulaina had a clear goal in mind: revenge against Wang Li. That burning desire for vengeance focused her energy, allowing her to push forward despite the overwhelming bloodlust. As for Tang Sen, the absence of his wisdom-enhancing spirit bone and his clear sky's emotional support had left him vulnerable. All he had left was his purple extreme demon eye, which made his spiritual power comparable to that of a soul emperor. But that was barely enough. His eyes turned to Hulaina, remembering how she had abandoned him earlier. Rage boiled within him, and his hands instinctively reached for his waist. The death wish surged in his mind, urging him to act. Hulaina, noticing the shift in his demeanor, steeled herself, speaking in a cold, detached tone. "If you can't control your killing intent, you'll never make it through Hell Road. I won't hesitate to kill you and leave this place alone." Tang Sen trembled, his mind reeling. Control the killing intent, control it. He bit down on his tongue, using the pain to snap himself back to reality. Ugh. Still not enough. He took out hidden weapons, stabbing them into his own body. The pain was meant to remind him to stay focused, but his eyes burned a deeper crimson. His mindset was shifting. He had become more bloodthirsty, his desire to rush through the Hell Road becoming ever stronger. But even as his mind teetered on the brink of madness, they pushed forward without hesitation, knowing there was no time to waste. They couldn't afford to linger or hesitate. The poison in the blood sea threatened to break them, yet they kept moving. Finally, When they saw the gateway of light at the end of the passage, both of them regained their focus, summoning their final ounce of strength. In a mad dash, they both raced toward the exit, desperate to break through. Just as they passed through the light gate, both of them collapsed, their bodies unable to bear the toll of the trials, and they lost consciousness. In the slaughter town on the mountainside, Tang San and Hulaina lay on the ground, their faces pale and unconscious. They were either gravely injured or severely drained. When they broke through the Hell Road, the terrifying killing intent they accumulated in the hellish arena had materialized into a domain, which was now housed within their martial souls. However, the venom that had seeped into their bodies, affecting their limbs and vital organs, would not simply disappear. It would continue to torment them for a long time, urging them to return to the Slaughter City. Moments later, Tang Hao appeared. He took Tang San with him, but spared Hulaina's life because he sensed Bibi Dong's presence, not wanting to engage in battle with her, especially with the potential danger of her involvement. Tang Hao took Tang San and left. Only after they had departed did Bibi Dong show up. She appeared calm and unaffected by the fact that Tang Hao had been the one to kill her teacher. She did not pursue a life-or-death battle with him. In truth, Tang Hao had actually helped her a great deal. Bibi Dong only put on the appearance of seeking revenge when others were watching, pretending she would never rest until the debt was repaid. Picking up Hulaina, Bibi Dong gazed at her pale face. A trace of pity appeared on her expression as she sighed deeply. Speaking softly, "You've been seeking revenge on Wang Li, coming to the Slaughter City for training. But during your time here, Wang Li has grown to an extremely terrifying level. Although he hasn't appeared in over a year, judging by his actions from a year ago, it's highly likely he has gone into seclusion to break through to the Seventh Ring Soul Saint realm. Such talent is truly unsettling. If it weren't for supporters behind him, I would have sent Judo and Gue Do to capture him by now." For Bibi Dong, the reason she tolerated Wang Li's existence was because of Douluo and Qian Rinxue. A soul emperor capable of battling a soul Douluo-level genius could potentially reach the level where he could challenge title Doa strength once he attained the soul saint rank. Bibi Dong, who had raised Hulaina as her own daughter, could already guess that Hulaina would be completely devastated upon learning this news. Sighing again, Bibi Dong cradled Hulaina in her arms and soared into the air. The priority now was to return to Spirit Hall, help Hulaina recover from her injuries, and treat any lingering aftereffects. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Hao had not traveled far with Tang San. Instead, he found a nearby mountain range, gathered firewood, and started a campfire, waiting for Tang San to awaken. At this moment, Tang Hao looked troubled. After sending Tang San into the Slaughter City, he had returned to the Waterfall Valley to stay with Ain. But when he checked on Ain, who had transformed into blue silvergrass, he found that its growth had nearly stopped, and there were even signs of regression. This left him extremely anxious, tossing and turning in worry, but he had no way to resolve the issue. He didn't even understand what was causing it. Now, as he watched Tang San, he sought some trace of Ain in his face, hoping to find even a hint of similarity. But no matter how he looked, he found nothing. No resemblance in facial structure or hair color. By evening, Tang San finally regained consciousness. Struggling to sit up, he immediately spotted Tang Hao. Despite the intense pain throughout his body, he joyfully called out, "Dad!" Tang Hao nodded and then spoke. "You did well. You successfully escaped the Slaughter City and obtained the Killing God domain. From now on, you can begin training with the Clear Sky Hammer and the added soul rings. When you feel your body can't bear any more, we will return to the Slaughter City. The Slaughter City is a place where divine inheritances are stored. The Killing God domain is a divine's recognition of you. I don't know how to truly gain the favor of the gods, but there is one person who surely knows, the King of Slaughter. If this person tells us how to earn divine favor, we might spare his life. Otherwise, we will kill him and directly search for a way to earn the gods' favor in the Slaughter City." Upon hearing Tang Hao's plan for him, Tang San felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The realm beyond level 100 was where gods resided. If he could earn a god's favor, he would soar to unimaginable heights. Immediately, he spoke with enthusiasm. "Father, once I recover, let's start attaching spirit rings to my clear sky hammer." However, Tang Hao did not immediately agree. Instead, he gazed at Tang San, taking the crimson hue lingering in his eyes, the chilling, almost tangible aura of killing intent surrounding him, and the eerie, sinister energy exuding from his very being. Roaming the continent in this state was simply not an option. Shaking his head, Tang Hao said solemnly, "The first thing you need to do is not to add spirit rings to your clear sky hammer. It's to suppress that killing aura of yours. You must learn to think rationally again, not remain trapped in the mindset of the Slaughter City." Tang San was momentarily confused. He felt that his thinking was completely normal. But since this was his father's advice, it was undoubtedly for his benefit. "Father, what should I do?" Tang Hao glanced up at the darkening sky before replying. "Rest for today. Tomorrow, we will head for Heaven-Do City. You will stay there for 6 months to a year, learning to conceal your killing intent. Once you master that, you will then rapidly advance to the Soul Emperor or even Soul Saint level by absorbing 10,000-year spirit rings." Tang Sen nodded, but his thoughts drifted elsewhere. "Xiao Wu, wait for me just 1 more year. The next time I come to Stardow Forest to hunt spirit beasts, I will take you away from there. You must be so lonely in the forest. Don't worry, I'll be with you soon." Waterfall Valley. After leaving the extreme north, Wang Li had traveled straight to this place. This time, he came in person, confident that even if Tang Hao and Tang San were both present, he could easily suppress them single-handedly. Yet, the valley was empty. With no one around, Wang Li had no reservations. He stepped behind the waterfall and entered the cave, making his way toward the blue-silver emperor. Looking at the nearly completely withered blue-silver emperor, whose golden veins had all but faded, Wang Li remarked, "It seems the regression is quite severe. Even its soul essence is damaged and incomplete." Without further hesitation, Wang Li summoned his martial soul, activating his second spirit ability. Extending his right hand, he placed it before the blue-silver emperor, and immediately the vine voluntarily wrapped around his wrist. As Wang Li's life force flowed into blue-silver emperor, the previously wilted leaves and vines began to rapidly regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. A soft blue glow gradually spread throughout the cave, revitalizing all the surrounding blue-silver grass, causing them to sway and tremble in excitement. Moments later, within that shimmering blue radiance, a phantom slowly began to take shape above the blue-silver emperor. It was a figure of a woman, tall and slender, with delicate curves accentuated by a flowing blue gauze dress that shimmered faintly. With every slight movement, her figure appeared both elegant and alluring, her fair skin occasionally peeking through the translucent fabric. Her face was gentle and exquisite, her long blue hair cascading like flowing water, carrying an aura of natural purity that could stir feelings of tenderness in anyone who looked upon her. At that moment, she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze held innocence, curiosity, and a fleeting joy, a mixture of bewilderment and wonder. The instant she saw Wang Li, her beautiful eyes widened in shock before she immediately dropped to her knees. She then pressed her forehead against Wang Li's palm, nuzzling affectionately as if seeking favor, and spoke in a soft, reverent voice. "My emperor." Wang Li remained expressionless, his thoughts calm. Her soul is severely damaged. She has lost much of her memory, but she can still be useful. A bit of cultivation should suffice. Having taken the blue-silver emperor, Wang Li's 9th soul ring now had a candidate. He brought her back to the sunset forest, the ice and fire dual eyes. Passing through the outer poison formation, Wang Li entered the valley. He wasn't sure if Douluo and Douluo were there at the moment. He didn't dare to recklessly sense their presence in case they were in seclusion, so he released his aura at the valley entrance to notify them. Moments later, a figure rushed out from the valley. She leaped into Wang Li's arms, her jade arms wrapping around his neck and her long, fair legs entwined around his waist. She hung on to him completely. Du Guyen pressed her face against Wang Li's, gently rubbing it as she softly spoke. "I missed you. It's been so long since you returned." Wang Li, smiling, held her waist and responded, It's been hard finding an opponent worthy of fighting me. That's why I've stayed in the far north for so long. Sister Yen, why hasn't Grandpa come out?" Without a second thought, Dugu Yen answered, "Grandpa's not here. In recent years, the Emperor Shui Yi has been overworked. Not long ago, his body suddenly collapsed, and even the imperial physicians couldn't do anything. In the end, Prince Snowstar had to bring him over. Without you around, I've been focused on my training, so that's why I'm here." Wang Li narrowed his eyes. The Emperor Shui Yi had been in his prime just 3 or 4 years ago. It seemed impossible for him to suddenly fall ill due to overwork. Perhaps Shui Rinshu couldn't wait to ascend to power, and that's why the Emperor Shui Yi's health had deteriorated. However, what intrigued him more was, "Oh, so Grandpa isn't here." Wang Li's hands, which were wrapped around Dugu Yan's waist, subconsciously lowered, and it was clear his intentions weren't solely to support her. Dugu Yan's face flushed, but she still cuddled close to Wang Li. At the center of the valley, near the source of the ice and fire dual eyes, Wang Li took the blue-silver emperor from a bamboo tube and buried her at the boundary of the ice and fire dual eyes, where the temperature extremes of heat and cold balanced out, making the energy here especially concentrated. He then summoned his martial soul and used his soul skills to release life force, helping the blue-silver emperor adapt to her new environment quickly. Behind him, Dugu Yen, her face still flushed from earlier, curiously watched him as he finished. After a moment, she asked in confusion, "What is this?" "It's not the immortal herb I know. It looks like a regular blue silvergrass." Wang Li smiled and explained, "This is a blue silvergrass with great potential. I want to use the ice and fire dual eyes to speed up its growth. This places special effects on plants can help it grow rapidly. For now, I'll let it grow on its own, but when the time comes, I can use my domain and the entire Sunset Forest blue silvergrass to cultivate it into a 100,000-year soul beast." Dugu Yen understood immediately. When Wang Li needed it, it would likely be when his soul power reached level 90, and he would require a 100,000-year soul ring. She then added, "The ice and fire dual eyes really are magical. They can make plants grow hundreds of times faster. Some of the immortal herbs we've eaten before, after their seeds were scattered here, have already sprouted again. This blue silvergrass may only take a few years to mature, but turning into a 100,000-year soul beast won't be so easy." Wang Li nodded, then stood up and activated his soul power. His right arm glowed, and a blue-silver avatar manifested. He said, "Let the avatar watch over the blue silvergrass. I don't need to keep an eye on it every day. Sister Yen, do you still need to train? Shall we head into the city and let Grandpa know I'm back?" Dugu Yen stretched her graceful body. With Wang Li back, she certainly wanted to spend more time with him. So she smiled and said, "I won't train for now. Let's go into the city. It's been so long since I've walked around the streets, and today's the perfect day for it." Soon, Wang Li and Dugu Yen, hand in hand, left together. As for the blue-silver avatar, it was left within the blue-silver emperor's body, allowing Wang Li to keep track of her status at any time. Heavenly Dose City. It had been a long time since Wang Li had been here, but the city was still as bustling as ever. After all, it was the capital of the Heavenly Do Empire. If it had become desolate, the entire Douluo Continent would likely have few prosperous cities left. Wang Li accompanied Dugu Yen through the city, shopping for clothes and jewelry, eating and drinking. Only when the evening came did they return home. When they met Dugu Bo, he was delighted to see Wang Li. Dugu Bo had been requested by the royal family to treat the Emperor Shui Yi, but after examining the emperor's condition, he concluded that the only person capable of saving Shui Yi was Wang Li. Dugu Bo smiled and said, "Shao Li, you're back. Now Shui Yi has hope. I don't know if Yin Yin told you, but Emperor Shui Yi's health has deteriorated due to overwork. He's very weak now." Wang Li nodded. "Sister Yen told me. From Grandpa's condition, it seems there's more to this than meets the eye." Dugu Bo's smile faded as he spoke seriously. "That's right. There's more to it. The Emperor Shui Yi was poisoned, which caused his weakness. Holding that position, he must always be on guard against both visible and hidden threats. Unfortunately, He couldn't avoid the deadly poison lurking in the shadows. They're claiming it's from overwork to avoid causing panic. But the poison isn't a single type. It's a mix of several toxins. Even with my expertise in poison, I can't distinguish each one. After mixing, it becomes even more unpredictable. I'm powerless to find an antidote. Perhaps only your miraculous second soul skill can suppress the poison on us. Even if the Emperor Shui's body is riddled with mixed toxins, your power should be able to forcefully suppress them. Wang Li, however, was already lost in thought. He knew that if he saved Shui, he would inevitably become a potential enemy to the Spirit Hall. But he wasn't afraid. His strength was now sufficient to dominate the continent. When he was weak, many things were beyond his control. But now, with his power growing, it was time to think about the future. The Spirit Hall's ambition for unification could actually be a good thing. Perhaps, once the continent was unified, there would be fewer conflicts. However, Wang Li was not a part of the Spirit Hall, so he would be seen as an enemy. This was troublesome. After all these years since his arrival in this world, Wang Li's focus had always been on increasing his power. Now that he had the strength, he pondered, I have power now. Why can't I use it to end all the conflicts on the continent according to my will? Still, I must wait. If I act too soon, I'll become a target. After future wars break out, I'll sweep through all the strong opponents with overwhelming strength and end the chaos. Only then can we have lasting peace. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Wang Li looked at Douluo Bo. He knew Douluo Bo owed Prince Snow star favor, which is why it helped so much. Wang Li didn't want to put him in a difficult position, so he said, Grandpa, I should be able to suppress the poison on Emperor Shui. You can ask the royal family about it. When I have free time, I'll enter the palace to treat him. Douluo Bo nodded with a smile. Besides owing Snow star favor, he was also a guest elder of the Heavenly Dou Empire and received a stipend from the royal family. He couldn't just stand by and watch the Emperor Shui die like this. That's good. It should be in the next day, or two. Tang San immediately bowed and greeted her. Aunt, I am Tang San. Tang Yuehua carefully examined Tang San. His face was ordinary, his expression cold, and his entire body exuded an intimidating aura. The thick, killing intent around him made her heart tremble slightly. She had seen many nobles and warriors over the years, but none of them had an aura as chilling as his. She sighed softly, her brows furrowing. You been to the Slaughter City? Tang Hao nodded without hesitation. Yes. Tang Yuehua sighed again. No wonder. The murderous aura on him is too strong. If this continues, he will eventually lose himself to it. You brought him here so I could help him, right? Tang Hao said solemnly. His mind is firm, but the killing intent he carries is too deep. It will make it difficult for him to integrate into the world outside. Yuehua, you're the most suitable person to help him learn restraint. I want you to teach him how to refine his temperament and suppress the bloodlust in his heart. Once he can fully control his killing intent, he can leave. Tang Yuehua hesitated. She was deeply aware of the dangers that came with excessive killing intent. Even among the nobles she taught, those with violent tendencies were difficult to correct. Tang San, having just come from the Slaughter City, was likely even more challenging to handle. But when she looked at her second brother, once a hero, now a man weighed down by past regrets, she couldn't refuse. After a brief silence, she finally nodded. All right, leave him here. But I must warn you, second brother, what I teach has nothing to do with spirit power or combat. If he wants to stay, he must follow my rules. Tang Hao said without hesitation. That's exactly why I brought him here. He needs more than just strength. He needs refinement. Tang Yuehua then looked at Tang San and said in a serious tone, From today onward, you will stay in Yuexian. During your time here, you must follow my instructions. I will teach you how to control yourself, how to act with nobility, and how to interact with the world around you without relying on force. Tang San nodded, his expression calm. I understand. Tang Yuehua's gaze softened slightly. Then go freshen up first. You can't stay in Yuexian looking like this. I will have someone prepare clean clothes for you. Tang Hao patted Tang San on the shoulder. Remember, Xiao San, This is part of your training. Don't treat it lightly." Tang Sen nodded firmly. "I won't, father." With that, Tang Yuehua led Tang Sen inside, while Tang Hao stood at the entrance, watching his son disappear into the depths of Yuexian. A trace of relief appeared in his tired eyes. "Aunt!" Tang Yuehua nodded, acknowledging her nephew out of respect for Tang Hao. From what Tang Hao had said, if Tang Sen could be properly trained, he might eventually return to their clan. She then excitedly turned to Tang Hao and said, "Second brother, let's go upstairs first. I'll prepare a warm bath to freshen you up, and then we can have a meal together." However, Tang Hao shook his head. He was still worried about Ain and said to Tang Yuehua, "Yuehua, please help me properly train Xiao San. I have to leave for now. Once Xiao San is ready, he'll know where to find me. I'll help him hunt soul rings and improve his strength. Only then will he have the strength to return." Without waiting for Tang Yuehua's saddened expression, Tang Hao turned and left with determined strides, heading away from Yuexian. After Tang Hao left, Tang Yuehua turned to look at Tang San. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that her nephew gave off a strange, unsettling vibe. It was understandable. Tang San had consumed human flesh in the past, and the sinister aura, like that of a soul-eating spider, was repulsive to all living things. But Tang Yuehua just assumed it was because Tang San had recently come from the Slaughter City. Tang Hao had been the same when he returned from there, though Tang San seemed even more heavily affected. Putting on a smile, Tang Yuehua waved her hand and said, "Xiao San, come upstairs with me. Tell me how you've been all these years. You must have suffered quite a lot under second brother's strictness." Thinking back to the difficult days in Holy Soul Village, when they could barely afford a meal, Tang Sen felt a mix of emotions. But those days were now behind him, and everything was on the rise. His father had his reasons for everything, and was now doing his best to plan his path forward, perhaps even a path toward divinity. Tang Sen shook his head, clearing those thoughts away. "It's nothing, Aunt. It's all in the past." With that, Tang San followed Tang Yuehua upstairs. Meanwhile, Tang Yuehua gestured for someone to handle the injured guard. Anyone who dared to stir up trouble like that had no place in Yuexian. Of course, Tang Yuehua wouldn't be the one to handle such messy matters personally. After Tang Hao left, he made his way back to the waterfall valley. Without delay, halfway there, a smile appeared on his face. "Ain, it's almost time. Once Xiao San is ready, I can finally stay by your side forever, never to part again." But upon arriving at the waterfall valley, as Tang Hao entered the cave behind the waterfall, he found something that drove him into a frenzy. Ain was gone. His wife was gone. The small mound where she had once rested was now unrecognizable, as if it had been disturbed by someone. Tang Hao let out a furious scream. "Who took Ain from me? I will never forgive you." He quickly opened a hidden compartment in the stone wall, only to find that even the remains of Ain, the bone from her right leg, was also missing. In a state of near madness, endless killing intent surged from his chest. He flew out of the cave and ascended to the mountain peak, howling into the air, "Ain, where are you?" In his mind, a list of potential enemies flashed before him. Whoever had this kind of power capable of finding this place could only be one possibility: Spirit Hall. One day later, in the Heaven Do Palace, behind Douluo, Wang Li and Douluo followed closely. In Douluo's hand was a special token, which allowed them to move through the palace without any obstruction. Eventually, the three of them arrived at the residence of Emperor Shui. The guards here were noticeably more vigilant. Even with the token in hand, Douluo's identity was confirmed multiple times before they were allowed entry. Once inside the chamber, only a few people were present. Lying on the bed was Emperor Shui, along with his younger brother, Xue Xing, and his two sons, Xue Qinghe, his eldest son, and Xue Beng, his fourth son. Xue Qinghe was calm, confident, and scholarly. However, there was a slight anxiousness in his brows, as if he was worried about his father, Emperor Shui. In contrast, Xue Beng slouched, his head drooping like a quail, exuding a completely disinterested and lethargic demeanor. When Douluo entered, Emperor Shui sat up weakly in bed. His face was pale, and black mist seemed to swirl around his forehead. Just 3 or 4 years ago, he had been full of vitality, but now he looked as if he were on the verge of death. However, Emperor Shui mustered his strength and forced a smile, saying to Douluo, "Lord Bihuan, you've come. I entrust my body to you." "Your Majesty," Douluo responded solemnly, "the mixed poison you've been afflicted with is beyond my capabilities. Identifying each individual poison and administering the proper antidotes while accounting for the unpredictable nature of the mixed toxins is beyond my skill." After Douluo finished speaking, a flash of satisfaction appeared in Xueqing's eyes, though it quickly transformed into sorrow once again. But Douluo continued, "Although I am powerless, my grandson-in-law possesses a remarkable soul skill that can heal injuries and suppress deadly poisons. It may have a miraculous effect, so I have brought him here." At that moment, Douluo stepped aside, revealing Wang Li and Douluo. The attention of everyone in the room immediately shifted to Wang Li. Wang Li took a step forward, calmly saying, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Emperor Shui recognized Wang Li. It was thanks to Wang Li and Douluo that the Heaven Do Empire won the first ever Continental Advanced Soul Master Tournament. Wang Li, in particular, had single-handedly broken the soul fusion skill of Spirit Hall's golden generation, Hulina and Xieyu. He was truly a prodigy. In the years since, he had frequently stirred up turmoil across the continent, though this genius remained focused on his cultivation, indifferent to worldly power. Today marked their official meeting. Although Emperor Shui did not believe that a mere healing or detoxifying soul skill could cure the poison in his body, otherwise, he wouldn't have been suffering for so long. He still displayed the grace of an emperor, offering trust mixed with encouragement as he said, "Wang Li, I entrust you with this task. I have been poisoned by treacherous men. If you truly can help me rid myself of this poison, I will not be stingy with my rewards. Whether it be gold, silver, treasures, or land and titles, they shall be yours." Wang Li cupped his hands and smiled gently. "Thank you, Your Majesty. However, let us discuss rewards after I have removed the poison. I have some confidence, but not absolute certainty. Please allow me to approach you." Emperor Shui looked at Wang Li, who remained unbowed, calm, and composed. He admired Wang Li even more and nodded, saying, "Granted. Come closer." Upon hearing this, Wang Li stepped forward. As he did, many eyes, hidden in the shadows, watched closely, monitoring his every move, fearful of any attempt on the emperor's life. At this moment, Xueqing sincerely spoke. "Brother Wang Li, please, I beg you, my father cannot be lost. The Heaven Do Empire cannot survive without him." Wang Li was deeply moved by Xueqing's words. The acting was truly superb, and he couldn't help but be deeply impressed. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, I will do my best," he replied earnestly. With that, Wang Li approached Emperor Shui's side and began to summon his martial soul. The blue-silver emperor, with its sapphire-like radiance, surrounded Wang Li. 8 soul rings appeared in sequence. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red. The final red soul ring exuded an aura of dominance, as if declaring, "I am the one above all." Emperor Shui, Xueqing, Xueqing, Xuebeng, and even the hidden royal court attendants were all stunned, gasping in awe. Only Douluo and Douluo remained calm. They knew that this was a true power Wang Li had been hiding all along. Although Wang Li had a few more cards up his sleeve, his cautious nature meant he couldn't reveal everything. Before anyone could speak, Wang Li gripped Emperor Shui's wrist and activated his second soul skill, Revival. His second soul ring glowed brightly. Soul power was transformed into life energy and flowed into Emperor Shui's body. In an instant, Emperor Shui's bodily functions were revived. The poison that had been accumulating in his system for 3 or 4 years had recently flared up, severely weakening his body. The poison had already penetrated deep into his bones, joints, and internal organs, deeply ingrained within him. At this moment, the body's awakened functions began to work autonomously, expelling the poison that didn't belong there. White smoke rose from Emperor Shui's body as his complexion worsened, changing colors rapidly like a strange, multicolored black. Wang Li waited for the right moment, keeping his grip on Emperor Shui Ye's wrist while placing his palm on his chest. Emperor Shui Ye immediately spat out a mouthful of 7-colored poisonous blood. Wang Li nimbly dodged, and the poisonous blood landed on the ground. Its 7 colors intertwined, brilliant yet deadly, representing the toxins that had accumulated in Emperor Shui Ye's body. Although Wang Li couldn't detoxify, he could encourage the body to expel toxins naturally. The power of life energy was truly wondrous. At this moment, Wang Li released Emperor Shui Ye's wrist and smiled, saying, "Your Majesty's poison has been completely expelled with this blood. The next step is to nourish your body. You may take supplements, but they should be gradual. After all, the toxins have ravaged your system for a long time, and your body is extremely weak. It's gone, truly gone." Emperor Shui still wore an expression of disbelief. "Haha, the poison in my body is really gone," he exclaimed joyfully. As his voice echoed, the people around him congratulated him, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty." But soon, all eyes turned toward Wang Li, an 8-ring soul Douluo, with a 10,000-year soul ring, and so young. Such a talent could no longer be described as merely a genius. He was truly an unparalleled prodigy. In Shui Qing's eyes, a trace of longing appeared. He knew he had failed, but he no longer cared. He gazed at Wang Li not out of affection, but because he saw a version of himself in Wang Li. If he hadn't been sent on this foolish undercover mission, if he had been focused solely on cultivating in Spirit Hall, with his terrifying innate talent of having soul power at level 20 from birth, now he would be a peer to Wang Li, radiant, brilliant, and dazzling, not the slow, mediocre person he'd become. Inside the Snow Night Palace, after laughing heartily, Emperor Shui quickly regained his imperial composure. Standing tall and dignified, he looked at Wang Li and solemnly said, "Wang Li, I sincerely thank you for saving me. However, I must ask, your soul power, that red soul ring just now, have you truly advanced so rapidly in cultivation that you become an 8-ring soul Douluo?" Hearing this, Wang Li used to find excuses in the past, but now he needed only one response. "Yes, Your Majesty. I cultivate diligently, and my soul power rises rapidly. As for that red soul ring, it is indeed a 100,000-year soul ring, one that was willingly sacrificed to me by a 100,000-year soul beast in need of my help. Absurd. Could cultivation really be this easy? And a 100,000-year soul beast, one of the most powerful existences among soul beasts, a treasure trove for any soul master. Why would such a creature willingly offer itself in sacrifice? No matter how unbelievable it seemed, Emperor Shui had no choice but to accept it. He had to make an immediate decision, to recruit Wang Li at all costs. "Wang Li, you saved my life, and I will not be stingy with my rewards. For such a great merit, I have decided I will confer upon you the title of king and grant you your own territory. You will be an ennobled king of a different surname. This is unprecedented in the history of the Heaven Do Empire. But for you, I shall break tradition. A king of a different surname. This showed just how much Emperor Shui was willing to invest. The 4 existing kingdoms within the Heaven Do Empire had already grown increasingly powerful, paying only superficial respect to the imperial family. However, all 4 were still of royal blood. If Wang Li accepted, the empire would gain an entirely new kingdom, one ruled by a non-royal. But Wang Li merely shook his head and declined outright. "I appreciate Your Majesty's kindness, but I have no desire for a title. My sole focus is cultivation, and worldly power does not interest me. It would only slow my progress. As long as Your Majesty rules wisely and treats the people well, that is enough for me." Wang Li lacked nothing. Why would he want land to confine himself? It was completely unnecessary. Emperor Shui was taken aback. He had just offered an entire kingdom, yet Wang Li rejected it without hesitation. However, after considering it, he realized that someone as young as Wang Li, already a soul Douluo, must be utterly devoted to cultivation. But such a person was difficult to win over. As an emperor, he wielded supreme power. But if Wang Li could not be tempted by status and authority, Then how could he secure his loyalty? A genius like this, such a formidable powerhouse, could become a pillar of the empire. But how? Suddenly, Emperor Shui had an idea. His tone grew serious as he declared, "You may refuse my offer, and I will not be offended. However, as the Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, I must repay the debt of my life. Within the Empire, there's a national treasure known as the vast sea cosmic shroud. It is a legendary soul tool. By infusing it with soul power, one can access 4 different soul abilities. In some ways, it is even more valuable than soul rings or soul bones. Gaining 4 additional skills can drastically enhance a soul master's combat power. I have decided to grant you this national treasure. This time, I will not take no for an answer, because my life is worth far more than this artifact." Wang Li felt somewhat helpless. This was clearly being forced upon him. The vast sea cosmic shroud, he knew its true nature. It was, in fact, the heart of the sea god. If he sought to inherit the sea god's divinity, possessing this artifact would greatly increase his chances of success. However, he had no intention of becoming the sea god. While his blue-silver grass possessed life attributes that did not directly clash with the sea god's power, he was still a land-based plant. Becoming the sea god felt off. That being said, even disregarding his connection to the sea god, the vast sea cosmic shroud remained an incredibly powerful soul tool. With 4 abilities, it might not grow like soul rings or soul bones, but it could still prove useful in battle. Reluctantly, Wang Li accepted it. "If that is the case, then I thank your majesty." Emperor Shui nodded in satisfaction. He issued an order, and before long, the vast sea cosmic shroud was brought forward, a blue, pyramid-shaped crystal no larger than a palm, emitting a faint, ethereal glow. Wang Li accepted the vast sea cosmic shroud, and once again expressed his gratitude. "Many thanks, your majesty." Emperor Shui waved his hand and said, "My body has only just recovered, and I am still somewhat fatigued. I won't keep you here any longer. Qinghe, see to our guests and make sure our empire's savior experiences the full warmth of the royal family." Hearing this, Shui Qinghe stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "As you command, father." Then, turning to Wang Li, he spoke with deep gratitude. "Brother Wang Li, we truly owe you. If not for you, the traitor's scheme would have succeeded. With father safe, the Heaven Do Empire remains secure as well." As Wang Li listened to Shui Qinghe's words of gratitude, he couldn't help but feel that there was a certain gritted-teeth undertone to them. He quickly explained, "I only did my duty. I promised your highness that I would do my best, and fortunately, my soul skill proved effective." Shui Qinghe chuckled. It was true that he was gritting his teeth. After years of careful planning, Wang Li had effortlessly unraveled his schemes. The worst part? He had been the one to insist that Wang Li save Emperor Shui, and Wang Li actually did. It was a textbook case of lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Not wanting to linger in the imperial bedchamber any longer, they stepped outside. Once they were alone, Shui Qinghe suddenly posed a question designed to unsettle. "Brother Wang Li, who do you think was behind the poisoning of my father?" Wang Li glanced at him curiously. "Wasn't it you? And now you're asking me?" He quickly shook his head and replied, "I have no idea. I spend most of my time cultivating and battling, so I'm not well versed in political affairs." Shui Qinghe nodded thoughtfully. "That's true. You're not even 20 years old, and yet you've already become an 8-ring soul Douluo, and your 8th soul ring is a 100,000-year soul ring. At this rate, it's almost certain you'll reach the pinnacle of the continent and become a titled Douluo before 25. Most people at 25 are still competing in soul master tournaments, but you'll have surpassed nearly all the seniors of the soul master world and stood at its very peak. Your achievements, Wang Li, are unmatched across the entire continent." Wang Li thought to himself that he would actually reach titled Douluo before turning 20. He was just missing one more suitable 100,000-year soul ring. But out loud, he simply said, "It's nothing special. From the day I embarked on the path of a soul master, I swore to reach the very pinnacle. I've worked tirelessly for years to get here." Hearing this, Shui Qinghe couldn't help but feel envious. Wang Li had the freedom to pursue his ambitions without restraint, while he himself was bound by duty and schemes. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and he asked, Wang Li, if something were to happen to me, if I were to be harmed, would you feel sad? Wang Li was momentarily taken aback. What nonsense is he talking about? Who could possibly harm him? If anything, it was the other way around. He was the one capable of making others disappear. With an amused shake of his head, he laughed and said, Your Highness, you are surrounded by powerful protectors. Nothing like that would ever happen. But Xue Qinghe wasn't satisfied with that answer. With an almost unreasonable stubbornness, he pressed on. Even my father, the emperor, had assassins try to poison him. So, of course, I could also be in danger. Just answer me. If I were to be harmed, would you feel sad? Wang Li sighed helplessly. Why is he being so insistent? But considering Xue Qinghe's status as the crown prince, Wang Li decided to humor him. Your Highness and I share a deep bond. If anything were to happen to you, of course, I would be saddened. I would also track down the culprit and avenge you. At last, Xue Qinghe smiled, genuinely satisfied. As they left the palace, Douluo glanced at Wang Li and subtly reminded him to be cautious of Xue Qinghe. After all, with Emperor Shui nearly assassinated, the crown prince was the one who stood to gain the most. However, after some thought, Douluo decided not to interfere in Wang Li's choices. Instead, he smirked and teased. You really are carefree. Emperor Shui personally offered to grant you a royal title, and you turned him down. Once an emperor speaks, his word is law. If he promises, he won't go back on it. Do you realize what you refused? A kingdom's territory is as vast as an imperial province. Within that kingdom, you will hold power akin to that of an emperor. Wang Li shook his head with a smile. If this were a world without supernatural abilities, becoming a king would indeed be an appealing choice. However, on the Douluo Continent, where soul masters reign supreme, worldly power paled in comparison to absolute strength. Laughing, he said, Being a king sounds like a hassle. A good king works tirelessly. A bad king is despised. Rather than wasting time on politics, I'd rather focus on cultivation or spend the days shopping with Yan Yan. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yen took Wang Li's hand. Her gaze as gentle as water. A certain thought crossed her mind. Tonight, she would wear that new purple slip dress she had bought earlier and nothing underneath. Meanwhile, in the crown prince's residence, after returning, Xue Qinghe sat in silence for the entire afternoon. As evening fell, he finally spoke in an even tone. Uncle Si Long, Uncle Si Xue. The moment his words fell, two figures emerged from the shadows. They bowed respectfully. Young master, Xue Qinghe remained composed as he reported the failure of his plan. The poison in Xueye's body has been neutralized by Wang Li. The plan has failed. From now on, all our forces within and outside the palace are going into hiding. No one is to act without my direct orders. The two men standing before him were Serpent Spear Douluo, Si Long, and Bloodthorn Porcupine Fish Douluo, Si Xue. Both were visibly enraged, and Si Long immediately offered, Young master, this Wang Li dares to ruin your plans? Allow me to kill him at once and set things right. Xue Qinghe's expression darkened. His gaze grew sharp as he sternly commanded, I have made my decision. We go into hiding. That includes you, Uncle Si Long, and you, Uncle Si Xue. No one will act on their own. Then, his tone grew even colder as he continued. Furthermore, arrange for my feigned death. I will be returning to Spirit Hall to begin closed-door cultivation. From now on, I will focus solely on reaching the Soul Douluo and Title Douluo levels. The plan to seize control of the Heaven Do Empire is cancelled. Si Long and Si Xue were utterly shocked. Si Xue, in particular, couldn't help but blurt out, Young master, are you really going to abandon 20 years of planning? Xue Qinghe let out a self-deprecating chuckle before replying, 20 years of planning, what a joke. Wang Li isn't even 20 yet, and with just a single move, he rendered all my efforts meaningless. In the end, soul power is the only thing that truly matters. For the past 20 years, I've toiled endlessly in the pursuit of power, constantly scheming and maneuvering within Heaven Do City. But if I had spent these 2 decades focusing solely on cultivation in Spirit Hall, instead of wasting time in political struggles, then by now I wouldn't just be a soul sage. I'd be a soul Douluo, perhaps even on the verge of becoming a titled Douluo. I've had enough of this life. From now on, I'll live for myself. In short, I will bear all the consequences alone. None of you are responsible. Upon hearing these words, both Si Long and C.I. Xue fell into silence. As the 2 Douluo who had long served at Xue Qinghe's side, handling all the dirty and exhausting work, they knew better than anyone the extent of his talent. Even with his cultivation divided between politics and training, he had still reached the soul sage level before turning 30. If he had devoted himself fully to cultivation from the start, he wouldn't just be an ordinary titled Douluo in the future. He would have the potential to reach level 99, a peerless Douluo like the Grand Worshipper. Without hesitation, both men dropped to one knee and declared in unison, "We are willing to bear the consequences alongside you." Xue Qinghe chuckled softly. "Then do as I say. Make the necessary arrangements. As for Wang Li, you're not to touch him. One day, under my new identity, I will make him kneel before me." His eyes burned with determination. When he looked at Wang Li, he saw a reflection of the person he could have been, someone unburdened by worldly affairs, dedicated solely to cultivation, breaking through levels with effortless ease. If he was to reclaim the potential he had squandered, he had to be prepared to surpass even himself. Si Long and C.I. Xue responded immediately. Understood. After that day, Xue Qinghe started appearing more frequently around Wang Li and Duge Yan. One day, as they were out together, Wang Li found himself cornered by Xue Qinghe once again. With a sigh, he said, "Your Highness, do you really have this much free time? Don't you have state affairs to attend to?" With Xue Qinghe constantly tagging along, his precious one-on-one time with Duge Yan was constantly disrupted. This guy had zero self-awareness. Xue Qinghe laughed heartily. "Now that my father is fully recovered, state affairs are back in his hands. Since you saved his life, I can't just ignore you, can I?" Then he grinned. "Come on, I'll take you somewhere interesting today. Moon Pavilion, the Heaven Do Empire's Imperial Etiquette Academy. My younger sister, Xueku, is studying there, and she mentioned something strange. Apparently, a peculiar individual recently joined the academy. Unlike the noble children, this person gives off the aura of a butcher, radiating pure killing intent. Many students have already complained about him." Hearing this, Wang Li's expression shifted. Moon Pavilion? If not for Xue Qinghe's suggestion, he wouldn't have even considered going there. After a brief pause, he nodded. "All right, let's go take a look." Moon Pavilion. Before long, the group arrived at the Imperial Etiquette Academy. With Xue Qinghe leading the way, they gained entry without issue. Upon reaching the second floor, they entered a room and looked down through a window. Below, in the Academy Circular Training Hall, noble children were attending their lessons. Then, Wang Li's gaze fell on the so-called peculiar individual. The moment he laid eyes on him, he recognized him instantly. This peculiar individual was none other than Tang San. Moon Pavilion. Recently, Tang San had been feeling very frustrated. The looks people gave him were filled with both fear and a hint of disdain. This made Tang San extremely angry. He could hardly contain himself, and he felt the urge to unleash a murderous rampage and consume the very essence of life. If he had awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline and become a bit more handsome, perhaps his cold demeanor would have been seen as cool. But now, with slightly dark and rough skin and a face gradually becoming more angular and filled with harsh features as he grew, his appearance radiated a clear aura of viciousness. His murderous aura was on full display. It was only natural that people treated him this way. He had been isolated in a corner, with other students keeping their distance from him as if he were some kind of plague, unwilling to get anywhere near him. On the second floor, Xue Qinghe watched Tang San, his brows furrowed. The soul of the Heaven Do royal family was the swan soul, but he was not truly Xue Qinghe. He was Qian Renxue, the one with the 6-winged angel spirit. The sacred attribute of the six-winged angel made him feel a deep sense of disgust upon seeing Tang San. Not only did he emit a murderous aura, but there was something dark and sinister about him, accompanied by the unmistakable stench of blood, an odor that seemed impossible to wash away. Wang Li, standing beside him, didn't want to expose his true nature. He spoke only of the murderous aura, leaving the darker aspect unmentioned. He is indeed a strange person. All those who come here are children of nobles, and while many of them are spoiled, the kind of killing intent he radiates suggests that he has taken many lives. It's odd. There hasn't been any war lately, nor have I heard of any city being massacred. Where did he get the opportunity to kill so many people? It seems an investigation is in order. Wang Li, knowing the plot, realized that Tang Sen must have just come out of the city of slaughter and had been brought to Moon Pavilion by Tang how to temper his mind. Since their last meeting, Tang Sen had not yet found the Blue-Silver King, nor had he awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor's bloodline, nor obtained the Blue-Silver Overlord's spear. However, in the 3 to 4 years since, he had undergone significant changes. Wang Li smiled and said, "Let's have him come up. We'll talk to him and ask a few questions. That will clear everything up." Xue Qinghe was surprised. "You know him?" Wang Li nodded. "I do. We were once classmates. His name is Tang San. He was a student at Shrek Academy and even participated in the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition." Xue Qinghe recalled vaguely. He did remember Tang San from the last competition, though he didn't make a notable impression. He wasn't a key figure at the time. After hearing Wang Li's words, Xue Qinghe's memory was jogged. He looked at Tang San again, his eyes narrowing as he muttered, "So it's him. But in just a few years, how did he manage to accumulate this kind of murderous aura?" Soon after, the class ended. With Xue Qinghe's influence, Tang Yuehua personally led Tang San into the room. Tang Yuehua was very graceful as she entered. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Tang San, following her example, also greeted, "Your Highness, the Crown Prince." Xue Qinghe smiled gently and replied in a cultured manner, "Headmaster, I came because I heard from Xue that a strange person had arrived at Moon Pavilion. I wanted to see for myself. And indeed he is quite strange and very dangerous." Tang San, "May I ask how you developed this murderous aura? In any part of the continent, indiscriminate slaughter of life is not permitted." Tang Yuehua immediately responded, "Your Highness, this is my second brother's child, my nephew. He has just returned from special training, and his murderous aura is still difficult to control. He has never harmed any civilians and would never hurt any of the students here. I can vouch for him." Xue Qinghe's body tensed up momentarily, but quickly relaxed. He certainly knew who Tang Yuehua's second brother was. The famous clear sky dog, Tang Hao, who had killed the previous Pope of Spirit Hall, gaining widespread fame across the continent. And the previous Pope had been his real father, which meant that the person standing before him, Tang San, was the son of the murderer who had killed his own father. Xue Qinghe's expression remained unchanged, but deep inside, a murderous intent had already taken root. However, he did not let it show. Instead, he maintained his smile and said warmly, "I see. So he's from a prestigious family. No wonder he was able to enter Moon Pavilion. Since the headmaster has vouched for him, I will not press the matter further." Then he shifted his gaze toward Wang Li. Right now, Xue Qinghe only wanted to understand the relationship between Tang San and Wang Li. At that moment, Wang Li smiled and said, "Tang San, it's been a long time. Last time, I heard from Oscar and Ning Rongrong about what happened between you and Xiao Wu. What a pity." Tang San's expression darkened. He scrutinized Wang Li carefully. There was something familiar about him. But who was this blue-haired, blue-eyed, handsome man? "You are—" Hearing this, Wang Li introduced himself. "I'm Wang Li. I've changed a bit, so it's normal that you don't recognize me." Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a person change so drastically? Your hair, your eyes? How do you look anything like Wang Li? Wang Li explained again, his tone casual. "I absorbed a special Spirit Beast spirit ring last time. It was a great boost in my strength, but also altered my martial spirit slightly. That's when my hair and eyes changed. You've changed a lot, too. I almost didn't recognize in myself. Tang San's expression flickered between uncertainty and suspicion. He knew that Wang Li's martial spirit was a mutated blue silver grass. For it to change him this much, and for him to call the spirit beast special. Could it be the special spirit beast you're talking about? Was it the blue silver king from the blue silver forest? Wang Li didn't bother hiding the truth. He simply nodded. That's right. The blue silver king was an incredible help to me. Tang San's mind shattered in an instant. That was the spirit ring his father had prepared for him. Tang Hao had personally told him that it was the most suitable spirit ring for his fifth ring. He had been furious when he couldn't find it back then, but now he realized it had been Wang Li who killed it and absorbed its spirit ring. That meant the power boost and the enhanced appearance should have been his. Uncontrollable killing intent erupted from Tang San. His expression twisted with rage as he clenched his fists and growled. So it was you. Do you have any idea that was supposed to be my fifth spirit ring? Wang Li acted as if he had just come to a sudden realization. He sighed and spread his hands helplessly. I truly didn't know. I spent a long time searching for a suitable spirit beast myself. But, well, the beast didn't exactly have your name written on it. If I had known you wanted it too, I wouldn't have hunted it. A spirit beast belonged to whoever killed it. That was the law of the jungle. Xue Qing had glanced at the seething Tang San, and then at Wang Li, who looked completely unbothered. Are these two really former classmates? He had never seen someone radiate so much killing intent toward a supposed friend. His voice turned cold as he ordered, Headmaster, keep a close eye on your nephew. If he can't control his murderous aura, he has no place here. Otherwise, he'll only cause trouble in the future. Tang Yuehua immediately stepped forward and grabbed Tang San's arm. Facing the crown prince of Heaven Do and his personal guest, how could Tang San dare act so recklessly? Did he even want to stay in Heaven Do City? Your Highness, I deeply apologize. My nephew is being reckless. I assure you I will keep him in check. Xiao San, come with me. With that, she forcefully pulled Tang San away. As Wang Li watched the fury on Tang San's face and the deep unwillingness in his eyes, the corners of his lips curled slightly. This was what made life entertaining. It was rare for him to find something this amusing. At Yuexian, in the hallway behind, Tang Yuehua tugged at Tang San, who still wore an expression of frustration. Seeing this, her face darkened. It seemed that all she had taught him had failed to reach his heart. His emotions were laid bare on his face. How could he ever achieve anything significant like this? Tang Yuehua reprimanded him. Tang San, is it really so hard to control yourself over a single soul ring? If you can't even manage this, how will you ever control your killing intent? That person you encountered was the Crown Prince. Anyone who can stand by his side is not an ordinary individual. If you release your killing intent towards him, even in a city as vast as Heaven Do, you will have nowhere to hide. Tang San trembled all over, growling softly, and he took my soul ring. That was the one my father had chosen for me. Tang Yuehua was deeply disappointed. She slapped him across the face with a loud crack, as if that alone was enough to awaken him. Then she said, You need to understand, the only reason you are still here is because I am vouching for you, and behind me is the reclusive Clear Sky sect. How big a mess do you need to make before you learn to control yourself and endure for the time being? As for your second brother, if it was truly that person who took your soul ring, rest assured, he will give you justice in the future. What you need to do now is to focus on completing my training. Tang San was shaken awake. He now realized that he still had his father, the mighty Clear Sky Douluo, and that he would surely seek justice for him in the future. Once that time came, he remembered how Wang Li had helped treat his teammates, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, Ma Hongjun, and others when they were injured. The blue energy flowing through them had stirred a deep, consuming hunger within him. As long as he could devour Wang Li, Tang San thought it would all be as again, just as it should be. He lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. I understand, Aunt. Tang Yuehua nodded. He was somewhat responsive, though she couldn't help but sigh at how foolish her second brother's son was. She said, Let's go back now. Continue your lessons, refine your temperament, and control your killing intent. Tang San responded indifferently. Yes, but in his heart. The appearance of Wang Li had awakened the bloodlust he had cultivated in the slaughter city, leaving him with little interest in tempering his mind. Even during the lessons, he was distracted, hardly paying attention to what the teacher was saying or teaching. At Yuexian, near the door, Xue Qinghe looked at Wang Li and Duge Yan, his face full of apology as he spoke. I'm sorry for the disturbance. I didn't expect Tang San's killing intent to be so overwhelming. What should have been a peaceful meeting between classmates turned into this. Wang Li shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. Who could have guessed that my classmate would release such killing intent over a single soul beast? It seems we are on the verge of becoming enemies. Duge Yan furrowed her brows and spoke. Xiao Li, don't associate with him in the future. His killing intent is very real. I could feel it sending a chill down my spine. He truly wants to kill you. Wang Li, hearing this and noticing that Xue Qinghe was still nearby, casually responded. We were once classmates, but it seems we're drifting apart now. Perhaps next time we meet, we'll be nothing more than strangers. Xue Qinghe's gaze flickered. Tang San was the son of the man who killed his father. Now, over something as trivial as a soul beast, he was about to turn against Wang Li. How foolish. No longer needing to hold back, he said, I'll have people investigate Tang San and keep him under surveillance. His killing intent is too alarming. We can't let him cause any trouble. Wang Li couldn't help but wonder how Qian Rinxue would handle Tang San this time. He then spoke. Your Highness, you should take care of your matters. We should be heading back now. With that, they parted ways and returned to their respective homes. For Wang Li, he didn't mind being exposed. His physical changes had been happening for some time now. As soon as they met, Tang San and his father, Tang Hao, would inevitably see him as an enemy. Even if they didn't cross paths, all it took was a little inquiry across the continent, and suspicions would rise, leading them to seek trouble with him. Before, Tang San and Tang Hao might have lived in seclusion, but whenever they stepped out, it was only a matter of time before they came looking for him. For Wang Li, this was just the kind of excitement he needed in his otherwise mundane life. Otherwise, things would get too boring. On the other side, as soon as Xue Qinghe returned to Crown Prince's mansion, he immediately summoned his trusted subordinates. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected that a simple outing would allow him to meet the son of the man who killed his father. After all these years, his memory of his father had become blurry, but the grudge of his father's death was not something that could ever be forgotten. Xue Qinghe said in a deep voice, Make arrangements to monitor Yuexian closely and investigate one of the students inside, Tang San. His father is Tang Hao. If anyone resembling Tang Hao appears near Yuexian, report immediately without error. The subordinates responded in unison. Understood. Finally, Xue Qinghe stood with his hands behind his back, his posture upright and his expression cold, thinking to himself, I hope I'm in time. Before I retreat into seclusion at the Spirit Hall, I must resolve the grudge of my father's death, even if it means exposing my identity. At that moment, where was Tang Hao? In fact, Tang Hao was being pursued. The ones hunting him were the Spirit Hall's chrysanthemum ghost Douluo and 20 soul saint-level red-clad bishops. Although Tang Hao was powerful, he was only outwardly strong. About 18 years ago, after a battle with Qian Xuanji, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and Ghost Douluo he had won, but it left him with injuries that had never fully healed. Though his soul power had improved, it was not significantly stronger than it had been 18 years ago. His body was riddled with wounds, preventing him from fighting at full strength. Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo and Ghost Douluo were not necessarily stronger than Tang Hao, but their martial soul fusion technique, the polar stillness domain, meant that once Tang Hao was trapped in it, there was no easy way to escape. Why was he being pursued? It was because Tang Hao had brought this upon himself. He had gone to the Spirit Hall, driven by a heart full of resentment. Yet he dared not enter to seek revenge directly. Instead, he wiped out several Spirit Hall temples in nearby cities, from top to bottom, to vent his anger. Aside from some low-ranking attendants who were responsible for awakening souls in the outer areas, all the higher-ranking bishops, attendants, and guards were killed. This was a major incident. The members of these Spirit Hall temples were mid-level personnel with deep connections to the sole masters of Spirit City. Their deaths were like a fuse, and even Bibi Dong had to make a statement or risk undermining her authority as the Pope. Thus, Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo led the pursuit, accompanied by 20 soul saints, to hunt down Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't want to get entangled with Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. He knew that if he fell into the polar stillness domain, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. He had no idea how many titled Douluos from the Spirit Hall might rush to their aid in the shortest time possible. Therefore, Tang Hao led Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo into the Star Do Forest, using the interference from numerous soul beasts to buy himself time to escape. However, after escaping, Tang Hao felt lost. Yin was no longer by his side, and he could only massacre the Spirit Hall temples, but could not go on a killing spree in Spirit City to quell his rage. Eventually, in a confused state, Tang Hao headed to Heaven Do City to check on Tang San, wondering if his control over his killing intent had improved. A few days later, in Heaven Do City at Yuexian, as soon as Tang Hao arrived, he immediately sensed something was off. Yuexian was being monitored. The watchers were well hidden, but they couldn't escape his perception. Moreover, they were all strong individuals with substantial soul power. Tang Hao, still rational, didn't go on a rampage, but instead acted quickly, infiltrating Yuexian, taking Tang San, and fleeing the city, heading toward the mountains outside. In a forest, Tang Hao looked at Tang San, whose face displayed both shock at seeing him in a fierce, murderous aura. It had been almost a month, yet there was no sign of improvement. However, Tang Hao's first question was about the surveillance. He asked, confused, "What's going on here? There are many people monitoring you near Yuexian. What trouble have you caused, or whom have you offended, to end up like this? And you still can't control your killing intent." Upon hearing this, Tang Sen recalled what had happened earlier. Anger surged within him, and he gritted his teeth. He immediately reported, "Father, the Crown Prince of Heaven Do City came before. He had someone with him named Wang Li. It was him who killed the blue silver king that you had chosen for me and absorbed its soul ring. He's changed a lot. His hair turned blue, his eyes too. He became much more handsome, and his strength grew tremendously, all because of the blue silver king soul ring. That ring was supposed to be mine." When Tang Sen finished speaking, Tang Hao froze in shock. Blue hair, blue eyes, this was exactly how Yin looked. Could it be that he absorbed the blue silver king's soul ring? Wang Li, the boy with innate third-level soul power and a mutated blue silvergrass, had changed his appearance to look exactly like Yin after absorbing the blue silver king soul ring. Tang Hao processed the situation and understood that his son had likely lost control of his temper at some point, which escalated the conflict and ultimately led to this situation. At this moment, Tang Sen urged, "Father, now that you're here, let's go find Wang Li. I have a way to take back what belongs to me." A fierce gleam flashed in Tang Hao's eyes, and he nodded. "Let's go back and see. If we find the chance, we'll take him with us. But we can't stay in Heaven Do City anymore. After we've taken him, we'll head to the Soul Beast Forest to hunt soul beasts and add a soul ring to the clear sky hammer. As for your killing intent, we'll have to find another way to control it. Maybe that little girlfriend of yours can help. I hope she can soothe your heart and calm you down. At least keep the killing intent from spilling out so visibly." Tang Hao was quite perceptive. As soon as he mentioned Xiao Wu, Tang San's killing intent flickered and then slowly shifted into a smile. Meanwhile, in Heaven Do City, news of Tang San's departure soon reached Xueqing's ears. His expression turned cold as he spoke. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo are truly useless. The two titled Douluos, along with 20 soul saint-level red-clad bishops, failed to capture Tang Hao and even allowed him to sneak into Heaven Do City. Tang Hao's crimes had already spread across the major cities, and the upper-class nobles and soul masters were all aware of the news. The wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, who had slaughtered several soul hall temples and killed at least 1,000 soul masters, was now bold enough to appear without fear. Xue Qinghe's voice carried a murderous intent. The old grudge remains unsettled, and now a new resentment has been added. 18 years ago, he killed my father, and now, 18 years later, he's caused the Spirit Hall to lose over 1,000 innocent soul masters. Uncle Si Long, Uncle Si Xue, you too are coming with me. I'll give up on the Heaven Do Empire. But Tang Hao's head, I must bring back to honor my father and those 1,000 innocent soul masters who perished at his hands. Si Long and Si Xue, though titled doyuos themselves, couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Even with Xue Qinghe, or rather, Qianren Xue, relying on the power of her six-winged angel form, she could only match a regular titled douluo at best. But 18 years ago, even with the combined power of Qian Xuanji, Chrysanthemum Douluo, and Ghost Douluo, they couldn't stop Tang Hao on their own. Si Long and Si Xue quickly responded. Understood, young master. Also, we should send word to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. With their polar stillness domain, we'll definitely be able to capture Tang Hao. Xue Qinghe frowned. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo were indeed powerful, and he nodded. All right. Send a letter immediately and tell them Tang Hao is in Heaven Do City. Si Long and Si Xue immediately went off to prepare. At this moment, Xue Qinghe's expression changed suddenly as he thought. Not good. Tang San had released killing intent towards Wang Li before. Now that Tang Hao is here, it's likely that because of Tang San, Wang Li may be in danger. Without hesitation, Xue Qinghe stood up and left, taking some guards with him. When he found Wang Li and Du Guyan, the two were eating tanghulu, candied fruit, and feeding each other. Xue Qinghe felt an urge to turn and leave, but finally spoke quickly. Wang Li, Du Guyan, come back immediately. Don't leave Lady Beefing's side. Tang Hao is here. He is Tang San's father and a titled douluo. He took Tang San away, and it's likely that he will come after you because of Tang San. His title is Clear Sky. His power is immense. No ordinary titled douluo can compare. Only with Lady Beefing's protection can you be safe for the time being. Wang Li swallowed the hawthorn fruit in his mouth and calmly said, looking to the side, It's probably too late for that. Your Highness, tell your guards to evacuate the civilians nearby. This place is about to become a battlefield. Xue Qinghe's expression changed, and following Wang Li's gaze, he saw a tall, disheveled figure with a scruffy beard, wearing tattered clothes, walking towards him with Tang San by his side. Tang Hao stared at Wang Li. The blue hair and blue eyes were so familiar. It looked just like 18, though the face was different enough to make him distinguish between the two. Tang Hao had really arrived. By all rights, Xue Qinghe should have been pleased, but his preparations were not yet complete. At this moment, who among them could possibly stand against Tang Hao? Even so, he stepped forward with a commanding presence and spoke with authority. Your Excellency, Clear Sky Law, I understand your purpose very well. This all stems from a single soul beast. The continent is filled with countless soul beasts. If one is lost, another can take its place. If you insist on using your power to oppress the weak over such a trivial matter, then you are being far too domineering. The Heaven Do Empire will never permit such behavior. Tang Hao glanced at Xue Qinghe, his expression calm and indifferent as he replied, Crown Prince of Heaven Do, I have no intention of becoming an enemy of your empire. But this boy, I must take him away. You wouldn't understand. That soul beast was one of a kind. If it dies, finding another like it will be nearly impossible. Just look at this boy. You should understand how much that soul beast benefited him. No matter what, I will take him with me. Xue Qinghe's voice turned cold. Then that means you're declaring yourself an enemy of the Heaven Do Empire. Tang Hao, do you truly have no one you care about within this empire? Have you not considered yourself, or them? Boom! A surge of murderous intent erupted, spreading unchecked. The surrounding air turned frigid, colder than the depths of winter, sending chills straight to the bone. Tang Hao stared at Xue Qinghe, his killing intent almost tangible. Yet after a brief moment, he still spoke. I was exiled from my sect long ago. Aside from my son, there is no one else I care about. Threats mean nothing to me. Xue Qinghe's expression darkened. As far as I know, your son and Wang Li are classmates. Wang Li has always looked after him, even saved his life once. If not for Wang Li, your son would have died at Shi Nian's hands long ago. And yet, you repay kindness with betrayal? Father and son alike, both utterly heartless. Tang San's expression twisted at those words. He couldn't deny the truth in them, but he forced himself to argue. We returned together. How was I supposed to know if Shi Nian was coming to kill me or to kill him? Saving me was the same as saving him. That was one matter. But he stole my soul beast, that's another. At this point, Wang Li chuckled and stepped forward, first addressing Xue Qinghe with reassurance. Your Highness, there's no need to worry. I am confident in my ability to protect myself. Even if he is clear sky to law, he won't be able to take me away so easily. Then he turned his gaze toward Tang San, his voice tinged with amusement. I never expected our falling out would be over a soul beast. Wang Li thought the first explosive confrontation would be over the fact that he had sealed away part of Tang San's memories, or perhaps because he had taken the true blue silver emperor and its right leg bone. Yet, the first spark had ignited because he had slain the blue silver king. Finally, he looked directly at Tang Hao, his expression brimming with confidence as he smiled. I've heard that Clear Sky Douluo was once the youngest titled Douluo in history, but I believe that honor will soon belong to me. As soon as his words fell, Wang Li summoned his martial soul. The radiant blue-silver emperor unfurled like a sapphire, and one by one, his soul rings emerged. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and finally 1 red. 8 rings in total. Tang Hao and Tang San stood in stunned silence. The last time Wang Li had revealed his soul rings was in the Snow Night Palace. So neither Tang Hao nor Tang San had been aware of his true strength. Their shock stemmed from 2 things. First, Wang Li had reached an 8-ring cultivation level at such a young age. Second, his 8th soul ring was a 100,000-year soul ring. A 100,000-year soul ring, the most precious treasure in the world of soul masters. Even many titled Douluo could not obtain one for their 9th ring. Yet Wang Li already possessed one as his 8th. With a soft voice, Wang Li activated his first soul skill. The blue-silver emperor surged, expanding violently in the wind. Black Jade Divine Bamboo Spear. Boom! 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 A barrage of pitch-black jade spears rained down toward Tang Hao and Tang San. Tang Hao's eyes burned with rage. In an instant, he positioned himself in front of Tang San, summoning his martial soul. The clear sky hammer materialized in his grasp, accompanied by the appearance of his soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple for black, and 1 red. 9 rings in total. Proof of his status as a titled Douluo. Tang Hao unleashed the Clear Sky 9 absolutes, 9 specialized force techniques that allowed him to shield both himself and Tang San from the dense barrage of black jade spears. However, the sheer force transmitted through the spears was overwhelming. Even Tang Hao felt his blood surging chaotically within his body, threatening to make him cough up blood, but he forcibly suppressed it. He was already heavily injured, and while he possessed a 100,000-year 9th soul ring, Wang Li had 8 of them. What could Tang Hao possibly use to compete against him? Staring ahead at the endless tide of black jade spears, Tang Hao felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't afford to drag this out. His only option was to end the battle quickly. With Wang Li's terrifying soul ring configuration in mind, he immediately unleashed his strongest combat state. 7th soul skill, Clear Sky True Body. 8th soul skill, Sky Shattering Strike. 2 black soul rings flared around Tang Hao, and his oppressive aura surged outward. Even Tang San was sent flying by the sheer force. The Clear Sky hammer expanded instantly, transforming into a colossal weapon over 30 meters in size. Electricity crackled across its surface. Flames erupted, and an aura of utter destruction radiated from it. Wang Li calmly stood in front of Xue Qinghe and Du Guyan, shielding them. To put it bluntly, after his battle with the Snow Empress, every opponent before him seemed like a reckless fool rushing to their own death. With a casual snap of his fingers, he chuckled lightly. Blue Silver Domain. Following the previous black jade spear barrage, the battlefield was already teeming with blue silver emperor vines. Now, all of them began to glow simultaneously. Under the radiant light, the surrounding energy instantly solidified, along with Tang Hao, who was holding the massive hammer. Both were sealed within the domain. Tang Sen let out an anguished scream. "Father!" Tang Hao was still conscious, but his body was completely immobilized. Even after unleashing the full power of his 7th and 8th soul skills, he was still trapped within the domain. This domain was no weaker than the polar stillness domain of Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Was this truly a soul skill granted by a mere 10,000-year soul ring? Tang Hao was utterly stunned. No, this was the power of a 100,000-year soul skill. A normal 100,000-year soul ring should grant 2 abilities, but if all of its energy were focused into a single technique, its power would be completely doubled. Ah! Tang Hao forcibly pushed his soul power to its limits. His eyes turned bloodshot as boom! 2 yellow soul rings exploded. Then boom! 2 purple soul rings followed suit. The energy from all 4 rings was forcibly absorbed into his body, granting him a terrifying burst of strength. With this immense surge of power, he finally shattered the blue-silver domain's restraint. Crack! 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 Fractures spread across the domain like spiderwebs before it shattered completely. The unleashed energy erupted outward, transforming into a devastating storm that swept through everything. Whoosh! 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 At the center of the energy storm, even the mighty Tang Hao felt the presence of death looming over him. He simply couldn't understand. How could a soul Douluo's 10,000-year soul skill be this nightmarish? There was no time to think. He detonated his 5th soul ring. Not enough. He detonated his 6th, using the energy from 2 10,000-year soul rings. He barely managed to withstand the storm's backlash, but his already crippled body had now suffered a double assault. Internally from the backlash of self-destruction and externally from the blue-silver domain suppression. As soon as Tang Hao broke free, he immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Lifting his head once more, he saw Wang Li still standing there, composed, unwavering. Step by step, Wang Li approached, his expression laced with amusement. Clear Sky Douluo truly lives up to his reputation. To survive my attack, among all titled Douluo, you're already quite impressive. Uff! Tang Hao spat out another mouthful of blood. But this time it was from sheer rage. For someone as proud as him, being praised by a mere soul Douluo was more humiliating than death itself. His eyes burned crimson with fury. Tang Hao would die eventually, but first, his value had to be completely drained. Before Qian Rinxue revealed her true identity, abandoning the mission on her own would be unwise. Having Tang Hao alive would serve a purpose, helping to keep everything logically aligned. Xue Qing's expression stiffened as he turned to the starry-eyed Duguian beside him and asked, "You don't seem surprised. Tang Hao is a titled Douluo, and he even possesses a 100,000-year spirit ring. Yet, in Wang Li's hands, he didn't have the strength to resist." Hearing this, Duguian finally shifted her gaze from Wang Li to Xue Qing, who was still in shock. A trace of pride surfaced in her heart, but she offered no lengthy explanation. She simply said, "Your Highness, not all 100,000-year spirit rings are the same." In short, Tang Hao is no match for Shaoli. Xue Qing fell into deep thought. Though Duguian hadn't elaborated much, she had still revealed something important. Wang Li's 100,000-year spirit ring was different from the rest. Glancing at Wang Li again, Xue Qing grew even more curious about the young man's experiences over the past few years. At that moment, opposite Wang Li, Tang Hao knelt on one knee, coughing up blood. His eyes were bloodshot with seething rage. Being praised after losing to a mere spirit Douluo was the greatest humiliation he could suffer. Yet, what baffled him the most was that Wang Li's blue-silver emperor martial soul was nothing more than a mutated version of the blue-silver grass. It had evolved into the blue-silver emperor after absorbing the blue-silver king soul beast. But why did it possess such power? Even Ain had never demonstrated such strength, and she was a true blue-silver emperor in human form. Ah! With a furious roar, Tang Hao detonated another of his remaining 3 spirit rings. With a deafening boom, his aura surged once more as he swung his clear sky hammer at Wang Li. Die! Wang Li watched the earth-shattering strike with a calm expression, arms crossed. He merely twitched his fingers. The surrounding blue-silver emperor vine surged forward, effortlessly blocking the attack. Not only that, but they also spread rapidly, slithering along the clear sky hammer before winding tightly around Tang Hao's right arm. A smirk appeared on Wang Li's lips as he unleashed his Force Spirit ability, simultaneously activating both his ice and fire toxins. Tang Hao's eyes widened in shock as he felt his soul power surge out of his body like a flood from a breached dam. And that wasn't all. The extreme heat and freezing cold raged through his right arm, causing excruciating pain so intense that he couldn't help but scream, "My arm! My arm!" His skin, fat, muscles, bones, and nerves, all of it, began to wither and decay in mere moments. Tang Hao could no longer feel his right arm. In other words, it was completely crippled. The ice and fire toxins continued to spread, attempting to invade the rest of his body. But Tang Hao was nothing if not decisive. With no hesitation, he detonated his 8th spirit ring. The explosive surge of soul power granted him the strength to tear free from the blue-silver emperor's grasp. But his state was beyond miserable. A titled Douluo with 9 rings now had only a single one left, a lone red 100,000-year spirit ring. The other 8 had been sacrificed. His right arm had shriveled away, the poison of extreme heat and cold raging within. Tang Hao desperately suppressed the toxins, knowing that the slightest lapse would lead to his complete downfall. Pain twisted his features. The repeated detonations of his spirit rings had left his meridians shattered, his soul power in utter chaos. His body trembled uncontrollably. "Father!" Tang San's voice was blank with shock. He simply couldn't understand his father, a mighty titled Douluo, had been reduced to such a wretched state. What should have been an easy victory had turned into this. Did he regret it? No. He clenched his teeth and glared at Wang Li with hatred. "It's all because of you. You stole my spirit ring, stole everything that should have been mine. If not for you, this power would belong to me. Wang Li, you deserve to die." Tang San's desperate cry of "father" jolted Tang Hao back to his senses. He wasn't alone. If he and his son both died here, their revenge would never come to pass. He turned to Wang Li, knowing full well the boy would never let them go. Then his gaze landed on his final spirit ring, the one Ain had given him. Tang Hao's eyes filled with sorrow. "Ain, I'm sorry, but for our son's sake." Boom! The red spirit ring shattered, unleashing a violent shockwave that destroyed countless structures. With his right arm crippled, Tang Hao swung his left, hurling the clear sky hammer at Wang Li with all his remaining strength. Wang Li waved his hand again, and the blue-silver emperor vines wove together, forming a barrier to block the clear sky hammer. However, this time, something was different. The moment the hammer was stopped, a chilling white light erupted from it. The white light engulfed Wang Li, sending an icy sensation through his limbs, a coldness that seemed to seep into his very soul. He frowned. The killing god domain. Without hesitation, he activated the blue-silver domain. A radiant blue glow spread outward, brimming with life and endless vitality, instantly dispelling the oppressive white light. Wang Li turned his gaze back to Tang Hao, but by then, the man had already fled. The moment Tang Hao launched his attack, he had swiftly turned around, grabbed Tang San, and leaped into the air. The explosive forces shattered 100,000-year spirit rings shrouded them in a blood-colored radiance, propelling them forward at an incredible speed. By the time anyone could react, only a faint afterimage remained in the sky. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Wang Li was not one to simply let things slide. Tang Hao and Tang San had openly made their move against him. He had no reason to let them escape unscathed. Tang Hao had detonated 9 of his spirit rings. If the original story was anything to go by, he would now enter a 3-day period of weakness. Only after 3 days would his spirit rings reform, and even then his strength would remain greatly diminished for the next 36 days. If he detonated another spirit ring during that time, it would be permanently destroyed and his cultivation level would never recover. Just as Wang Li prepared to give chase, Reinforcements finally arrived, Douluo and several royal consecrates. Douluo, who had already sensed what had transpired, landed beside him, his brow furrowed as he remarked, "That Tang Hao, once, he was a man of great renown. And now, resorting to bullying the younger generation, he's utterly shameless." Meanwhile, the royal consecrates gathered around Xueqinghe. After a brief exchange, Xueqinghe turned to Wang Li and solemnly declared, "Wang Li, the Heaven Do Empire will see that justice is served. Tang Hao and Tang San, whose crimes are unforgivable, will be declared wanted criminals across the entire empire. Furthermore, the Clear Sky clan will be held accountable for this and must provide an explanation." Hearing this, Wang Li's interest was piqued. Having the Clear Sky clan deal with Tang Hao and Tang San, that could be quite entertaining. He was curious to see what choice they would make. With a slight smirk, he replied, "Then I shall await good news from your highness." With that, the royal consecrates escorted Xueqinghe back toward the palace. Standing there, Douluo made a slicing motion across his neck and said coldly, "With Tang Hao's skills, the empire's wanted order will be meaningless to him. Shaoli, when cutting weeds, you must remove the roots. Let's hunt them down together and finish this once and for all." Wang Li shook his head and replied calmly, "Indeed, cutting weeds requires removing the roots. But true revenge must strike at the heart. Since Tang Hao and Tang San dare to go against me, I won't let them off easily. I want to see whether the Clear Sky clan will hunt them down or offer them protection. One way or another, this debt will be repaid in full." Douluo was taken aback before clicking his tongue in amusement. "You sly brat. You're making their own clan hunt them down? Now, that's some real psychological torment." With that, Wang Li, Douluo, and Du Guiyin departed, waiting for further news from Xueqinghe. The battlefield where Wang Li and Tang had clashed lay in ruins. Fortunately, thanks to prior evacuations, civilian casualties were minimal, but the destruction of buildings was immense. The Heaven Do military swiftly moved in, first, to enforce martial law, and second, to begin clearing the wreckage. Heaven Do Imperial Palace. Inside the Grand Hall, Emperor Shui was furious. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice thundering with rage. "Outrageous. Simply outrageous. My benefactor attacked so brazenly within the capital? Where's the dignity of the royal family? Where's the honor of the empire? Tang Hao and his son, Tang San, are criminals of the highest order. They must be apprehended at all costs. I will not rest until they are caught." As his voice echoed through the hall, Xueqinghe stepped forward and spoke solemnly. "Father, there are only two people. Finding them will be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, if we pressure the Clear Sky clan, they may be forced to reveal themselves. Furthermore, Wang Li deserves an explanation. If we cannot find Tang Hao and Tang San, then the Clear Sky clan must answer for their crimes." Shui hesitated. As Emperor of the Heaven Do Empire, his rule depended on balance. He wanted to win over Wang Li, but at the same time, he could not afford to completely alienate the Clear Sky clan. Shaking his head, he sighed and said, "Forget it. The Clear Sky clan has already withdrawn. Tang Hao and Tang San are no longer involved with them. Apart from issuing a wanted notice for Tang Hao, the Empire will provide sufficient compensation to Wang Li for the shock he suffered." Xueqinghe widened his eyes. A sole Douluo like Wang Li had defeated a titled Douluo like Tang Hao, yet Shui still couldn't make a clear decision. He wanted to please both sides, attempting to strike a balance. Inwardly, Xueqinghe couldn't help but sneer. Shui is really losing his touch. If not for Wang Li, this empire would have been mine by now, but he no longer cared to offer advice. With a sense of indifference, he returned to the Crown Prince's residence. After receiving reports from Shi Long and C.I. Shui, he spoke calmly. "Uncle Shi Long, Uncle C.I. Shui, Tang Hao has detonated 9 of his spirit rings, and his right arm is destroyed. His power is nearly gone. It's time for revenge." Shi Long and C.I. Shui had already gathered the details of the situation. At this point, Shi Long spoke up. "Master, Seeking revenge on Tang Hao is inevitable, but that Wang Li, even as a sole Douluo, managed to defeat a powerful title Douluo like Tang Hao, do you think we should? Xue Qinghe raised his hand to his forehead, speaking with a helpless tone. When dealing with Tang Hao, you need to be prepared. But when it comes to Wang Li, you should be decisive. If Wang Li could defeat Tang Hao, do you really think he won't be able to deal with you? Serpent Spear Douluo, Boar Needle Douluo, don't worry about Wang Li. Prepare to follow me to hunt down the weakened Tang Hao. If we miss this opportunity, it will be much harder next time. Upon hearing this, Shilong and C.I. Xue exchanged awkward glances, feeling a bit uncomfortable. At that moment, Xue Qinghe stretched his body, and 6 pairs of wings appeared behind him, enveloping him. As the wings spread, dazzling light surrounded him, and the figure of a stunning woman emerged. She had a perfect figure, golden hair cascading down to her hips, and her eyes glimmered with unusual brilliance. There is nothing left for me in the Heaven Do Empire. I now understand only absolute power matters. Wang Li, when he faced Tang Hao, he acted with such ease, forcing Tang Hao into a corner effortlessly. To defeat Tang Hao, we'll need several title Douluos working together. After I kill Tang Hao, I will return to the Spirit Hall and enter seclusion, leaving worldly matters behind. Whoever wants a Heaven Do Empire can take it. Shilong and C.I. Xue, seeing the true identity of Qianren Xue, shuddered and immediately replied with respect. Understood. Meanwhile, Tang Hao, exhausted from the shattered spirit rings and weakened by his injuries, fell into a mountain range. His 9 spirit rings were completely destroyed, leaving him in a state of unprecedented weakness. Every movement caused him intense pain. Tang San, in a panic, knelt beside his father, calling out, "Father, are you all right?" Tang Hao was drenched in cold sweat and gritted his teeth. "Xiao San, help me sever my right arm. I have no more soul power left. The poison in my arm is too dangerous. If you don't cut it off, the poison will consume me completely." Tang San, without hesitation, inspected Tang Hao's right arm. The poison was a deadly combination of ice and fire, beyond his ability to cure. Clenching his teeth, he drew a sharp blade and severed Tang Hao's arm at the root, quickly bandaging it afterward. Tang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Though he had lost his arm, his life was spared. He then spoke, "Xiao San, I will be extremely weak for the next 3 days. After that, I will regain some strength. For now, it's up to you. As long as we can last 3 days, I'll recover." Tang San nodded solemnly, his 8 spider spears extending from his back, their terrifying white, menacing appearance making him resemble a fearsome demon spider. Lifting Tang Hao, he used the mobility of his spider spears to move deeper into the mountain range. Though he felt lost, unsure where to go, his direction was clear: the Stardo Forest. The next day, news spread throughout Heaven Do City. Tang Hao and Tang San were wanted criminals, and the Crown Prince was missing. The Crown Prince's residence was in disarray, though no signs of struggle were evident. Xue Qinghe had clearly encountered some sort of mishap. As the second most important figure in the empire after the emperor himself, the disappearance of the Crown Prince was a crisis. This news quickly shook Heaven Do City, and martial law was declared. Soldiers patrolled the streets, and several places were sealed off. Yu Xian was locked down, and Tang Yuehua was taken for questioning. The prime suspects, of course, were Tang Hao and Tang San. Who else would have a motive to harm the Crown Prince? In addition, there were no major incidents elsewhere. However, Yu Xiaojiang from Shrek Academy boldly spoke out, declaring that Tang Hao and Tang San were innocent. They had only acted against Wang Li, and it was clear that Wang Li had been at fault. Furthermore, Tang Hao and Tang San were supported by the mighty Clear Sky clan, and should not be treated like this. In retaliation, Shrek Academy was sealed off. Its students were sent home, and teachers were arrested, as they became the scapegoats for this conflict. The Dukago family estate. Wang Li gazed out the window, lost in thought. It's highly unlikely that something has happened to Xue Qinghe. After all, she is Qianren Xue. There's a good chance she had a titled Douluo by her side. If she still managed to vanish without a trace, there's only one possibility. She wasn't taken. She left willingly. Could it be that she has abandoned the Heaven Do Empire? Leaving at this time means she's most likely hunting down Tang Hao and Tang San. She's even more proactive than I am. Since Wang Li knew Xueqing's true identity, he could easily deduce her whereabouts. But for others, it was a different story. Take Emperor Shui, for instance. He had once harbored suspicions about Xueqing. His second and third sons had mysteriously died young, despite showing exceptional talent. In the end, he was left with only Xueqing and Xuebeng. His fourth son was a good-for-nothing, while his eldest was somewhat decent. So, even with his doubts, he had still made Xueqing the crown prince. But now, Xueqing had disappeared. Could it be that the person responsible for his other son's deaths wasn't Xueqing, but Xuebeng? The thought sent a chill down Xueye's spine. He knew exactly what kind of person Xuebeng was. Nothing more than a frivolous playboy. Ning Fengji of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect shared the same turmoil. He had spent years planning, waiting for Xueqing to ascend the throne so he could become the Empire's Grand Tutor and elevate his sect to greater heights. Now, with Xueqing missing, this news was far more troubling to him than Wang Li's defeat of Tang Hao. Yet, at such a critical moment, Ning Rongrong and Oscar came to plead for his help in rescuing the teachers of Shrek Academy. Rescue them? They brought this upon themselves. Ning Fengji scoffed inwardly. At a time like this, Yu Xiaojiang still had the audacity to stir up trouble? Tang Hao and Tang San are truly a disaster. If not for their sudden emergence, the situation wouldn't have devolved like this. Regardless, the Heaven Do Empire and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect began frantically searching for Xueqing. Meanwhile, Xueqing, no, Qian Rinxue, had already shed her disguise. From this moment on, there was no more Xueqing. Only Qian Rinxue remained. Teaming up with Serpent Spear Douluo Shilong and Boar Needle Do Xiaishui, she relentlessly pursued Tang Hao's trail. 3 days later, Stardo Forest, Qian Rinxue, Shilong, and Xiaishui rendezvoused with Yu Guan and Gui Mei, forming a team of 5 titled Douluos. Yu Guan and Gui Mei looked at Qian Rinxue, who hovered in the air with 3 pairs of wings on her back, their expressions complex. 18 years ago, as the former Pope's personal guards, they had failed to protect Qian Xuanji. Tang Hao had inflicted grievous wounds on Qian Xuanji, who later succumbed to his injuries after returning to the Spirit Hall. As a result, Yu Guan and Gui Mei had been marginalized, ultimately pledging their loyalty to the new Pope. Now, facing the descendant of their former master, the two respectfully bowed. Young master, Qian Rinxue nodded slightly. Yu Guan and Gui Mei would be valuable assets to her cause. She then asked, "Are we certain that Tang Hao and Tang San have entered Stardo Forest?" Yu Guan immediately replied with a bow. "Yes, our scouts have sighted them. Tang San possesses an external spirit bone, 8 massive spider legs. Using this ability, he and Tang Hao have been moving rapidly through the forest, avoiding detection by staying off main roads and out of the air. However, this time, we have maintained a tight pursuit and forced them deeper into Stardo Forest. It's possible they plan to use the complex terrain and the abundance of spirit beasts to evade us once more." Qian Rinxue turned her gaze toward the depths of the forest, her eyes filled with killing intent. Her red lips parted as she declared coldly, "Tang Hao is gravely injured, and Tang San poses no real threat. This time, we must capture and kill them. Move out." With a single beat of her 6 wings, Qian Rinxue transformed into a streak of golden light, soaring into the forest. Beside her, Shilong, Xiaishui, Yu Guan, and Gui Mei followed closely, their forms flickering through the dense foliage. Behind them, a group of red-robed bishops moved swiftly, leaping between the trees. Following the trail left behind, they pushed deeper into the forest core, the territory of Deming, Erming, and Xiao Wu. As Qian Rinxue and the others finally caught sight of Tang Hao and Tang San, Xiao Wu also noticed them. Tang San's eyes lit up with joy upon seeing her. "Xiao Wu, save me." Xiao Wu's heart clenched as she saw Tang San being pursued. She immediately shouted, "Deming! Erming! Help them!" From within the forest, two massive figures emerged. One was the sky azure bull python, the other, the titan giant ape. They had long known that Tang Hao and Tang San were bad news. Not only had they deceived Xiao Wu's feelings, but they had also led their enemies straight here. And this time, they had brought 4 titled Douluos with them. Qian Rinxue hovered in midair, puzzled by the scene before her. A human girl, living in the depths of Stardo Forest, yet commanding 200,000-year-old spirit beasts. However, the 4 titled Douluos beside her, Shilong, Ciai Shui, Yuguan, and Gui Mei, immediately recognized Xiao Wu's true form and relayed the information to Qian Rinxue. Qian Rinxue finally understood and furrowed her brows, rebuking sharply. Tang Hao, Tang San, you are both human, descendants of the mighty Clear Sky clan, yet you collude with soul beasts? Such treachery is unforgivable. Hearing this, Yuan recalled the past and spoke in his eerie, effeminate voice. Like father, like son. Back then, Tang Hao conspired with a soul beast and even birthed a cursed offspring. It seems Tang San is a half-human, half-soul beast abomination. Ghost Douluo Gui Mei added with a sinister tone. Tang Hao was on the brink of death, yet he survived and grew even stronger thanks to the sacrifice of that 100,000-year soul beast. If not for that, things wouldn't have spiraled so drastically out of control. This matter was a lingering pain in Yuguan and Gui Mei's hearts. They had been humiliated when the newly ascended titled Doa Tang Hao defeated them. Worse yet, under their watch, Chen Xuanji had been grievously wounded by Tang Hao, a failure that led to their eventual downfall within the Spirit Hall. On the other side, Tang San was stunned. This was the first time he had learned the truth about his lineage. His mother was not human. She was a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang Hao trembled all over, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Yuguan and Gui Mei had struck his sorest wound. Despite his injuries, he felt the burning urge to lash out and kill them both on the spot. Xiao Wu, holding on to Tang San's hand, tried to console him. Brother, you never care about my identity, and I will always protect you. The Ming, Air Ming, please help me protect them. The Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape wanted nothing more than to take Xiao Wu away and leave Tang Hao and Tang San to their fate. However, they knew that doing so would only break Xiao Wu's heart. Reluctantly, they agreed. Qian Rinxue's icy expression remained unchanged as she calmly issued her orders. Elder Chrysanthemum, Elder Ghost, use your martial soul fusion technique to restrain those 200,000-year soul beast kings. Yu Guan and Gui Mei responded in unison. As you command. Qian Rinxue then turned to Shilong and Ciai Shui. Serpent Spear Douluo, Blood Thorn Douluo, join me in eliminating Tang Hao. The rest of you, capture Tang San and that transformed soul beast and bring them back to the Spirit Hall for a public execution. Shilong and Ciai Shui immediately replied, Understood. Xiao Wu was a problem. Originally, Qian Rinxue hadn't intended to waste a soul ring and soul bone on her, but since many readers had brought it up, in the end, she decided to let Tang San have this opportunity. Losing one soul ring wasn't ideal, but at least he would gain a soul bone later. Tang Hao was doomed, and by using Tang San, they could lure out the entire Clear Sky clan, eliminating them completely and erasing the seeds of vengeance once and for all. Yu Guan and Gui Mei leaped into action. As 2 ranked 95 titled Douluo, they sought out the strongest opponents in the area, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape. As they closed in, Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged a glance, moving in perfect synchrony as they unleashed their soul power. Polar Static Domain. Both were formidable titled Douluo, each possessing 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black soul rings, making a total of 18. Their soul rings shone brilliantly, illuminating the battlefield. A mysterious force enveloped the space. Even the 2 mighty beast kings, the Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape, were caught off guard and instantly immobilized within the domain. Not good. They realized the danger too late. Now trapped within the Polar Static Domain, breaking free would not be an easy task. Xiao Wu cried out in disbelief. The Ming! Air Ming! Her strongest allies had been rendered powerless in an instant, sending a wave of panic through her heart. As Qian Renshua issued another command, Si Long and Si Shui charged toward Tang Hao, Tang San, and Xiao Wu. Their martial souls flared to life, and 9 dazzling soul rings appeared around each of them. Tang Hao's face darkened. If he were still at his peak, he wouldn't even give these 2 clowns a chance. But now, he summoned his martial soul, and the clear sky hammer manifested in his only remaining left hand. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings emerged once more. However, the final red ring, his most powerful, was gone. His gaze was filled with sorrow. After 3 days of recovery, his soul rings had reappeared, but his right arm was crippled. The ancestral spirit bone he had once absorbed had been lost along with his severed limb. Spirit bones enhanced soul power, so losing one inevitably resulted in backlash. His cultivation had plummeted from titled Douluo to spirit Douluo. Though his 9th red soul ring still existed within his body, he could no longer summon it. Tang Hao looked at Si Long and Si Shui. As a mere spirit Douluo facing 2 titled Douluo, he had already made up his mind. This would be a fight to the death. He turned to Tang San and Xiao Wu and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run, as far as you can." Without another word, Tang Hao swung his clear sky hammer, releasing an overwhelming surge of white light as his killing god domain spread outward. Si Long and Si Shui, caught within the domain, felt an icy chill pierce their hearts as their strength was forcibly suppressed. In the sky above, Qian Renshua clasped her 10 fingers together over her chest, activating the innate domain of her martial soul. Angel Domain. A golden radiance spread outward. The angel domain, imbued with both divine and fire attributes, gradually eroded the white light of Tang Hao's killing god domain, allowing Si Long and Si Shui to regain their full strength. Tang Hao's expression changed drastically. Without the suppression of his domain, there was only one way he could match 2 titled Douluo: self-destruction. But if he detonated his soul rings again, he would be utterly crippled. Die, all of you! Tang Hao had no time to hesitate. With a violent surge of energy, his 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 black soul rings exploded in succession, flooding his body with a terrifying surge of power, momentarily restoring him to his peak state. Si Long and Si Shui were horrified. They immediately activated their martial soul true bodies, unleashing their full strength to counter Tang Hao's assault. However, Tang Hao was merely putting up a desperate front. His injuries had never healed, and though his aura was imposing, his body was already on the verge of collapse. A fierce battle erupted, soul power clashing in all directions. Explosions rang out continuously. Tang Hao coughed up blood as he staggered backward, accelerating his own demise. But his resistance had bought time. With tears in their eyes, Tang San and Xiao Wu had already begun their escape. Yet true freedom was still far out of reach. 20 red-clothed archbishops stood in their way, each possessing soul saint-level strength. Their coordinated teamwork had completely sealed off all possible escape routes. Tang San fought with everything he had, utilizing every technique at his disposal. Blue silver grass, 8 spider lances, hidden weapons. He used them all to fend off the encroaching enemies. Xiao Wu, watching Tang San struggle, felt a sudden hesitation deep within her heart. Right now, an overwhelming malevolent aura surrounded Tang San. He had absorbed too much life force, making him repulsive to other living beings, just like a man-faced demon spider. Xiao Wu was torn. Mentally, she loved Tang San. Physically, she feared and rejected him. She hesitated, unable to take a step closer. At this moment, Tang Hao was pushed to the brink of despair. With no hope of survival left, he detonated his remaining 4 black soul rings, channeling all the energy into himself. With a furious roar, he unleashed his ultimate technique, Great Sumeru Hammer. He intended to take down both titled Douluo in one decisive strike, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Si Long and Si Shui, overwhelmed by the aura of destruction, instinctively began retreating in panic. However, the devastating power never erupted. Sensing something amiss, Qian Renshua stepped forward personally. Her 5th soul skill, Holy Sword, ignited in her hands, forming a blazing divine blade. With a beat of her 6 golden wings, Qian Rinxue closed the distance in an instant and swung her sword. A head flew into the air. Tang Hao's headless corpse crumpled to the ground. As it turned out, Tang Hao had overestimated himself. He believed he could still execute the great Sumeru hammer, but in reality, his body was already crippled and severely wounded. Having lost a soul bone and fallen from title Douluo to spirit Douluo, he was no longer the powerhouse he once was. When he detonated 4 soul rings, the destructive energy consumed him first. Tang Hao had killed himself before he could even attack. Qian Rinxue felt an indescribable sense of euphoria. To this day, she still believed that Tang Hao was the one who had killed her father. Now that her revenge was complete, joy filled her heart. She declared loudly, "Tang Hao is dead. Take his head to honor my father's spirit, as well as the thousands of innocent soul masters slaughtered by him in the halls of Spirit Hall. Also, hang his corpse at the gates of Spirit City. Such a ruthless and brutal man should be condemned by all." A thought crossed her mind. If not for Wang Li severely injuring Tang Hao beforehand, even with my strength, I can't imagine the price I would have had to pay to truly kill him. Si Long and Si Shui, faces full of shame, had been terrified by Tang Hao's final act. Upon hearing Qian Rinxue's command, they immediately responded. Understood. They stepped forward and collected Tang Hao's severed head and corpse. Father! Watching his father die so brutally, Tang San's eyes turned bloodshot, tears of blood streaming down his face. He glared at Qian Rinxue, the golden-haired, 6-winged woman he would never forget. Spirit Hall? What a fine Spirit Hall. Before he could even finish his words, a barrage of soul skills blasted toward him. The attack sent him flying, crashing to ground, his fate unknown. His 8 spider lances, which had taken the brunt of the assault, snapped into pieces. It was only thanks to the 8 spider lances' durability that Tang Sen barely clung to life. However, none of the enemies dared to approach carelessly. His 8 spider lances were too toxic. Moments ago, a soul saved from the agility attack branch had only suffered a small cut on his arm, yet he had already retreated to the back to suppress the poison with soul power. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was captured. As a mere soul king, she could put up some resistance against the soul sage-level experts surrounding her, but ultimately, she had no chance of escaping. In the end, she had not sacrificed herself. Her emotional attachment to Tang San had not overcome her physical revulsion toward him. Thus, one was gravely injured and the other taken prisoner. Xiao Wu's capture drove the 2 great beast kings into a frenzy. The Sky Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape activated their bloodline powers and began desperately struggling. Once their bloodline power was fully activated, the Sky Azure Bull Python reached the equivalent of rank 97, while the Titan Giant Ape approached rank 96. Sky Azure Annihilation Thunder. The Sky Azure Bull Python let out a furious roar, and its massive horns crackled with lightning, the deafening booms echoing across the battlefield. Blue-green lightning surged wildly, each arc containing enough power to tear the heavens apart. Titan Earth Force. The Titan Giant Ape slammed its massive fists into the ground, shattering the terrain beneath it. Giant boulders ignored the pull of gravity, rising into the sky and condensing into a colossal sphere, radiating an aura of absolute destruction. Yu Guan and Gue Mei's expressions changed drastically. Their soul power was being rapidly consumed, yet their polar static domain was still shattered under the immense force. The impact sent them both flying backward. Yu Guan quickly called out an alarm. "Young master, retreat immediately. The 2 beast kings have gone berserk. We can't contain them anymore." Qian Rinxue analyzed the situation before issuing a decisive command. "Tang Hao is dead. There's no need to engage any further. Take the transformed soul beast with us. As for Tang San, confirm whether he's dead. If he's already dead, leave him. If he's alive, kill him." Boom! Boom! The moment the Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape heard that Qian Rinxue planned to take Xiao Wu, they instantly launched an all-out assault. Devastating lightning erupted in all directions, crackling wildly, while massive boulders, each 4 to 5 meters wide, hurtled through the air, smashing everything in their path. The sheer destructive force forced Qian Rinxue, Long, and Ci Shui to quickly retreat. Even the exhausted Yu Guan and Gue Mei had to fall back, all while shielding their Soul Sage subordinates as they withdrew. The two Beast Kings pursued relentlessly, chasing them out of the Stardo forest. However, upon reaching the forest's edge, the beasts seemed to hesitate, as if wary of something, and eventually reluctantly withdrew. Once the group regrouped, Qian Rinxue assessed their spoils of war. Tang Hao's severed head and corpse had been successfully retrieved. Xiao Wu had been captured. Only Tang San's fate remained unknown. Qian Rinxue's voice turned icy as she asked, "That Tang San, did you confirm his death?" The red-robed bishops looked at each other hesitantly before one of them finally stepped forward and reported, "Young master, the situation was urgent at the time. We didn't have the chance to check his life status. However, after enduring attacks from so many soul saints, it's impossible for him to have survived." Qian Rinxue's expression darkened. Alive means alive. Dead means dead. Guesswork like this can lead to serious miscalculations in the future. She coldly issued her next order. "From now on, we will assume he is still alive. Once we return, put out a warrant for him. No matter where Tang San appears, every member of Spirit Hall is to hunt him down and eliminate him. No mistakes allowed." The gathered warriors responded in unison. "Understood." Qian Rinxue then turned her gaze toward the unconscious Xiao Wu, her golden eyes gleaming with excitement. She had originally set out to hunt Tang Hao and Tang San, but unexpectedly, she had stumbled upon an even greater prize, 100,000-year transformed soul beast. If Wang Li, despite being only a spirit Douluo, could obtain a 100,000-year soul ring, then with her own impending breakthrough to rank 80, absorbing Xiao Wu's soul ring would allow her to close the gap with Wang Li. Her lips curled slightly as she issued her final order. "Rest here, treat the wounded, and recover your strength. Once we're ready, we return to Spirit Hall." "Understood." Stardo Forest Core Region. The Sky Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape returned in utter despair, their expressions filled with grief. However, upon reaching their core domain, they suddenly sensed that Tang San was still alive. The Titan Giant Ape immediately erupted in rage, its massive fist raising high to crush Tang San on the spot. But before it could strike, the Sky Azure Bull Python swiftly intervened, stopping it just in time. The Titan Giant Ape was filled with confusion as it asked, "Big brother, why won't you let me kill him? This man deceived Sister Xiao Wu's feelings and led the enemies right to us. If it weren't for him, how could Xiao Wu have been captured by humans?" The Sky Azure Bull Python, though equally furious, was more thoughtful. "Xiao Wu has been captured, but with our massive bodies, once we leave the forest, humans will easily spot us. We won't be able to trace where Xiao Wu has been taken. This human, however, can blend into human society. If he still has a conscience, he will help us track down where Xiao Wu is being held. Then we may still have a chance to rescue her." The Titan Giant Ape understood, but was still filled with anger. This despicable human. If it weren't for Xiao Wu, I'd want to crush him to pieces myself. The Sky Azure Bull Python remained silent, but its cold eyes clearly showed its disdain for Tang San. When Tang San regained consciousness, he was overwhelmed by pain and the horrific image of Tang Hao's decapitation. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness as he grappled with his emotions. At this moment, the Sky Azure Bull Python spoke coldly. "Human, because of the enemies you brought, Xiao Wu has been captured. Do you understand what will happen to her? She is a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast." Tang San, upon hearing those words, looked up at the two massive creatures before him, his face twisted in despair. "Xiao Wu, Xiao Wu." The Sky Azure Bull Python's patience was wearing thin. It almost swatted him with its tail, but it refrained and instead said in a calm tone, "Human, we cannot enter human society. If you truly care for Xiao Wu, return to human civilization and find out where she's being held. Once you know her location, we can try to save her. Our time is running out. If I ever find out that Xiao Wu has been turned into someone else's soul ring or soul bone, I will tear you apart with my jaws and leave nothing behind." Tang San was also a fugitive, unable to find refuge anywhere in human society. But soon, he realized that he still had a place to go. Haotian sect. The Haotian sect, the sect he and his father came from, was the #1 sect in the world. If he could leverage their power, he might be able to return to human society, confront Spirit Hall, and perhaps even find a way to rescue Xiao Wu. With clenched teeth, he said, "I understand, but I'm gravely wounded right now. Help me catch some soul beasts. I'll absorb their life energy to recover quickly and then leave the forest." The Titan giant ape's eyes widened and it growled angrily. "You despicable human. You want to absorb soul beasts? You're not worthy of that. I'll kill you now." However, the sky azure bull python stopped it, its voice cold as ice. "Ming, go catch a few soul beasts that are between 1,000 to 10,000 years old, like the man-faced demon spider, the earth-hole demon spider, the netherworld wolf spider, or the bloodthirsty crazy spider. They're all pests of the forest. Giving them to him won't hurt." The Titan giant ape snorted in dissatisfaction, but left to catch the designated beasts. Tang San, gritting his teeth, thought to himself, "Back in the Slaughter City, I've already used the life energy of soul beasts to raise my soul power to level 60. I'll choose a soul ring from these beasts for my blue silvergrass. With the strength of a soul emperor, I can then make my way to Haotian sect. But will they truly stand by me and my father's cause? Will they help me find Xiao Wu?" Spirit City. Spirit City stood at the border between the two great empires, not far from the Stardow Forest. It didn't take long for Qian Rinxue to return to Spirit City, leading Si Long, Xiai Shui, Yuguan, Gui Mei, and the others. The angel had returned. More importantly, this angel had brought back Tang Hao's severed head, a shocking event that sent ripples throughout the city. The moment she appeared, nearly half of the people Bibi Dong had spent years winning over immediately turned their allegiance to Qian Rinxue. Inside the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue stood face to face. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. Gripping her scepter tightly, Bibi Dong spoke coldly. "Qian Rinxue, have you forgotten Spirit Hall's grand ambition? Seizing the Heaven Do Empire is a crucial step in our plan. Yet you abandoned your mission before your cover was even blown. All the efforts made thus far, did you throw them away like worthless trash?" Qian Rinxue stood tall, unfazed by Bibi Dong's harsh gaze. Instead of backing down, she met her mother's words head-on. "Of course, I haven't forgotten. I simply realized that to achieve Spirit Hall's grand ambition, absolute strength is far more crucial than long-term scheming. Without power, everything is nothing but fleeting illusions. Tang Hao is a ruthless and vicious man. 18 years ago, he killed my father. Now he has slaughtered thousands of innocent soul masters from Spirit Hall. And what could you do about it? But now I have killed Tang Hao. His head will be offered as tribute to my father and the thousands of innocent souls he murdered. His corpse will be hung at the city gates for all to spit upon. His soul bones will become prized treasures in our vaults. As for the consequences of abandoning my mission, I will bear them alone. But don't worry, I have no interest in seizing your authority. I will return to the worship hall and enter seclusion, training until I attain the absolute power I seek." Bibi Dong's chest rose and fell sharply. She had failed to eliminate Tang Hao in time, and now that Qian Rinxue had done it, she found herself in a disadvantageous position. However, Bibi Dong quickly let out a cold laugh. "As far as I know, the only reason you were able to kill Tang Hao was because he had already been severely injured beforehand. The one who inflicted those wounds was Wang Li. Despite his young age, he has already reached the rank of an 8-ring soul Douluo, breaking the record for the youngest soul Douluo in history. Moreover, it was also Wang Li who cured Shui Yi of his poisoning and ruined our grand plan. Humph! If I had known, I would have eliminated him earlier. If he hadn't been carrying your token, how could this tiger have grown strong enough to become a threat? Next, I will find a way to remove him." Qian Rinxue's expression shifted slightly, but quickly returned to normal. She did not address Bibi Dong as mother, but instead used her official title. "Your Holiness, you are free to try. But Wang Li is someone I have chosen, and the only one who will defeat him will be me." With that, Qian Renshua turned and left without the slightest hesitation, showing no lingering attachment to this place. Bibi Dong watched her retreating figure, her expression complex. There was anger, resentment, but it quickly faded. Letting out a cold snort, she murmured, "Useless girl. In the end, I'll have to handle things myself." "Very well. The time for the soul-hunting operation has come. We'll eliminate the obstacles in the Soul Master world, and then swallow both empires in one fell swoop." As Qian Renshua stepped out of the Pope's Hall, she looked at every tree, every stone in Spirit Hall. Everything felt both familiar and foreign. From the age of 9, she had lived in Heaven Do City, navigating deception and intrigue. Now that she had returned to the place where she had once lived, a faint trace of wistfulness flickered across her breathtakingly beautiful face. Before she knew it, she had arrived at the worship hall. The night guards flanking the entrance became visibly excited upon seeing her, immediately bowing in respect. "Young mistress." Qian Renshua smiled faintly and gave a slight nod in acknowledgement before walking into the depths of the worship hall. Underneath a towering angel statue, she finally found the person she had been looking for. "Grandfather, I'm back." Qian Daoliu's return. Qian Daolu turned around, his long white robe flowing gracefully. His golden hair cascaded past his shoulders, and despite appearing only in his 30s or 40s, his striking handsomeness was accompanied by a serene aura, an aura that made others instinctively feel the urge to bow in reverence. However, the moment he saw Qian Renshua, that distant composure disappeared, replaced by the warmth and excitement of a grandfather reuniting with his beloved granddaughter. "Xiao Xue, you're back. That's all that matters." His voice carried both relief and pride. "I already know everything you've done. You handled it well. Tang Hao dying at your hands. Consider it retribution repaid in full." Hearing this, Qian Renshua nodded. With her greatest enemy now dead, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Now, only one thought remained in her heart: to grow stronger and obtain absolute power. Standing before her grandfather, she made her intentions clear. "Grandfather, I want to become stronger. Please help me. I've already wasted too much time in the past 18 years. Even with my unparalleled talent, it feels as if I've let it go to waste. This time, when I killed Tang Hao, I gained an unexpected prize. I captured a 100,000-year-old transformed soul beast. She is still only at the Soul King level, and her true form is a soft-boned rabbit. I want to use her as my 8th spirit ring. But right now, I am only at rank 72, still far from the threshold of rank 80. Qian Daolu had already heard the details. He nodded approvingly, a rare smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. "This is excellent. Your talent surpasses not only your father's, but even mine. If you hadn't been so stubborn about carrying out that undercover mission back then, I would have poured all my efforts into training you. But it's not too late. And now, with such an opportunity, capturing a 100,000-year-old soul beast in advance, it will more than make up for any lost time." Qian Daolu's sharp eyes gleamed with certainty. His granddaughter would undoubtedly surpass him, not just as the angel god's representative in the mortal world, but as a true angel god herself. From that day onward, Qian Renshua officially returned to Spirit Hall, and with her return, she brought back Tang Hao's severed head. Within Spirit Hall, this single act solidified her authority, establishing an overwhelming reputation. From top to bottom, she regained the loyalty of half the faction's members, bringing them back under her command. Meanwhile, Tang Sen had already left the Stardoe Forest and was rushing toward a location his father had once mentioned, the hidden base of the Clear Sky sect, draped in a black cloak. He traveled by night and remained in hiding during the day, avoiding detection at all costs. Warrant notices for his capture were plastered everywhere, making it impossible for him to move openly. Hatred burned in his heart. That wretched Wang Li. He had stolen his spirit ring and injured his father. That damned Spirit Hall. They had destroyed his mother and now his father as well. If he did not avenge these wrongs, he would never be able to call himself a man. With this vow in mind, Tang Sen finally arrived at his destination, a small village located over 300 miles east of Heaven Do City. On the surface, The village appeared ordinary, with no distinguishing features. However, this was merely a front. It served as an outpost of the Clear Sky sect. The true Clear Sky sect lay beyond the village, hidden atop the towering mountain at its rear. The mountain sheer cliffs reached into the clouds, nearly impossible to scale, with only a few iron chains connecting the peaks. Yet, this very isolation was also the sect's greatest weakness. The Clear Sky sect had become impoverished, relying almost entirely on Tang Yuehua's efforts to procure supplies from the outside world. If not for her, the sect's proud warriors would have been reduced to a primitive existence, surviving on whatever they could hunt and gather. And now, at this critical moment, Tang Sen had arrived. With the Clear Sky sect officially entering the fray, the protagonist would soon be free to detach himself from the affairs of the Heaven Do Empire. Xue Xing had saved Du Gabo, and the protagonist had saved Xue Yi. Most debts had already been repaid. Moreover, the protagonist's goal was not simply to dominate the continent by ruling over it. He sought to reshape its structure, to push its development forward. But he had no interest in laying down a millennia-long grand strategy. The village at the foot of Clear Sky Sect's mountain. Tang Sen arrived at his destination, but as he stood before it, confusion flickered across his face. Was this tiny village, the size of his own birthplace, Holy Spirit Village, truly the #1 sect under the heavens, as his father had claimed? With doubt in his heart, he stepped forward, entering the village. Almost immediately, several robust young men blocked his path. At first glance, they appeared to be ordinary villagers, dressed in patched-up coarse linen clothing. However, their physiques told a different story. Each of them stood over 1.8 meters tall, broad-shouldered, and thickly muscled. No ordinary village could produce men like these. Their eyes locked onto Tang San with obvious wariness. One of them spoke in a deep, gruff voice. "Who are you? What business do you have here?" In response, Tang San raised his left hand, summoning the Clear Sky Hammer and displaying it openly. "I am Tang San, son of Tang Hao. I have come to reclaim my heritage and seek justice from the sect." As soon as the words left his mouth, the young men's expressions darkened with fury. One after another, they lashed out in anger. "So you're Tang San? How dare you show your face here after the trouble you brought to the sect? Get lost! You're not welcome here." The scolding wasn't enough for them. They clenched their fists, looking ready to beat him on the spot. But at least Tang San had confirmed one thing. This was indeed the Clear Sky sect. Even if these people didn't welcome him, his connection to the sect ran deep. There was no way he would leave so easily. Bowing deeply, he said solemnly, "I will not leave unless I am granted entry into the sect. At the very least, allow me to meet with my uncle. If he orders me to go, then I will never return." The young men exchanged glances, murmuring amongst themselves. Finally, one of them sneered and said coldly, "Fine, we'll let you give up on your own. Wait here, I'll report to the sect master." With that, he turned and made his way toward the true sect. The process of delivering the message and receiving a response took the better part of a day. During this time, Tang Sen remained outside the village, guarded closely by the Clear Sky sect disciples. Watched like a prisoner, Tang Sen lowered his head, his mind consumed by rage. Thoughts of his father's execution and Xiao Wu's capture sent waves of killing intent surging through him. He wished for nothing more than to march into Spirit Hall and tear it apart with his own hands. Finally, the young man returned, his expression smug with schadenfreude. "Come on. The sect master took pity on you and is willing to meet with you." Tang San's heart leaped with joy. As long as he could enter the sect, he would have a chance to leverage its strength. Following the Clear Sky sect disciples, Tang Sen passed through the village and ascended the mountain behind it. Eventually, they arrived at a sheer cliffside. Beyond the abyss, an even more perilous snow-covered peak loomed in the distance. This was the true location of Clear Sky sect. Between the two mountains, there was no bridge, only a set of iron chains stretching across the vast chasm. Below the chains was an unfathomable void, shrouded in darkness. The Clear Sky sect disciples confidently stepped onto the chains, walking across as if it were solid ground. These were elite disciples, Only those strong enough to traverse the chains could serve as sentries at the sect's outpost. Observing this, Tang Sen understood. Clear Sky's sect's true base was across the precipice. Activating his ghost shadow perplexing track, he stepped onto the chains. With over a decade of rigorous training behind him, this iron chain was far from an obstacle. The Clear Sky sect disciples, expecting to falter, were instead taken aback. They had anticipated his humiliation, but Tang San's skill was undeniable. Before long, he successfully crossed the chasm, arriving at the sect's entrance. Carved into a massive stone at the gate were 3 powerful characters. Clear Sky Sect. Waiting for Tang Sen inside was not only the sect master, Tang Xiao, but also the 5 remaining elders of the Clear Sky Sect, each with a unique and highly respected status within the clan. However, their expressions were grim. Even Tang Xiao's face was dark with displeasure. Moon Pavilion had been sealed off. Tang Yuehua had been arrested, and with her capture, Clear Sky Sect had lost its only external supply chain. That's right, the entire Clear Sky Sect had been sustained by Tang Yuehua. Her efforts had allowed the men of the sect to focus solely on their cultivation. But now, with their resources cut off, they were facing an enormous crisis. And at the center of this catastrophe, the very person who had just walked through their doors. Of course, they had to see him. The moment Tang Sen stepped into the hall, he didn't wait for anyone to speak. Instead, he immediately fell to his knees with a loud thud, bowing deeply. Tang San, son of Tang Hao, has come to reclaim his heritage. I implore the sect to seek justice. His words, however, had the opposite effect of what he had hoped. The 7th elder, Lai Yang, shot to his feet in fury. Never mention that name again, he roared. Both father and son are disgraces. Decades ago, instead of marrying a human, he chose to wed a spirit beast, bringing disaster upon the sect. His foolishness made the old sect master cough up blood and die in rage. He offended Spirit Hall, forcing the Clear Sky sect into hiding. And now you dare to crawl back here, asking for justice? The elder's voice carried heavy discontent as he continued his reprimand. Even after decades, this trouble still hasn't ended. Offending the wrong people, dragging the sect into disaster. Now even that girl, Yuehua, has been captured. The sect is on the verge of collapse. Are you telling me that, from now on, our disciples should abandon cultivation and turn to farming and hunting just to survive? Another elder, his voice laced with fury, stood up and spat his condemnation. Disgrace, disgrace, disgrace. He couldn't even defeat a single soul Douluo. The title of Clear Sky, our sect's highest honor, was truly wasted on him. And now, you expect us to seek justice for him? Wishful thinking. Absolutely impossible. Under this barrage of insults, Tang Sen did not dare to argue. He understood his current strength was lacking. If he wanted to retaliate, he needed power. Until then, he could only endure. With his head pressed against the cold stone floor, he knelt and gave a forceful bow, the impact echoing through the hall. Gritting his teeth, he spoke with a mixture of anger and grief. My father is already dead. The hall fell into dead silence. Tang Xiao shot up from his seat, eyes wide with disbelief. His voice thundered across the chamber. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. My brother's strength was unparalleled. Even if he couldn't win, he could have escaped. Who could possibly take his life? Tang San's body trembled with barely contained rage as he gritted out. It was Spirit Hall. They deployed for title Douluo, along with a golden-haired woman who had 6 spirit rings and an angelic martial soul. Even the title Douluo followed her commands. He then proceeded to recount the entire battle, embellishing the details as he spoke. He made sure not to omit Wang Li, emphasizing how that man had grievously injured Tang Hao, leaving him incapable of escape. It was only after this that the golden-haired woman struck the fatal blow, beheading him. Once he finished speaking, Tang San reached for his sole tool, pulling out his father's only remaining relic, his right arm, which had been ravaged by the opposing forces of ice and fire. The limb was barely recognizable, charred black like burnt wood, yet encased in crystalline ice, a strange and eerie sight. Tang Sen solemnly continued, Spirit Hall took my father's body. This arm is all that remains. It is still laced with an incredibly potent ice fire poison. Tang Xiao approached slowly, his expression dark and unreadable. He extended his palm and released a surge of soul power. With a single strike, the arm shattered, leaving behind only one thing, a spirit bone, a treasured relic of Clear Sky Sect. Tang Xiao picked up the spirit bone, gripping it tightly as his sorrow erupted into fury. The Qian clan's six-winged angel. I will make you pay in blood. Boom! Even though Tang Xiao had yet to reach his future peak of rank 97, his rank 96 soul power was already fearsome. The entire hall trembled under the force of his rage. The 5 elders remained silent. Despite their resentment toward Tang Hao's reckless past, he had still been their sect's most brilliant talent, someone they had watched grow up, and now, to learn he had died such a tragic death, an overwhelming sense of grief and helplessness settled over them. Tang San's heart surged with joy. Seeing that the sect was stirred, he slammed his forehead against the ground once more and pleaded, I beg the sect to seek justice. Tang Xiao was on the verge of giving his answer. His voice was filled with resolve. Elders, it is time for the Clear Sky sect to rise once more. However, before he could finish, the second elder, the oldest among them, interjected with a grave tone. Sect Master, I understand your pain. That boy, Tang Hao, though he was reckless, was still one of our own. His death pains us all. But the survival of the Clear Sky sect must come first. As long as I still breathe, I will not allow you to act recklessly over a momentary impulse. Only by staying alive can we even begin to talk about the future. Tang Zhao's brows furrowed deeply. He understood the logic, but it felt like a heavy weight pressing on his chest. He clenched his fists, his voice strained as he put forth a compromise. Second Elder, the sect's survival is already at stake. With Yuehua captured, our supply lines are completely severed. If this continues, we won't even be able to remain in seclusion. Yuehua must be rescued. Someone from the sect must go to the palace and explain the situation, plead with His Majesty to show mercy. If all else fails, then we must send one of our strongest to serve as a guest elder for the Heaven Do imperial family. We'll step out of seclusion, but not entirely. We'll ally with the Heaven Do imperial family. First, to secure our supply lines. Second, with this ally, we'll be better prepared when the time comes to confront Spirit Hall. As for actively taking on Spirit Hall, we can wait until we have a true peerless powerhouse. As for this Tang San, let him remain here. He is the son of Tang Hao. His talent cannot be too far behind. Once his soul power increases, he might even become a titled Douluo. The 5 elders exchanged looks and briefly discussed the matter before agreeing to this plan. Finally, the second elder sighed deeply and spoke with a resolute tone. Then I'll go personally. After all, Tang Hao is dead, and no matter how much dissatisfaction we have, we cannot vent it on a dead man. I'll go to the Emperor and explain the situation. If he's willing to show mercy, the Clear Sky sect will offer 1 or 2 titled Douluo and several soul Douluos and soul saints to serve as guest elders for the royal family. The Clear Sky sect, once so glorious, now reduce this, relying on becoming royal lapdogs just to secure supplies. However, the second elder's eyes hardened. This wild brat, we absolutely cannot recognize him. Sect Master, you may train him, but we will never allow him to claim the Clear Sky sect as his ancestral home unless he proves he can become the pillar of this sect, a true titled Douluo powerhouse. Tang San's face went pale. He had hoped to use the sect's power to take revenge on Spirit Hall and search for Xiao Wu, but things were not unfolding as he had expected. The sect didn't want him, nor would they help him. What was he to do now? He needed power, strength. Tang Xiao glanced at Tang San, his expression unreadable. He gave a small nod and spoke with a tone that showed some reluctance. Second Elder, I'll leave everything to you. Depart as soon as possible. Who knows how much more Yuehua will suffer if we wait. The second Elder gave a nod of agreement. I understand. That same day, the second elder left Clear Sky sect, accompanied by a small group of followers, heading for Heaven Do City. Back at Tang Zhao's residence, He gazed at Tang San with a furrowed brow. He saw no trace of Tang Hao's strength or a yin's gentle grace in Tang San. The boy seemed completely unremarkable, almost like a stranger. He bore no resemblance to his legendary parents. Tang Xiao sighed before speaking. Tang San, your return has upset the elders and disciples of the sect. There is nothing I can do to change that. You'll have to rely on yourself from here on out. After all, you're the son of Tang Hao and Ayin. If you need help as your uncle, I'll do what I can. Tang San's face lit up with joy at this unexpected offer. Uncle, please help me hunt a soul beast. I need to add a soul ring to the clear sky hammer. Right now, all I need is strength. My blue silver grass is already at the level of a soul emperor, but its power is limited. I believe with the clear sky hammer strength, I can rapidly increase my power. Tang Zhao's mind raced as he thought about a yin's blue-silver emperor. In Tang San, it seemed only the power of blue-silver grass could manifest. Thankfully, he had the clear sky hammer. Without it, Tang San would have been entirely useless. That's a good idea. At your age, reaching Soul Emperor is impressive. Your clear sky hammer will be able to add a 10,000-year soul ring as its first. This could be your chance to prove yourself worthy of our recognition. Tomorrow, we'll go out and hunt for your soul rings. Tang San eagerly responded, Thank you, uncle. The next day, Tang Xiao took Tang San out to hunt soul beasts. After a great deal of effort, they succeeded in adding the first 3 soul rings to the clear sky hammer. These soul rings range from 10,000 to 30,000 years in age, all drawn from powerful soul beasts. As a result, Tang San's soul power reached level 69. However, this also came with drawbacks. He could feel a conflict within his soul power. His internal energy was difficult to control. The clashing energies caused frequent pain in his body, especially in several key pressure points. Tang San knew that this was the limit of the soul rings he could absorb for now. If he pushed further, he might risk exploding from the overload of energy. He thought back to the plans his father had for him, using the clear sky hammer to rapidly increase his power before entering the Slaughter City to seek the favor of the gods. But now, without Tang Hao's protection, he knew he was no match for the Slaughter King. If he returned to the Slaughter City, he would have to proceed in secret, seeking the gods' favor in stealth. Before that, he needed to reach level 70 and add the 7th soul ring to his blue silver grass, becoming a soul saint. This would give him more power and self-preservation abilities. But all of that was still far off. Meanwhile, in Heaven-Do City, the second elder arrived at the emperor's palace. Upon meeting Emperor Shui, he lowered his stance and explained the situation. He emphasized that Tang Hao and Tang San had long been expelled from Clear Sky Sect and were no longer disciples of the sect. As for their actions, whether against Wang Li or the disappearance of Xue Qinghe, Clear Sky Sect had no involvement. To make amends, Clear Sky Sect was willing to offer 1 title Douluo, 2 soul Douluos, and 4 soul saints to serve as guest elders to the royal family, helping protect the Heaven-Do Empire. With this offer, the second elder successfully convinced Emperor Shui, who, as an emperor, was eager to strengthen the Heaven-Do Empire. He readily accepted, promising not to make things difficult for Clear Sky Sect, and even offering to mediate their issues with Wang Li. Inside the imperial palace, within the royal garden, Wang Li and De Gabo arrived after being invited. As soon as they appeared, Emperor Shui warmly welcomed them. Wang Li, Your Excellency the Jade Foster Douluo, you've arrived. Come, take a seat. Today's gathering is a private one. There's no need for formalities or restraint. Upon entering, Wang Li and De Gabo immediately noticed the second elder of the Clear Sky Sect, an elderly man with long eyebrows, exuding an air of formidable strength. Seeing this, Emperor Shui smiled and introduced him. This is the second elder of the Clear Sky Sect. He is here to clarify matters regarding Tang Hao and Tang San. Both Tang Hao and Tang San were expelled from the Clear Sky Sect long ago. They are no longer disciples of the sect. The actions of Tang Hao and Tang San have nothing to do with the Clear Sky Sect, and the sect cannot be held responsible for their deeds. However, despite this, the Clear Sky Sect is still willing to offer compensation. Furthermore, according to intelligence from the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao has already been eliminated by their pursuit squads. As such, I had decided not to pursue the matter further with the Clear Sky sect. Moreover, Wang Li, while you are undoubtedly a rare genius on this continent, the Clear Sky sect remains the #1 sect under the heavens, producing countless powerful individuals generation after generation. Therefore, I have decided to help you and the sect resolve your grievances and turn hostility into harmony. This benefits both sides. Emperor Shui was no fool. He had simply sat on the throne for so long that he had grown accustomed to ruling with the mindset of an emperor. Wang Li and Douluo both had once saved his life, and he valued them greatly. However, as an emperor, he could not afford to rely solely on them. That was impossible. The Clear Sky sect had shown great sincerity. A titled Douluo, 2 spirit Douluos, and 4 soul saint, all powerful cultivators, hailed from their ranks. Such a force was incredibly formidable. If necessary, he could even gain the sect's full support, a resource of immeasurable value. He was very tempted. Though Wang Li and Douluo both had grievances against Tang Hao and Tang San, they had no direct conflict with the Clear Sky sect itself. If he could mediate successfully and gain the support of both parties, his Heaven Do Empire could secure at least a century of peace. Wang Li could already see through Emperor Shui's intentions. However, in his mind, he thought, this old man really thinks too highly of himself. If not for Douluo, Wang Li wouldn't have even had a reason to save Shui in the first place. And now, Shui was pushing his luck. As for the Clear Sky sect, it could be destroyed with a single hand. Why go through all this trouble? Still, he was curious about what exactly the Clear Sky sect had offered to make Shui so eager to accept them. Your Majesty, Wang Li spoke, Tang San originally took refuge in Yuexian. After I drove Tang Hao away, the Crown Prince mysteriously disappeared. Are you certain there was no connection between these events? What exactly made you decide not to pursue the matter? Hearing this, Shui explained, there must be some misunderstanding. Tang San is Tang Yuehua's nephew. It's only natural for him to stay at Yuexian. At the time, Tang Hao was already gravely injured by you. As for Qinghe's disappearance, it pains me deeply, but it is unlikely to be related to Tang Hao or the Clear Sky sect. From now on, the Clear Sky sect will station a titled Douluo, 2 spirit Douluos, and 4 soul saint at the Heaven Do Palace as guest elders of the royal family. I expect everyone to maintain friendly relations. Furthermore, the Clear Sky sect still has at least 5 other titled Douluo. Wang Li, Your Excellency the Jade Foster Douluo, maintaining harmony is the best outcome for all. By the end of his speech, Shui couldn't help but sigh. He had truly gone to great lengths for Wang Li and Douluo. 5 titled Douluo, what kind of force was that? It was a testament to the Clear Sky sect status as the undisputed leader of the 7 great sects and the foremost among the upper 3 sects, rivaling even the Spirit Hall. Wang Li chuckled and shook his head. The Heaven Do Empire was becoming more and more uninteresting. With the upcoming turmoil across the continent, it wasn't as if he was bound to protect Heaven Do at all costs. He glanced at the white-browed elder, who was also watching with an air of superiority. Coming from the strongest sect in the world, the elder naturally carried an air of arrogance. He harbored resentment toward Wang Li for heavily injuring Tang Hao. Even though Tang Hao had long been expelled from the sect, as long as he still bore the name Clear Sky, he remained connected to it. Wang Li smirked slightly before calmly stating, Your Majesty, whether or not my grievances with Tang Hao, Tang San, and the Clear Sky sect are resolved is of little consequence to me. Besides, the Crown Prince and I share an unbreakable bond. So with that said, this is where we part ways. With that, Wang Li turned and left. This time, he left for good. Douluo remained expressionless. Years ago, Shui Xing had saved his life, and in return, he had served as a guest elder for the Heaven Do imperial family. Now, his grandson had saved Shui's life as well, yet he could not stand idly by while his grandson was humiliated. The Heaven Do Empire, there was no need to stay any longer. Without hesitation, Douluo spoke bluntly. Your Majesty, There's no need to prepare my stipend as a guest elder anymore. Farewell." With that, he turned and left without the slightest reluctance. Shui immediately stood up, his breathing quickened. He watched Wang Li and Douluo Bo's departing figures, his brows furrowed, his expression dark. Why can't you understand my painstaking efforts? Resolving this enmity benefits both sides. If you don't appreciate it, fine, but to speak to me in such a manner, truly, how foolish. At that moment, the second elder of the Clear Sky sect spoke with pride. "Your Majesty, those two hold a grudge against our Clear Sky sect over Tang Hao and Tang San, who were long expelled from our ranks. It only proves their arrogance. But it doesn't matter. Our Clear Sky sect pays them no mind. I came here primarily to clear up any misunderstandings with the Empire. As long as your Majesty trusts us, we are more than willing to support you." Shui's expression softened slightly. He hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Wang Li and Douluo Bo. Though it was a pity, with the Clear Sky sect's backing, he hadn't truly suffered a loss. Still, it stung to feel as though he had failed to control the situation. Forcing a smile, he responded, "With your assurance, I am at ease." Meanwhile, back home, Wang Li and Douluo Bo had just arrived when Douluo curiously approached them. Upon hearing Wang Li recount the events, her expression turned furious. "That emperor, after you save his life, he doesn't even care about your feelings? How ridiculous! He's nothing but an ungrateful fool." Now that Douluo Bo had cut ties with Heaven Do, he didn't bother reprimanding Douluo for her disrespectful words. Instead, he calmly asked, "Shaoli, what do you plan to do next? I heard Tang Hao has already been killed by the Spirit Hall's people. Lucky for him. Otherwise, I would have made him wish he were dead." Wang Li pondered for a moment. The Spirit Hall's soul hunt operation was likely about to begin, and soon the entire continent would descend into chaos. Then he chuckled lightly and said, "I'll train for a while. Since returning from the extreme north, I've taken a break. It's time to resume my cultivation." He planned to return to the ice and fire Yin Yang well, nurture the Blue-Silver Emperor, and rapidly increase his soul power, preparing to truly step into the realm of tidal Douluo. Douluo had no objections. She was determined to push forward as well, striving to break through to rank 80. Douluo Bo also had no complaints. He would continue working hard to reach rank 97 as soon as possible. Sunset Forest, ice and fire Yin Yang well. After returning, Wang Li personally checked on the state of the Blue-Silver Emperor. It had grown well, and he thought to himself, "The loss of its essence has left the Blue-Silver Emperor devoid of memories and emotions, like a newborn child. But that's fine. Once I fully restore its essence and raise its cultivation to 100,000 years, everything will fall into place." Although it can only reach the level of a Blue-Silver King, as a former Blue-Silver Emperor, it is still highly compatible with me. Using it as my 9th spirit ring wouldn't be a bad choice. 100,000-year-old plant-type spirit beast is incredibly rare. The 10 great beasts beneath the Lake of Life are not to be trifled with. There's also the Silver Dragon King, who, despite being gravely injured, remains an enigma. Aside from them, I have no idea where else to find one. Having already absorbed 8 plant-based spirit rings, Wang Li had no desire to switch to an animal-type spirit ring for his 9th, even if it were a 100,000-year-old one. After confirming the condition of the Blue-Silver Emperor, Wang Li resumed his training. Once he became a tidal Douluo, he could attempt to condense a 2nd spirit core. His first spirit core was the Blue-Silver Spirit Core. After breaking through the Soul Saint, he had refined and compressed his spirit power through his martial soul, transforming it into Blue-Silver Spirit Power, which then condensed into his Blue-Silver Spirit Core. To form a 2nd Spirit Core, he would need a new attribute as his foundation. However, his Blue-Silver Emperor path solely followed the life attribute. Moreover, he only had 1 martial soul. He wasn't a twin martial soul wielder. According to later theories, it seemed that only a million-year spirit beast sacrifice could artificially create a new martial soul. In this era, aside from the Silver Dragon King beneath the Lake of Life, only the deep-sea demonic whale king of the Demon Whale so he could barely be considered a million-year spirit beast. Even the Sky Dream Iceworm, which was said to be under control of the 10 great beasts, might not have truly reached a million years in cultivation. Since he lacked a second martial soul, he would have to forge a different path. He had already condensed a life spirit power core, so in the future, he could also form a life vital energy core and a life spiritual core. If he was determined to achieve immortality, then he would commit to the path completely. Someday, whether it be the Douluo Continent, the God Realm, the Abyssal Plane, or the vast universe, he refused to believe that anyone could erase his existence. His spirit vital energy and spirit power would merge into an eternal trinity, making him truly indestructible. With this idea in mind, Wang Li set out to put into practice. Using the blue-silver spirit power from his blue-silver core, he stimulated his body to generate more vital energy, and his soul to enhance his spiritual power, searching for the opportunity to compress and condense them into new cores. Meanwhile, Wang Li, Duguyen, and Dugabo had returned to the ice and fire Yin-Yang Well, resuming their peaceful seclusion. However, on the other side of the continent, the re-emergence of the Clear Sky sect was causing an uproar. Though they had not fully come out of seclusion, the world's #1 sect, silent for decades, had resurfaced and even forged an alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family. This alone was explosive news. Many of the older generation recalled the unparalleled strength of the Clear Sky sect before they were forced into seclusion by the Spirit Hall. And the root of it all was Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo, who had slain the previous pope of the Spirit Hall, Qian Xuanji. But now, Tang Hao had been killed by the Spirit Hall. Was this the reason behind the Clear Sky sect's reappearance? Would this spark another battle between the Clear Sky sect and the Spirit Hall, the two most powerful forces on the continent? This topic stirred widespread discussion, sending chills down many people's spines. It seemed as though the continent was on the brink of chaos once again. 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Within the tallest building of the sect, Ning Fengji stood by the window, gazing down at the entire sect below. In the past, his face always carried a gentle, refined smile. But now, exhaustion and frustration clouded his expression. The recent series of events had completely disrupted his plans. Tang Hao and Tang San's attack on Wang Li driving Tang Hao and Tang San away, Xue Qinghe's mysterious disappearance, the Clear Sky sect stepping out of seclusion. He was at his wit's end. Decades of careful planning had been shattered in an instant. With Xue Qinghe gone, years of investment had gone to waste. His ties to the imperial family hadn't been completely severed, but they would never be as strong as before. At this moment, behind Ning Fengji stood only Sword Douluo, Chen Xin. Suddenly, the space behind them rippled, and Bone Douluo, Gu Rong, emerged from the distortion. Upon his arrival, Gu Rong reported to Ning Fengji. It's confirmed, Wang Li has left. Dugabo and Duguyen have also disappeared without a trace. Emperor Xue, you should have realized by now that someone is proud, as Wang Li would never tolerate such humiliation. Hearing this, Chen Xin responded calmly. Mortal emperors believe their power grants them control over everything. But true geniuses and strong cultivators have their own pride. Not everyone bends for wealth, fame, or beauty. Ning Fengji turned around and gave a bitter smile to the two men beside him. I understand Emperor Xue. After all, securing the support of the world's #1 sect is an opportunity he couldn't ignore. And I understand Wang Li as well. He has no burdens tying him down. If he doesn't like what he sees, he simply walks away. He is a lone wolf, free to come and go as he pleases, without a care in the world. But our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect, we thrive because of our vast influence, yet that same influence binds us. We can never act as freely as he does. A deep sense of frustration weighed on Ning Fengji's heart. During the years that the Clear Sky sect had remained hidden, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect had risen to prominence, widely acknowledged as the second strongest sect, with an unspoken reputation that even rivaled the first. But now that the Clear Sky sect had returned, reality came crashing down. Second place was second place. To claim the top position was nothing more than wishful thinking. Finally, Ning Fengji forced a smile, turned back toward the window, and sighed helplessly. The Spirit Hall's power is growing unchecked. If the upper three sects wish to resist their relentless expansion, we must stand together. Send someone to deliver a formal greeting to the Clear Sky Sect's second elder. Moving forward, we should maintain closer ties. This was Ning Fengji's nature, a master strategist, adept at building relationships on all sides. Perhaps it was because his martial soul lacked formidable combat strength that he had always sought to ally himself with the truly strong. Spirit Hall. As the most powerful soul master force on the continent, the Spirit Hall obtained all information with ease. The Clear Sky Sects returned their alliance with the Heaven Do imperial family, and even Wang Li's departure. All these reports had already landed on Bibi Dong's desk. Inside the study behind the Papal Hall, Bibi Dong carefully read through the intelligence reports. Her expression remained calm, neither delighted by the Clear Sky Sect's reappearance nor enraged by it. She knew all too well how Qian Xuanji had truly died. Tang Hao had only gravely wounded him. It was she who had delivered the final blow. Even so, as Qian Xuanji's disciple and the current supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall, she had long since declared both Tang Hao and the Clear Sky Sect as mortal enemies. Their downfall was essential to solidifying her reign. At that moment, Bibi Dong's lips curved into an elegant yet chilling smile. Her voice turned icy as she spoke. The Clear Sky Sect returned. What a perfect opportunity. My soul hunt plan has faced resistance from those unwilling to disrupt the status quo. But with the Clear Sky Sect as an excuse, anyone who opposes me will give me a reason to eliminate them. Once the soul hunt plan begins, there will be no turning back. I will tie the vast majority of the Spirit Hall's power entirely to me. Even Qian Daolu will be forced to remain within the Supreme Pontiff's Hall, unable to strip me of my authority. Her smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with cruel amusement. The Clear Sky Sect. Back then, Tang Hao's actions gave me the opportunity to devour Qian Xuanji's body and soul. Now, the Clear Sky Sect has given me the perfect excuse to launch my soul hunt plan. I'll start with the 7-treasure Glazed Tile Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Then, I'll annihilate the Clear Sky Sect along with the Heaven Do imperial family. That incompetent fool couldn't finish the job, so I'll do it myself. In the dimly lit study, Bibi Dong's triumphant, maniacal laughter echoed. 3 months later, Heaven Do City. That day, a peculiar figure arrived in Heaven Do City. Shrouded completely in a black robe, his presence sent an inexplicable chill down the spines of passers-by. Anyone who glanced at him instinctively turned away and hurried on, avoiding a second look. The streets bustled as usual. Yet wherever he walked, a subtle sense of unease followed. The eerie aura surrounding this man was suffocatingly sinister. Just a single glance at him was enough to send shivers down one's spine. This mysterious figure was none other than Tang San. With Tang Zhao's assistance, he had hunted down 3 10,000-year-old power-type soul beasts. Using his 8 spider lances, he devoured their life energy and absorbed their spirit rings, pushing his soul power to level 69. However, despite his rapid growth, the clashing soul power within him made control incredibly difficult. Even worse, searing pain frequently radiated from several of his critical acupoints. Now fatherless, he had no one to rely on. With no other options, he turned to Yu Xiaojiang for guidance, making his way to Shrek Academy. Yet, the sight before him left him utterly stunned. Once thriving, the academy now lay in a state of ruin. Even the Shrek Academy plaque had been ripped down and discarded to the side. Tang San's expression twisted in fury, his killing intent surging. How is this possible? Who destroyed my academy? Just then, a chubby, shameless-looking man strolled back toward the academy, rubbing his round belly in satisfaction. It was Ma Hongjun. A few days earlier, he had helped a level 30 spirit elder hunt a 1,000-year-old soul beast, earning a decent sum of money. With that cash, he had indulged himself in a night of pleasure at a brothel and was now returning, completely content. As he reached the academy's entrance, he noticed the black-robed figure standing there. He squinted for a moment before his eyes widened in shock. Tang San Sengu? Tang San turned, staring at the round-bodied Ma Hongjun. Though he had changed, Tang San still recognized him immediately. Without hesitation, he hurriedly asked, "Fatty, thank God you're still here. What happened to the academy? Where are the teachers? Where are our classmates?" Ma Hongjun's expression turned complicated. He hesitated for a moment before finally answering. "Yeah, so you're still alive, huh? Well, this mess is all because of you." Tang San's brows furrowed in confusion. "Because of me?" Ma Hongjun walked into the academy's ruins, motioning for Tang San to follow. "Come inside. The place is practically empty now. The teachers and I still live here, but..." Tang San followed silently, his mind racing. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's hands trembled slightly, whether from anger or excitement. Even he wasn't sure. "Back then, you and your father recklessly attacked Wang Li out of nowhere. The two of you managed to escape, sure, but the academy wasn't so lucky. The moment you were declared wanted fugitives, your teacher stood up for you. As a result, the authorities cracked down hard. Shrek Academy was shut down, and all the teachers were taken in for questioning. Fortunately, they're all powerful figures. After paying a massive fine, they were eventually released, but the academy, it was completely finished. So tell me, third brother, wasn't this all because of you?" Ma Hongjun let out a bitter laugh before shaking his head in frustration. "I just don't get it. Why the hell did you and your father suddenly decide to attack Wang Li? Did you really think we could afford to provoke someone like him?" Tang San was left speechless. There was no denying it. This disaster was indeed caused by him. But he quickly gathered himself and retorted, "Wang Li, that bastard. He stole my spirit ring. If he hadn't taken it, how could his strength have skyrocketed like that? If not for him, the teachers and all of you wouldn't be in this mess." Ma Hongjun glanced at Tang San, his gaze unfamiliar and distant. Even though they had once been close friends, there was no stopping the trouble magnet that Tang San had become. The teachers had nowhere else to go and no money to their names, so they've been staying here temporarily. Dean Flender and Vice Dean Liu Erlong, they were devastated. They argued all the time about the academy's direction, but at the end of the day, this place was their life's work. "Your teacher, though?" He barely reacted. He just buries himself in his precious books every day like nothing happened. As for Zhao Wuji and Li Yusong, they originally planned to spend their later years teaching here. But now, well, they're thinking about taking up mercenary work, hunting spirit beasts for others just to earn enough for retirement. At this point, Ma Hongjun's voice grew heavy. "As for the Shrek 7 devils, my martial soul is flawed. I can't control my evil fire. After reaching the spirit ancestor realm, I had no choice but to take bounty jobs, hunting spirit beasts for cash, then using that money to, well, cool off in brothels. I spend most of my time running around doing that, which is why I'm still just a high-level spirit ancestor." Rong Rong and Oscar? Rong Rong went back to her clan, and Oscar followed her. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile clan really lives up to its name as the second greatest sect in the world. With their talent and effort, they both reached the Spirit King realm not long ago. Zhu Qing and Boss Dai? Zhu Qing trains relentlessly. She fights in the Great Spirit Arena every day. She often comes back covered in injuries. But guess what? She actually broke through to Spirit King. She's even stronger than Boss Dai now. Boss Dai, though, that guy spends all his time holed up in hotels and entertainment venues. Even I've almost caught up to him. He's still just a high-level spirit ancestor. I did some digging. Turns out Zhu Qing and Boss Dai are from Star Luo Empire. Remember Zhu Zhuyan and Dai Weici from the last Spirit Master Tournament? They're their biological siblings. And in Star Luo Empire, if Zhu Qing and Boss Dai can't surpass their older siblings by the age of 25, their fate won't be pretty. Zhu Qing is fighting with everything she has. But Boss Dai, he's already given up. As he spoke, the two arrived at the forest behind the academy. Ma Hongjun suddenly shouted out loud, "I'm back!" A lifeless voice responded, Yeah, you're back. No need to yell. Be careful or I'll beat you." Ma Hongjun and Tang Sen walked closer. There, Flender and Zhao Wuji lay idly, basking in the sun with nothing better to do. At first, they paid no attention, until they noticed that Ma Hongjun wasn't alone. When they saw the figure standing beside him, Tang San, Flender jumped to his feet, his expression flashing through a whirlwind of emotions. Excitement, anger, resentment. In the end, it all melted into a single weary sigh. Tang San, so you came back too. A coward who never dares to make trouble is no more than an ordinary man. The very philosophy Flender had preached for years. Now it had finally come full circle. And in this moment, it struck him right between the eyes. All his years of effort, reduced to nothing. Shrek Academy. The person happiest to see Tang San's return was none other than Yu Xiaojiang. As for the others, they weren't necessarily as thrilled. That night, the remaining teachers and students of the academy all gathered back at the school. From the looks of it, most of them were the original members of Shrek Academy. Yu Xiaojiang was so excited that he wanted to embrace Tang San, but the ominous aura surrounding him made him hesitate. Instead, he said in shock, "Xiao San, your killing intent is overwhelming." Tang San didn't think this had anything to do with his 8 spider lances absorbing life energy. Instead, he explained, "Father once took me to a training ground called the Slaughter City. It's a place full of ruthless criminals, where we had a fight in the Hell Slaughter Arena to the death. Only those who survive and pass the Hell Road could obtain a domain, the Slaughter God Domain. I obtained the Slaughter God Domain, but I was also tainted with this killing aura. I spent time at Moon Pavilion to temper my control over it, but then something unexpected happened." Yu Xiaojiang nodded. Having read a vast amount of records in Spirit Hall, he immediately understood when he heard Tang San mention Slaughter City. He reassured him, "That's completely normal. It's fine. The more experiences you go through, the more knowledge you gain, and in time, you'll naturally learn to control this aura." Standing beside Yu Xiaojiang were Flender and Lu Erlong. Flender let out a deep sigh and said, "Tang San, the academy can't help you anymore. It's been shut down. The students have been dismissed, and all that's left are us old bones, who are no longer of much use." For someone as calculating as Flender, who had always been the one to take advantage of others, this was the first time he had been tricked himself. And not just by anyone, but by Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San, master and disciple. The once barely sustaining Shrek Academy had been completely crushed overnight. Lu Erlong, hands on her hips, snapped back. "Flender, I am not old. The Academy's affairs held me back from training all these years. But now that it's gone, I can finally cultivate in peace. I've already reached rank 79. Just one more level, and I can absorb a spirit ring and become a spirit Douluo." She turned to Tang San and said firmly, "You've caused a huge mess, but for Xiaojiang's sake, I'll help however I can. Back then, I failed to protect Xiao Wu. That's something I owe you." Over the years, endless arguments had plagued the academy, whether about funding, teaching philosophies, or other disputes. It was a miracle Lu Erlong had endured for this long. Tang San nodded and said, "I came back for 3 reasons. First, to see everyone. Second, to discuss the secrets of twin martial souls with my teacher. And third, for Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu is fine. She's a 100,000-year-old spirit beast in human form. The Stardoe Forest is her home, and Azure Bull Python and Titan Giant Ape are her family. But right now, she's in danger. She was captured by Spirit Hall, and I fear the worst. The Clear Skies sect won't give me much help, so I had no choice but to come to you all. We must find out where she was taken, or she'll be lost forever." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. A 100,000-year-old spirit beast in human form? Xiao Wu wasn't even human. After a moment of silence, the tall and lean Dai Mubai gave a bitter smile and said, "Xiao San, I'd love to help you, but I really can't. If I return to the Star Luo Empire, my brother will immediately imprison me, and I won't be able to mobilize any forces." Over the years, Dai Mubai had indulged in debauchery, losing himself in pleasure. His spirit power stagnated, and even his once strong physique had become noticeably frail. Once a robust warrior, now he looked weak and thin. One could only imagine how much his energy had been wasted on women. After all, even spirit masters were still human. Excessive indulgence took its toll. At that moment, from a dark corner, a cold and lonely voice suddenly spoke. You could try seeking out Wang Li. He was your classmate and Xiao Wu's classmate. If he learns that Xiao Wu is in danger, he might be willing to help. Boom! Tang San's killing intent erupted uncontrollably. His face darkened, his teeth clenched, and he growled. Don't mention him again. It's all because of Wang Li. If not for him, none of this would have happened. The oppressive killing aura forced Zhu Zhuqing to let out a muffled groan as she was pushed further into the shadows. Her expression turned even colder. Everyone present felt deeply uncomfortable under Tang San's killing intent. Yu Xiaojiang firmly grasped Tang San's shoulder and said in a stern voice, Xiao San, control yourself. If Xiao Wu is really taken to Spirit Hall, I can help you. I am a Spirit Hall elder, and with my elder token, I can move freely through most parts of Spirit Hall. From now on, stay here and focus on your cultivation. Do not leave without reason. Spirit Hall is still hunting you. I will search for Xiao Wu. The rest of you should leave. I will stay with Xiao San. He is still suffering from the aftereffects of his killing intent. As soon as these words fell, the others turned and left one by one. The oppressive aura lingering in the air made them all deeply uncomfortable. Once everyone was gone, Tang San finally spoke, his voice filled with resentment. Teacher, it's all because of Wang Li. He stole my spirit ring. That blue silver king was supposed to be my 5th spirit ring. This had become an obsession for him. The stronger Wang Li became, the more twisted Tang San's thoughts grew. Yu Xiaojiang's expression was firm as he reassured him. I believe you. When the Empire first issued a warrant for your arrest, I publicly stated that Wang Li must have been the one at fault. That's the only reason you would have clashed with him. By the way, Xiao San, what is your current spirit power level? Tang San didn't hesitate to answer. 69. Teacher, I have already started cultivating the clear sky hammer and have attached 3 10,000-year spirit rings. While my spirit power has increased significantly, the conflict between the two forces has also brought me considerable trouble. Yu Xiaojiang let out a long breath and nodded in understanding. Just as I thought, the secret of twin martial souls lies in physical endurance. A normal spirit master can hardly surpass 10 spirit rings. From my research, the only way to solve this conflict is to come into contact with a god's domain. You are fortunate. You have already been to Slaughter City, a place left behind by someone who reached rank 100 and became a god. The fact that you obtained the Slaughter God domain suggests that you may have already gained divine attention. If you want to connect with God's domain, returning there is likely the key. Hearing this, Tang San couldn't help but think of his father. Tang how had planned this path for him all along. Teacher, I understand, but I can't just leave Xiao Wu behind. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze was unwavering as he promised. Don't worry, I will remove that burden from your shoulders. Years ago, through his research, he had learned about the god's domain from Bibi Dong. Now, if he wanted to find Xiao Wu and help his disciple, he would have to turn to her once again. The only question was, what excuse should he use this time? Studying a 100,000-year-old spirit beast? Or researching the transformation of a 100,000-year-old spirit beast into human form? Yu Xiaojiang set out once more, heading toward Spirit City, the headquarters of Spirit Hall. What he didn't know was that, at that very moment, Thunderclap Valley was under siege. Over 8,000 spirit masters, clad in black and masked, launched a surprise attack on the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, catching them completely off guard. Their strikes were ruthless, aimed solely at slaughter. From the very beginning, both the direct disciples and the affiliated members of the clan suffered heavy casualties. The clan's only titled Douluo, Thunderclap Douluo Yuenjin, found himself besieged by 4 titled Douluo at once. Though immensely powerful, he was clearly at a disadvantage. High above Thunderclap Valley, Yuenjin relied on his dragonized body to exchange injuries with his foes, fighting as if his life depended on it. His furious roar echoed through the valley. Spirit Hall, you slaughter my kin, Destroy my clan. This is a blood feud that will never be resolved. The 4 titled Douluo surrounding him remained silent. Yu Engine recognized him instantly. No surprise there. After all, who else but Spirit Hall could command 4 titled Douluo and over 8,000 spirit masters? For that very reason, they could not let Yu Engine live. Each of them unleashed their ultimate moves, intent on his annihilation. Yu Engine's rage reached its peak. His killing intent fused with his battle will, driving his strength even higher. In that moment, he gained a profound realization. If I survive this battle, I will break through to rank 96. But could he truly survive today's slaughter? 3 hours later, the forces of Spirit Hall withdrew from Thunderclap Valley. The valley was now a graveyard, reduced to ashes in an ocean of fire. Yu Engine had fought to the death. Aside from a handful of disciples who had been away on training, every last member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan perished. Not a single survivor remained. Hashtag the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Another massacre. The disaster that befell the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan did not spare the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Clan either. At their mountain stronghold, another onslaught began. Among the 3 upper sects, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan ranked 3rd, while the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan ranked 2nd. Spirit Hall showed no mercy, dispatching over 10,000 spirit masters. Worse yet, they had already planted numerous spies among the clan's outer disciples, who betrayed them the moment the attack began. With both internal sabotage and external assault, the gates of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan were breached almost instantly. A full-scale war erupted. One side had meticulously planned their attack. The other was caught completely off guard. Even though the disciples of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, empowered by their 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, fought valiantly and proved exceptionally formidable, they still fell into a desperate situation. However, the true outcome of the battle will be decided by the clashes between titled Douluo. High above the clan's mountain stronghold, 2 mighty figures, Sword Douluo Chinexine and Bone Douluo Gurong, stood against 4 enemy titled Douluo. With Ning Fengji's support, their combat strength doubled. Rather than being at a disadvantage, the 2 of them actually dominated the fight, suppressing all 4 opponents. Even though Bone Douluo had to divide his attention to protect Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo carried the brunt of the battle. With his 7 kill sword's overwhelming offensive power and his formidable rank 96 spirit strength, he shouldered 70% of the combat alone. On the ground below, Ning Fengji's face was twisted with fury. His clan was engulfed in flames. The agonized screams of his disciples rang in his ears. For years, he had navigated the world with diplomacy and alliances, carefully ensuring his sect's growth and survival. But now, his entire foundation was being burned to the ground. Spirit Hall, I will never forgive you. Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Oscar were also within the clan grounds. Ning Rongrong assisted others in battle, while Oscar focused on producing his sausages. As support-type spirit masters, their cultivation speed had always been slower than combatants. However, thanks to exceptional talent and relentless effort, both had reached rank 50, Spirit King by the age of 20, standing toe-to-toe with Spirit Hall's golden generation. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda at Spirit King rank provided powerful support, often turning the tide of battle. Meanwhile, Oscar's sausages were more potent than ever. His 5th spirit ability, Super Explosive Sausage, came from a 10,000-year flame crane. The flame crane possessed an explosive attribute, and Oscar had originally hoped to integrate this detonation effect into his sausages for combat purposes. But the outcome wasn't quite what he expected. Instead of a weapon, his sausages became grilled sausages. Eating one induced a berserk state, pushing the consumer's combat strength beyond its limits. But once the effect ended, severe burn injuries followed. The ability was undeniably powerful, yet Oscar was frustrated. This wasn't the ability he had wanted. Would support-type spirit masters always be just support? Now, Ning Rongrong was grown up. She couldn't possibly wait another 7 or 8 years for him to reach rank 60 and obtain his 6th ring. This realization weighed heavily on Oscar's mind. Yet, As danger closed in, Oscar's expression became resolute. Rongrong, I will protect you, no matter what. Hearing his words, Ning Rongrong shot him a quick glance before turning away, scanning their surroundings as she replied lightly, Oscar, just focus on protecting yourself first. Several hours later, Spirit Hall's forces finally retreated. Though victorious, Sword Douluo paid a terrible price. His arm was severed, and he suffered grievous injuries. But in return, the enemy was also heavily wounded, forcing them to withdraw. When the battle ended, only ruins remained. The casualties were immeasurable. Of the direct disciples born with the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, fewer than 100 survived, including their families and the inner disciples. Only 300 remained. The outer disciples, once numbering over 5,000, had been reduced to fewer than 500. The 7-treasure glazed tile clan, once the second strongest sect in the world, was now reduced to less than 800 survivors. Yet, compared to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, they were still lucky. At least their sect's wealth remained intact. If Bibi Dong had been able to mobilize the Elder Hall, the outcome would have been far worse. If that had happened, swords would have shattered, bones would have crumbled, the sect would have ceased to exist. Meanwhile, on the road, at this moment, Yu Xiaojiang was still on his way. By the time he finally arrived at Spirit City, the reports detailing the extermination of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the 7-treasure glazed tile clan were already laid out on Bibi Dong's desk. The papal palace, within the study, Bibi Dong's delicate face was cold as ice. As she stared at the devastating casualty numbers, deep dissatisfaction filled her heart. To annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, I mobilized 8,000 spirit masters. To destroy the 7-treasure glazed tile clan, I deployed another 10,000. And yet, our combined casualties nearly reached 8,000. The two clans together barely had 8,000 spirit masters, and despite launching a surprise attack, our loss ratio was still close to 1-to-1. Her voice grew colder. Humph. Qian Daolu, the Elder Hall, the true core of Spirit Hall, I still can't mobilize them. The spirit masters from the lower 4 clans are still inferior to those from the upper 3 clans. In truth, the results were already quite impressive, but Bibi Dong's standards were simply too high. Achieving a 1-to-1 casualty ratio as the attacking force against a defending force was an outstanding battle record. Although Spirit Hall held the element of surprise, the enemy had the home advantage. The 7-treasure glazed tile clan was nestled deep within mountainous terrain, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was entrenched in Thunderclap Valley. Both locations were highly advantageous for defense. More importantly, they had no escape route. For their families, for their homeland, they fought to the death. Outside the study. Just then, a voice rang from outside the study. Hulaina, teacher, Elder has arrived. He wishes to see you. He's currently waiting in the main hall. The mention of Yu Xiaojiang made Bibi Dong freeze for a moment. Then, she slowly gathered the reports on her desk, her expression complex. Was she happy, or was she heartbroken? Regardless, since Yu Xiaojiang had come, she was still willing to meet him. Lifting her hand, she summoned her scepter, its golden luster reflecting her imposing grace. With an elegant stride, she walked out of the study. Her voice remained calm and indifferent. I see. I'll meet him now. As she made her way toward the main hall, a thought lingered in her mind. Did he come because of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? I've destroyed the place that brought him endless humiliation. He should be pleased, shouldn't he? The papal palace, the grand hall. Bibi Dong stepped inside, moving gracefully toward the throne. Seating herself, she looked down upon Yu Xiaojiang from above, her expression calm yet distant. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Elder Yu, you return again. This time, I won't fall for your tricks. Whatever it is you want, just say it directly. Yu Xiaojiang stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He knew that his previous attempt to extract information from Bibi Dong had already made her wary. Finding out Xiao Wu's location would now be even harder. With no other choice, he steeled himself and said, Your Holiness, I've heard that Spirit Hall has captured 100,000-year transformed soul beast. I wish to see it. Would you grant me this request? Bibi Dong's eyes flashed sharply. She had assumed he was here because of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. She hadn't expected that his true purpose was the 100,000-year soul beast. After a brief pause, she spoke calmly. Even this, you managed to find out, as expected of Elder You, but there's no point in asking me. That soul beast is imprisoned in the Elder Hall. Even I have never seen it. The Elder Hall. A flicker of joy flashed in Yu Xiaojiang's eyes. As expected, Bibi Dong was still the same as before. Seizing the moment, he pressed further. You once told me that the Elder Hall is the core of the Spirit Hall's power. Yet even as the Pope, there are things beyond your reach. Bibi Dong's gaze darkened. At the mention of Qian Daolu, her voice turned cold and distant. You were once part of Spirit Hall. Have you forgotten? Spirit Hall once bore the surname Qian. Even as Pope, there are things I am still forbidden from touching. Yu Xiaojiang's face darkened. He was instantly reminded of Qian Xuanji's cruelty, of the humiliation he had suffered. Every word stabbed at his heart. He knew that pressing further would only be inviting more humiliation, but it wasn't completely fruitless. At the very least, he had now confirmed Xiao was being held in the Elder Hall. Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath, his voice low and steady. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell, Your Holiness. With that, he turned and strode away. But just as he was about to step out, Bibi Dong's lips curled into a smirk. Her voice, now light and casual, floated through the air. Elder, you should indeed return soon. I've heard troubling news. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was attacked by an unknown force. Heavy casualties. Aside from a few disciples who were out training, everyone perished, including your clan leader, Yu Yuanjin. Not a single survivor. Yu Xiaojiang's body froze. His mind went blank, as if something had just exploded inside his skull. His pupils trembled, bloodshot veins creeping across his eyes. What did you say? His voice cracked, disbelief and rage intertwining. My clan was wiped out. Bibi Dong's expression remained indifferent as she nodded lightly. Indeed, virtually exterminated. Yu Xiaojiang stumbled backward, dizziness washing over him. His hand shook as he pointed at Bibi Dong, his voice raw with fury. It was you? Only you could have done this. Bibi Dong's delicate brows arched slightly as she tilted her head, amusement flickering in her eyes. I already told you, it was an attack by an unknown force. Besides, her voice softened into something almost teasing. Wasn't the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan the very place that humiliated you the most? You told me yourself, remember? How you suffered endless discrimination there, how they never acknowledged your talent, how you vowed to carve your own path in the world of theory. That was why I once gave you access to Spirit Hall's confidential records. Her tone was light, almost nostalgic. But to Yu Xiaojiang, every word was a blade, twisting deeper into his heart. Shut up. Yu Xiaojiang violently shook his head, refusing to listen. I don't want to hear it. Not from you. His glare burned with hatred, his chest heaving. Then, in a voice dripping with venom, he spat, Bibi Dong, if I ever find out you had anything to do with this, I will not forgive you. His rage was palpable, but his words were meaningless, because no matter how furious he was, there was nothing he could do without another word. He turned and staggered away, his body trembling. His father was a clan leader, Yu Luomian's elder brother. He knew exactly how the clan had treated him. Yes, he had complained about it to Bibi Dong, but never in his worst nightmares, had he thought that a few bitter words from the past would lead to this. As he fled, only one thought haunted his mind. How did that once easily deceived girl turn into this madwoman? Watching his retreating figure, Bibi Dong remained unmoved. His threats? Laughable. She chuckled, her voice carrying a whisper of madness. The upper three clans, the two great empires. I will erase them all. Her eyes gleamed with a terrifying conviction. And when everything is gone, Even Spirit Hall will be reduced to nothing. I will purge this filthy world. Her fingers tighten around her scepter, her voice soft yet resolute. And when that day comes, you, Xiaojiang, with your intellect and knowledge, you should be able to lead this world toward true prosperity. Yu Xiaojiang had no idea how he left Spirit City. He only knew that he was running toward the Heaven Do Empire, running toward Thunderclap Valley. But when he arrived, all that remained was scorched earth, ruins, corpses. The once mighty Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan had been reduced to nothing but a mass grave. Only one living person remained, Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong was Yu Luomian's illegitimate daughter. She had never received her father's love, nor did the clan truly accept her. But still, she had ties to this place. She had roots here. Otherwise, she would have never founded academy under their name. When she heard of the attack, she was the first to arrive. She had sat there for a long, long time, silent, motionless, empty. Then, like a soulless husk, she began burying the bodies, one by one. She dug graves with her bare hands, not stopping, not speaking, not crying. And when Yu Xiaojiang arrived, he reacted the same way. At first, he was numb. Then, just like Lu Erlong, he began to bury the dead. The near-simultaneous destruction of both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan shook the entire Spirit Master world. It was a tidal wave of fear, panic, paranoia, uncertainty. No one felt safe anymore. And in this chaos, Spirit Hall stepped forward, promising to hunt down the culprits. We will bring justice to the fallen clans. But the truly wise ones knew the truth. The real enemy was obvious. What unknown force could possibly muster such a powerful Spirit Master army? Only one organization had that kind of power. Only one could orchestrate such a massacre. Spirit Hall itself. Yet, even if people understood the truth, no one dared to say it. For who in the Spirit Master world could challenge the might of Spirit Hall? No one. And in the end, all opposition would meet the same fate. State your name before this court. I am the one accusing the judge himself. In the imperial palace of the Heaven Do Empire, Emperor Shui paced back and forth before coming to a halt. His voice thundered with rage. The audacity of Spirit Hall. They act with impunity within my empire's borders, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and besieging the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. And now they dared play the victim? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan has been completely wiped out. As for the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, if not for Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, along with Clan Master Ning's amplification abilities, they too would have suffered a similar fate. How arrogant, how reckless. It is as if they have no regard for the Heaven Do Empire at all. We must mobilize our forces immediately and eradicate this terrorist organization from the continent. His voice echoed through the Grand Hall. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, locked onto the weary and haggard-looking Ning Fengji, who stepped forward and bowed before speaking. Your Majesty, if the Empire marches to war, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan will contribute all that we can. However, I urge your Majesty to remain calm. While Spirit Hall is merely a Soul Master organization, it is vastly different from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan or our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan. Their scale is terrifying. The fact that they could simultaneously attack and overwhelm two of the upper three clans speaks volumes about the number of Soul Masters at their disposal. The Empire may command 1 million soldiers, but Spirit Hall's elite Soul Master forces likely number in the tens of thousands. If we engage them recklessly, we have no guarantee of victory. We must tread carefully. Perhaps there is still a way to exploit their weaknesses. Emperor Shui's brows furrowed deeply. Even Ning Fengji, who bore an unshakable grudge against Spirit Hall, was advising caution. Could Spirit Hall truly be that formidable? 1 million Imperial soldiers. Would they not be enough to crush Spirit Hall? His voice grew colder as he declared, "Mobilize my 1,000,000-strong army. With the combined strength of the Clear Sky Clan, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Clan, and our Empire's top experts, can we not reduce Spirit Hall to rubble? At that moment, Ning Fingji turned toward the second elder of the Clear Sky clan, silently imploring him to speak. Understanding his intention, the elder sighed before stepping forward. Your Majesty, to be frank, our Clear Sky clan shut its doors to the world all those years ago precisely because of Spirit Hall's relentless persecution. It is true that we possess many powerful soul masters, but Spirit Hall has even more. They have more than a dozen titled Douluo. Even if we manage to hold off a majority of them, each remaining titled Douluo alone is equivalent to an army of 10,000 soldiers. They possess the mobility and flexibility that no conventional army can match, allowing them to strike anywhere at will. They are nearly impossible to defend against. Moreover, their vast numbers of soul masters can fight 10 men each, making them comparable to an army of several 100,000. I implore your Majesty to reconsider this course of action. Even the Clear Sky clan second elder was inwardly shaken. Spirit Hall's decisiveness this time had been far more ruthless than in decades past. In a single strike, they had eradicated 2 of the upper 3 clans. Only the Clear Sky clan remained standing, Ice Extreme unrivaled. The Ice Sky Snow Maiden's whisper was like the breath of winter itself. Her jade-carved hand moved with ethereal grace. Then, in a flash, a sword light cleaved the air. There was no sound, only an all-consuming whiteness that pierced the bone. Rip! In a single strike, the towering giant was bisected at the waist. It wavered, top half nearly falling free from the bottom. A chill surged through Wang Li. The Snow Maiden, born of the icy heavens, had demonstrated her terrifying strength with one effortless motion. Her power clearly eclipsed that of Titan Snow Demon King and Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion. But Wang Li wasn't finished yet. Summoning his life energy, he began rapidly repairing the giant's body. The blue-silver Emperor's vitality surged forth, restoring flesh, sealing the wound. Still, the sword aura posed a true threat. He clasped his hands, shouting, 8th soul skill, heavenly transformation. The giant's left hand shaped into a palm, the right into a fist. Then, between them, 100-meter greatsword materialized, a product of his soul skill. It was a construct born from nature itself. Whatever form he envisioned, it became reality. A sword, a beast, even a god, if he willed it. Now, it was a blade worthy of legends. Wang Li stood high on his creation's shoulder, eyes locked with the Snow Maiden's. Once more, she did not respond, her expression unshaken. She vanished, her form flickering out like a snowflake in the wind. In an instant, she reappeared before the giant, blade arcing forward with deadly precision. But Wang Li was ready. The giant stepped back, slashing its sword in a wide, furious sweep. Wind howled. Her long silver hair whipped wildly. She responded with masterful control. Sword drawn to her waist, grip reversed. Boom! A meter-long ice blade clashed against a colossal sword. The shockwave exploded outward. Mountains shattered. Avalanches roared. The world trembled beneath their duel. Blade met blade, stroke for stroke, neither side conceding. Hundreds of blows were exchanged in mere moments, sword shadows blurring into a storm of radiant force. But the world around them suffered. Eventually, the Snow Maiden retreated, taking to the air. She frowned. Wang Li's strength wasn't fading. Within his domain, he only grew stronger. She spread her arms. Snow danced shining sun. A surge of divine frost swept forth, clashing violently with Wang Li's blue-silver domain. Life and death collided, lush vitality against glacial extinction. The heavens darkened. Light faltered. The ice sky Snow Maiden transcended herself. No longer a soul beast, she was a force of nature. Her domain drove her power beyond limits. 600,000 years became 7, then 8, then 1,000,000. Within her frozen world, she reigned supreme. Wang Li's giant stumbled beneath the weight of that force. His sword cracked. He retreated, but excitement lit his eyes. He laughed, boisterous and fearless. This is it. This is what I've been searching for. 7th soul skill, blue silver true form. A beacon of life burst into the heavens. The giant's size swelled. 300 meters 4, 500. Its great sword extended nearly 300 meters. Their power fused. They were one. Now truly formidable, Wang Li roared. "This next strike, be ready." He swung. The heavens screamed. Nature itself bent to the blow. There was no dodging, only survival or destruction. For the first time, the Snow Maiden's composure cracked. She met the blow head-on. With divine precision, she released 100 cuts, each a masterpiece, slicing through energy, countering force with finesse. She charged. Boom! The clash shook the world. Light eclipsed the sky. Reality trembled. For one day and night they fought, a battle without victor. Finally, the three overlords of the extreme north withdrew. On a distant peak, Wang Li faced Douluo and Douluo. "I think it's best if you two return," he said softly. "This place, it's no longer suited for you. The battle with the three kings, it's changed me. I need to remain." Douluo sighed, recalling the giant that had matched nature blow for blow. "Very well. You're stronger than any soul master I've ever known." Douluo stood quietly, arms folded, emotion storming in her gaze. She had chased after him so long, and the gap only widened. Suddenly, she stepped forward, cupped his face, and kissed him, a brief warmth amid the cold. When she pulled away, her voice trembled but held firm. "I'll wait for you to return." Then she turned, vanishing into the snow with her grandfather. Wang Li stood silently, staring until they were gone. 800,000-year soul rings. 500,000-year soul bones. The evolved blue-silver emperor. A soul reserve on par with a super Douluo. His path was clear. He would ascend even higher. Emerging from the eye of ice and fire spring, Wang Li stretched lazily, loosening his muscles slightly before chuckling. 90 levels of spirit power. Previously, Wang Li had only reached level 84. However, after using 1.2 million experience points, he advanced 6 levels in a short period, reaching level 90. Now, he was only 1/9 spirit ring away from becoming a titled Douluo. 1.2 million experience points might seem like a lot, but compared to his gains in the extreme north over the past year, it was merely a drop in the ocean, hardly worth mentioning. With that thought, Wang Li turned toward the blue-silver emperor. The time had come for him to obtain his 9th spirit ring. However, at present, the blue-silver emperor had yet to reach the level of a 10,000-year-old spirit beast. Years ago, Tang Hao had hidden her away in a dark, lightless cave, an environment wholly unsuitable for her growth. If she had been placed in the blue-silver forest instead of that cave, even without the aid of a place as miraculous as the Eye of Ice and Fire, she might have already regained her status as a 10,000-year spirit beast due to her natural potential. Wang Li placed his hand on her, and her leaves instinctively wrapped around him, completely lowering her defenses, allowing him to examine her condition. After carefully sensing her state, Wang Li smiled and said, "Her original body wasn't strong enough to support her soul. But under my protection, not only has her soul stopped deteriorating, but the missing fragments of her soul origin are gradually being restored with the help of my avatar. With this foundation, helping her regain her 10,000-year cultivation will be far easier than raising an ordinary spirit beast to the same level. Moreover, though her soul essence remains the same, her memories and emotions have been severely damaged. Calling her a completely new soul wouldn't be an exaggeration. Now that her soul origin was nearly complete, Wang Li could finally begin. He summoned his martial spirit and activated his 2nd spirit skill, converting his spirit power into life energy and channeling it into the blue-silver emperor. She let out a soft, comfortable moan as her leaves tightly coiled around Wang Li's fingers, revealing her insatiable thirst for his life energy. Under this nourishment, the blue-silver emperor's growth became visibly apparent. Her cultivation also advanced steadily. While she couldn't immediately recover her full 10,000-year status, her progress was undeniably swift. After all, the spirit ring and spirit bone she had previously lost could no longer be reclaimed. The only path forward was to regrow them anew. By the time Wang Li had consumed half of his spirit power, the blue-silver emperor had successfully broken through to the 10,000-year level. At this moment, she was In every aspect, a true 10,000-year-old spirit beast. If slain, she would now yield a 10,000-year spirit ring. Wang Li then activated his domain ability, unleashing the vast blue-silver domain, which enveloped the entire sunset forest. Every blue-silver grass within the forest contributed its energy, forming a boundless sea of blue. He absorbed the ocean of energy, refining it into his own spirit power, then transformed it once more into life energy, continuing to nourish the blue-silver emperor. Half a day later, Wang Li withdrew his hand. By now, the blue-silver emperor had reached nearly 30,000 years of cultivation. However, the blue-silver grass across Sunset Forest had visibly withered, showing clear signs of exhaustion. This was precisely why Wang Li had chosen to stop. Excessive force could backfire. Recklessly pushing the blue-silver emperor to 100,000 years in a single session would have devastated the entire forest blue-silver grass population. He then released a portion of his life energy into the surrounding blue-silver grass, revitalizing them so they could better absorb the energy of the heavens and earth, hastening their recovery. Wang Li mentally calculated, to raise the blue-silver emperor to 100,000 years, I'll need at least 3 more sessions. At the same time, I'll have to give the Sunset Forest blue-silver grass enough time to recover. If I train once and then let them rest for 3 days, in about 10 days, my 9th spirit ring will be within reach. Turning his gaze back to the blue-silver emperor, he saw her body had become crystalline and translucent, shimmering like a blue gemstone enveloped in a faint golden glow. She now strongly resembled Wang Li's previous blue-silver king martial spirit. Before, though she bore the title of blue-silver emperor, she had, in truth, been little more than an ordinary blue-silver grass. Meanwhile, the immense commotion from before had not gone unnoticed. Wang Li had already sensed the presence of Douluo and Douluo waiting outside the valley. Wang Li withdrew his hand from the blue-silver emperor and said to her, I'll come back to feed you in 3 days. The blue-silver emperor swayed gently, as if bidding him farewell. Without hesitation, Wang Li stepped out of the valley, where Douluo and Douluo were waiting for him. Before they could ask anything, he explained, I just borrowed the energy of all the blue-silver grass in Sunset Forest to nurture the blue-silver grass I brought back. My goal is to raise it to the 100,000-year level and make it my 9th spirit ring. Douluo's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She exclaimed, You're already cultivating it? Xiao Li, don't tell me. You've reached level 90? Wang Li chuckled at her reaction, then nodded without hesitation and said matter-of-factly, As long as I train, my spirit power skyrockets. I'm already at level 90, just 1 9 spirit ring away. 100,000-year plant-type spirit beast is extremely rare, so why not cultivate one myself? Douluo, who had long since been numb to Wang Li's monstrous talent, felt a familiar pang of envy. When he had broken through to level 90, he had already been 78 years old. He couldn't even begin to compare. Shaking his head in exasperation, he sighed, In the past, I would never have believed that a freak like you could exist on this continent. I even said last time that you might reach level 90 before 25, but here you are, not even 20 yet, and already breaking through. Looking back 1,000 years, looking forward 1,000 years, I doubt anyone has ever, or will ever, match your talent. Wang Li simply smiled without comment. With the kind of cheat ability he had, not just 1,000 years. Push it back 10,000 years. Push it forward another 10,000, and he doubted anyone would be able to surpass his rate of progress. Douluo, though thrilled by Wang Li's success, couldn't help but vent her frustration. That Snow Knight Emperor was so desperate for the support of the Clear Skies sect that he disregarded your worth. If only he knew what he missed out on. Wang Li recalled the Emperor's shameless behavior and felt no sympathy for him. Since Snow Knight had chosen the Clear Sky sect, he had simply cut ties. There was nothing more to say. Smirking, he waved it off. No point dwelling on unpleasant things. After these months of seclusion, I'm not the only one who has improved, right? Grandpa, Yan, your progress must be impressive as well. Douluo's expression turned smug as he stroked his beard and said, I've completely broken through to level 97. All the poison in my martial spirit has been forced into my core, forming a toxin pearl. Now, that pearl is a pure poison core, and its toxicity has been compressed to an extreme level. My strength has also skyrocketed. Against spirit masters below level 90, I can easily crush them. Even among titled Douluo above level 91, very few could withstand my poison. Take the Clear Sky sect, for example. Unless they have a level 98 or 99 titled Douluo, I could wipe them out with little effort. Ordinary titled Douluo might last a bit longer, but there's no way they could neutralize my poison. Hearing this, Wang Li suddenly recalled the Clear Sky sect's ancestor, Tang Chun, who was supposedly reigning as the Slaughter King in the City of Slaughter. Unless he broke free from the blood-red nine-headed Bat King's control, the current Clear Sky sect truly had no one capable of dealing with Douluo Bo. Douluo Yen, pursing her lips in a proud smile, added, "When I refined the Azure Sky Wing Dragon Spirit Ring and Spirit Bone, I had already reached level 74 as a Spirit Saint. Over the past year, I broke through 4 more levels, reaching 78. In these last few months, I've advanced another level. Now I'm 79. If I keep refining more toxins, I might even reach level 80 and become a quasi-spirit Douluo before the year ends." However, she soon sighed in frustration. "Honestly, with my dominant poison attribute, combined with my spirit ring abilities, spirit bone abilities, and the jade phosphor domain, I could probably hold my own in a short skirmish against an average titled Douluo. But your enemies, Shaoli, they're not ordinary at all. The 3 heavenly kings of the extreme north, the Ice Sky Snow Maiden, the Ice Jade Emperor Scorpion, the Titan Snow Demon King, and even Tang Hao himself. I wouldn't be of any help against them. I feel so useless." At present, Douluo Yen was not weaker than Qian Renxue. Although Qian Renshue's 6-winged angel martial spirit was a divine-level spirit and undeniably more powerful, Douluo Yen had 4 spirit bones to enhance her strength. If they truly fought, it was hard to say who would come out on top. Wang Li decided to change the subject and said, "Grandpa, Yen, we've all improved so much. We should celebrate. How about a barbecue tonight?" Douluo Yen nodded eagerly. "That sounds great. I'm almost bored of training anyway." Douluo Bo, seeing the enthusiasm, agreed, "I'll go hunt 2 soul beasts with delicious flavors." Wang Li thought for a moment and added, "I'll go gather the wooden sticks and charcoal we'll need." Finally, Douluo Yen smiled lightly. "I'll go gather some herbs to make seasoning for the barbecue. We need something to mask the smell and add flavor." That night, outside the valley, beside a wooden hut, the 3 gathered around a campfire and enjoyed a hearty barbecue. Over the next few days, Wang Li continued to feed the Blue Silver Emperor every 3 days, and by the 9th day, he returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire. There, the Blue Silver Emperor had nearly reached 90,000 years of age, and only one last step was needed to restore her to a 100,000-year spirit beast. Wang Li extended his hand, and even at 90,000 years, the Blue Silver Emperor remained utterly obedient, her leaves gently curling around his fingers in a display of affection and submission. Wang Li summoned his martial spirit, used his 2nd spirit ability, and activated his domain, Blue Silver Domain, all-encompassing. He gathered the energy of all the blue-silver grass in the Sunset Forest, converting it into his own soul power, which was then transformed into life energy to accelerate the Blue Silver Emperor's growth. As this life energy nourished her, the Blue Silver Emperor's body became more translucent and graceful. She swayed gently, her golden aura shimmering softly, radiating an overwhelming sense of tranquility and serenity. The light grew stronger, and she neared the threshold of 100,000 years. Soon, the light enveloped the entire valley. Wang Li squinted his eyes and suddenly felt the leaves wrapped around his hand transform into delicate, slender hands. As the light faded, the original Blue-Silver Emperor disappeared, leaving behind a beautiful young woman, about 27 or 28 years old, with blue hair and eyes. She wore a translucent blue dress, her fair skin subtly visible, resembling a natural fairy. She gently held Wang Li's hand against her chest, gazing up at him. Her lips parted as she softly spoke. "My emperor." Wang Li took a step back, pulling his hand away. Unaffected by her beauty, He spoke seriously. I need a 100,000-year spirit ring to become a titled Douluo. I need your help. The blue-silver emperor's delicate appearance belied her firm resolve. She knelt before him, eyes filled with affection. Everything I am has been bestowed by you, my emperor. I am willing to offer all of myself to you. Boom! Boom! The blue-silver emperor ignited herself, abandoning the newly acquired form and transforming into pure energy, entering Wang Li's body. This was a sacrifice. Within the special blue energy field, no external interference could touch or stop it. Wang Li accepted the full power of the blue-silver emperor. She was no longer the true blue-silver emperor, but something between blue-silver king and blue-silver emperor, a pseudo-blue-silver emperor. This form was perfectly suited for him. After half a day, Wang Li had absorbed the power. He stood up, stretching lazily. He checked his status and found that he was now at level 91. Even though the pseudo-blue-silver emperor was at the 100,000-year level, it only increased his soul power by 1 level, proving just how vast his foundation was. His 9th spirit ring granted him 2 new abilities, blue-silver descends and blue-silver possession. His 6 spirit bones 2 abilities were blue-silver overlord spear and wildfire that never dies. Wang Li raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. Blue-silver descends, or should I call it blue-silver world? It summons all of my followers, gathering energy to form a blue-silver world, trapping enemies inside. They will suffer immense oppression and be unable to replenish their energy from the heavens and earth. As long as they cannot escape, they will continue to grow weaker. Blue-silver possession summons my followers, fusing their energy into my body to enhance it in every way. It also provides me with an endless supply of energy, essentially turning all the blue-silver grass on the continent into a source of life energy for me. Blue-silver Overlord Spear is a great offensive skill. As for wildfire that never dies, it duplicates a skill for my legs, but having 2 similar skills actually boosts my second soul ability by 40%. The improvement is substantial, though it a pity my martial spirit didn't evolve again. After all, a pseudo-blue-silver emperor can't elevate my martial spirit to level 9. Looks like my future plan is to first consolidate the soul core of my life essence, then focus on my life origin. Only then can I evolve my martial spirit. In the past, when he was weaker, Wang Li could only absorb soul rings and immortal herbs to obtain life origin. Now that his strength had grown, he no longer lacked methods to accumulate life origin. The evolution of his martial spirit had no special requirements. Only a sufficient life origin was needed. Wang Li held a grass seed in his hand, but Ayin was no longer inside it. He put the seed away and turned his attention to his 9th soul ring. At this moment, Ayin resided within his 9th soul ring. Her sacrifice had been absolute, offering all of her cultivation, along with her very soul essence, to Wang Li. Logically speaking, soul rings and soul bones had already become part of Wang Li's strength. While Ayin's soul could temporarily reside within, it could not last indefinitely. Without a vessel to nourish her soul, she would inevitably fade away. However, perhaps due to their shared origin, as long as Wang Li was willing, it could continue to sustain Ayin's soul, allowing her to exist in a form similar to a soul spirit. But this method was not one that could be replicated. After all, not everyone could, upon reaching rank 90, encounter a 100,000-year-old soul beast identical to their martial soul, let alone have it willingly sacrifice itself. After a brief moment of contemplation, Wang Li made his decision. I'll keep nurturing her for now. It poses no harm to me, and she might even be useful in battle. With that, Wang Li withdrew his martial soul, and one by one, his 9 soul rings vanished. Running his fingers through his long blue hair, he tidied it slightly before a smile surfaced on his face. Rank 91, titled Douluo. My true combat strength is enough to crush a super Douluo. There are barely any opponents across the continent who can stand against me. He then stepped out of the valley, eager to share the good news with Duguyen and Dugu Bo. Outside the valley, Dugu Bo and Duguyen noticed Wang Li emerging, both wearing expressions of curiosity. Wang Li smiled and nodded, confirming, I did it. I nurture a 100,000-year soul beast, and after its sacrifice, I've reached rank 91, title Douluo. As soon as his words fell, both Douluo and Douluo rejoiced on his behalf. Douluo chuckled. Not even 20 years old. You're undoubtedly the youngest title Douluo on the entire continent. Douluo stepped forward, her excitement surpassing even Wang Li's. She exclaimed, "A title Douluo. The most important thing now is your title. You should decide on one." Douluo offered a suggestion. Typically, a title Douluo's title is directly derived from their martial soul. If multiple title Douluo share the same martial soul, the strongest among them has a right to use it as their title. For example, my official title is Jade Phosphor, after the Jade Phosphor Serpent. But personally, I prefer being called Poison Douluo. Simple, direct, and imposing. As for you, Xiaoli, you might very well be the only soul master to have attained the rank of title Douluo with the blue-silver grass martial soul. If you don't choose another title, then blue-silver will be your title, blue-silver Douluo. Wang Li had never given himself a nickname before, and since there was already a ready-made title, he saw no reason not to use it. Blue-silver Douluo. Not bad. From now on, that will be my title. He then added, "Grandfather, Sister Yen, I have some other plans. I'll be going into seclusion again. It's related to the soul core, and if I succeed, it'll be of great benefit to me. So, I won't be leaving for now." Douluo nodded in agreement. "Then I'll stay as well. I'm just one step away from breaking through. I'll wait until I do before leaving." After a moment of thought, Douluo spoke up. "I'll be heading out. Then, you two can take care of yourselves, so I have no worries. Now that I've reached rank 97, breaking through further seems nearly impossible. I'm no longer a guest elder of the Heaven Do Empire, so I plan to travel, meet some old friends, and gather information on 100,000-year soul beasts. Yen, you now qualify to absorb 100,000-year soul ring for your 8th soul ring. I'll see if I can find a suitable dragon type or poison attribute soul beast for you." Wang Li believed that the sky azure bull python of the Stardoe Forest would be a suitable choice. It undoubtedly carried the bloodline of dragons. However, since Douluo wished to travel, there was no reason to stop him. No matter how chaotic the outside world might be, would a rank 97 title Douluo like Douluo truly find himself in danger? Without hesitation, Wang Li responded, "Once Sister Yen successfully breaks through, I'll head to the Stardoe Forest. In the forest's core region, I might be able to find the most suitable soul beast." Seeing that both Douluo and Wang Li were thinking of her, Douluo pursed her lips before declaring, "I will cultivate diligently and break through rank 80 as soon as possible." Hearing this, Douluo smiled and reassured her gently, Yen, there's no need to rush. Even across the entire Douluo Continent, few can match your cultivation speed. As for Xiaoli, he's a complete anomaly. With their plans set, Douluo departed from the ice and fire Yin-Yang well that very afternoon. Wang Li and Douluo, left to their own devices, enjoyed a few carefree days without anyone supervising them. A few days later, the heart of the valley. In the center of the valley, Wang Li sat cross-legged, floating above the spring's eye. He calmed his mind and adjusted his soul power, ensuring he was in peak condition. He was preparing to condense his second soul core. Without a secondary elemental attribute to serve as a foundation, he had chosen to fully embrace the path of life energy. Closing his eyes, Wang Li's consciousness sank into his dantian. Ever since he had broken through to title Douluo, the soul core within his dantian had become incomparably smooth and refined. Now, as he extracted soul power, the vibrant, life-filled blue-silver energy surged into his body under his control. Whoosh! His skin, muscles, fat, and bones all began to glow with a golden radiance. This was his innate talent, an imperfect but formidable version of the indestructible golden body, tempered to the refining effects of the ice and fire immortal herbs. Hua! 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 His blood coursed through his veins in increasing speed, rushing like a torrential river. When it came an all-around enhancement, stamina, endurance, and strength all skyrocketed. But this wasn't enough. He channeled his immense soul power, rivaling that of a super Douluo, forcing it into his body without restraint. At the same time, he summoned his martial soul and activated his fourth soul skill, drawing energy from the ice and fire yin-yang well and refining it into soul power, continuously flooding it into himself. A crimson aura surged around him as his body radiated an overwhelming bloodlust. His vitality had reached an extreme, making him akin to a human-shaped beast. Only soul beasts that had cultivated for over 200,000 years were qualified to be called fierce beasts. Yet Wang Li's body had already achieved a comparable level of power. Blood mist billowed and a scarlet glow shot toward the sky. If not for his body's incredible durability, the sheer force of his surging vitality would have been enough to make him explode from within. Compress, condense. With a ferocious expression, Wang Li growled, "Return." As soon as the command left his lips, all the blood mist and scarlet radiance began twisting, slowly compressing and condensing. Bit by bit, it was drawn toward a single point, his heart. Boom, boom, boom. His heartbeat grew louder, like the pounding of a war drum, its deep echoes resounding through the valley. In the space where his heart resided, another heart formed, an energy heart. Both hearts, real and energy formed, pulse in synchrony, their crimson hues overlapping and merging. At last, they became one. The moment the fusion completed, Wang Li felt his entire body relax. The vital blood-soul core had found its rightful place. Within his heart, the central hub of his entire body's vitality and the middle dantian. He had used his first soul core to guide the formation of his second, both sharing the same attribute. By using soul power to control his blood vitality, he had simulated this process countless times over the past 3 months. And now, at last, he had truly succeeded. A wave of exhilaration surged through Wang Li as he thought, "Right now, my raw physical strength alone must be at least 100,000 gene, 50,000 kilograms. If I fully activate my vital blood-soul core, the amplification could be several times, even over 10-fold, 1,000,000 gene of strength, enough to dominate the entire Douluo Continent. But of course, that's only by this world's standards. In other realms, this might not even be considered extraordinary. Ever since Douluo left the ice and fire yin-yang well and returned to human cities, he had been utterly bewildered by the recent series of events. His mind was filled with questions. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan wiped out, even that old dragon perished in battle, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan nearly annihilated, with only a few hundred survivors barely hanging on. These were 2 of the top 3 sects in the Soul Master world, yet in just a few months, they've been reduced to nothing. And now, the Spirit Hall is openly hunting the culprits? Who else but them could have had the power to destroy 2 of the 3 great sects? What exactly are they trying to do? The continent is bound to fall into chaos. Will this turmoil affect Yen Yen and Shaoli? No, I can't just sit back. I have to go. If I can extract some useful intelligence, that would be ideal. But even if I can't, I need to at least issue a warning. Let them know not to set their sights on my granddaughter and grandson-in-law. Having made up his mind, Douluo left the city and immediately flew toward Spirit City, located at the border between the 2 great empires. A short while later, a forest 10 miles from Spirit City, Douluo unleashes Aura, the menacing presence of the Jade Phosphor Serpent Emperor, or rather, the Jade Phosphor Serpent Ancestor. It didn't take long for his presence to be detected by 2 of Spirit Hall's top enforcers, Chrysanthemum Douluo Yuguan and Ghost Douluo Guimei. Yuguan's expression darkened slightly. That old venomous bastard. Why is he here again? Guimei narrowed his eyes and said, "He's deliberately releasing his aura from a distance. That means he's calling us out. This time, I'll go with you. We need to be prepared in case he tries anything." Yuguan nodded before adding, "Let me report to His Holiness the Pope first." Guimei agreed without hesitation. As it should be. Moments later, 2 streaks of light, one gold, one black, shot out from Spirit City, swiftly arriving at the designated meeting point 10 miles away. High in the sky above the forest, Yuguan and Guimei emerged from their respective streaks of light, positioning themselves on either side of Douluo. Though their movements were subtle, it was clear they were prepared to launch a joint attack at any moment. Douluo, however, remained utterly unfazed. Back when he was only rank 95, he had to be wary of their martial soul fusion technique, polar absolute domain. But now, at rank 97, he was fully confident in his ability to disrupt their fusion before it could even take form. It was precisely this newfound confidence that allowed him to stand his ground without fear. He looked at the two familiar figures, both still at rank 95, and let out a cold laugh. "Yu Guan, Gui Mei, after all these years, you two haven't made even the slightest progress. I suppose power and status have corrupted you, leaving you no time for cultivation?" Yu Guan and Gui Mei were enraged by his words, but as they carefully assessed his aura, their anger was quickly replaced by shock. At this moment, Douluo's presence completely overwhelmed theirs. Yu Guan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old venomous bastard, your strength has increased again? You think you can take us on? This time, I have old Ghost here with me. You won't be so lucky." Gui Mei, however, was more composed. He locked his gaze on Douluo and voiced a suspicion. "Super Douluo, rank 97. After rank 95, every single level of advancement meant a doubling of strength in raw power terms. A rank 96 Douluo could fight 2 rank 95s. A rank 97 Douluo could fight 2 rank 90Xs, which meant a rank 97 Douluo could fight 4 rank 95s. Of course, actual combat wasn't just about raw numbers. Other factors, such as martial soul compatibility, skills, and experience, played a crucial role. But for someone like Douluo, whose wide-area lethal poison was difficult for weaker opponents to resist, this level gap was absolutely overwhelming. For those weaker than him, a mere wave of his hand could mean instant death. Douluo nodded arrogantly. "That's right. Others may not dare to say it, but I will. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the near annihilation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan, 2 of the top 3 sects, undoubtedly has everything to do with your spirit hall." Yu Guan and Gui Mei's expressions darkened. A brief silence followed. Yu Guan then spoke in a low, threatening tone. "Old venomous bastard, I won't deny that your strength has grown immensely, but this isn't something you should be meddling in." Gui Mei's voice was even colder, laced with malice. "You've already left the Heaven Do Empire. Why get involved in this mess and invite trouble upon yourself?" Douluo, however, was unfazed by their threats. He had always walked alone, with few weaknesses for others to exploit. Besides, he wasn't here to avenge the fallen clans. His purpose was entirely different. "You're not wrong. I could stay out of this. But if your actions end up involving my granddaughter and grandson-in-law, I will make Spirit Hall pay the price." With that, Douluo turned and left. He was confident that, given his current strength, Spirit Hall would think twice before provoking him. If they dared to push him too far, they would have to bear the consequences. After he left, Yu Guan and Gui Mei exchanged glances, both shocked, yet also deeply frustrated. The same Douluo they had once hunted down had now risen far above them. Yu Guan broke the silence. "Let's return and report to the Pope." Gui Mei nodded. "Agreed." Inside the Pope's palace, upon their return to Spirit City, Yu Guan and Gui Mei relayed the entire encounter to Bibi Dong without omission. Inside the Grand Pope's palace, Bibi Dong frowned as she processed the news. "Douluo, to think he has cultivated to such a level. A Super Douluo, ranked 97. This is truly troublesome." She tapped her fingers lightly against the armrest of her throne before continuing. "However, since he has left the Heaven Do Empire, the only thing he truly cares about is Wang Li and Duguyen. He won't interfere with our plans." Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a flicker of cold calculation. "Wang Li, on the other hand, originally, I had planned to eliminate him. His soul power growth is far too abnormal. If left unchecked, he will become a grave threat to Spirit Hall in the future." After a brief pause, she waved her hand dismissively. "Forget it. Leave him alone for now. Proceed as planned. It's time to spread the word. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been exterminated. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan has been devastated, and the Clear Sky clan has gone into seclusion. They are no longer the top 3 sects of the Soul Master world. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. 6 months from now, under Spirit Hall's leadership, we will reselect the 7 great sects of the Soul Master world. Notify all sects. Those who wish to compete should start preparing now. They mustn't miss this grand event. Her words carried a finality that left no room for discussion. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged another glance before bowing in unison. As you command. With this announcement, the entire Soul Master world was thrown into upheaval. The opportunity to redefine the 7 great sects sent waves of excitement rippling across the continent. Any sect with even a trace of ambition was now sharpening their claws, eager to claim a spot. The lower 4 sects sought to rise among the upper 3, while lesser-known sects dreamed of carving out a place among the lower 4. After all, to be counted among the 7 great sects meant unparalleled prestige, status, and wealth. It was undoubtedly a grand occasion. Yet for the truly astute, the underlying intent was crystal clear. For decades, the power structure of the continent had remained unshaken. But now, that balance had been utterly shattered. This so-called grand event, the re-election of the 7 great sects, was nothing more than a fleeting moment of revelry before the impending chaos. Without turmoil, a new order could never be established. The destruction of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the near annihilation of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile clan had already begun to fade from public memory. Now, all anyone could talk about was the upcoming reshuffling of the 7 great sects. Far removed from the heated discussions and political maneuvering, Wang Li was immersed in his cultivation. Having successfully condensed his vital blood-soul core, he was now focused on gathering life essence to accelerate the evolution of his martial soul. Seated cross-legged atop a mountain peak, he unleashed his blue-silver domain, spreading it across the entirety of Sunset Forest. Threads of blue light streamed toward him, converging it aside like an endless ocean of vitality. These energies could be converted into soul power, spiritual energy, or pure life essence. This time, Wang Li chose to channel all of it into refining life essence. With each breath, he absorbed the energy into his body, a black hole that never seemed to be filled. Only after long while did Wang Li finally open his eyes, his gaze deep in thought. Sunset Forest, it's too small. The life essence I can gather here is barely equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. If I went to a larger forest, I could collect an amount comparable to a 100,000-year soul beast in one go. At that rate, my martial soul might evolve in no time. Standing up, Wang Li summoned his martial soul and activated his second soul skill, freely bestowing life force upon the surrounding blue-silver grass, accelerating their recovery and evolution. Once finished, he soared off the mountain peak and returned to the valley, patiently waiting for Duguyen to complete her seclusion. From dawn till dusk, Wang Li waited. Just as he began to suspect that Duguyen wouldn't emerge today, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from within the valley. Moments later, a figure shot out, Duguyen, now possessing the lower body of serpent, surrounded by 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings. An icy, majestic pressure radiated from her very being. The moment she saw Wang Li, her face broke into a joyful smile. Retracting her martial soul, she rushed forward, taking 3 steps and 2 before leaping straight into his arms. Her arms wrapped around his neck, her legs hooked around his waist, pressing her body tightly against his as she whispered excitedly, "Shaoli, I broke through. I finally reached rank 80 soul power." Wang Li chuckled, wrapping an arm around her slender waist, his voice warm with admiration. "Congratulations. Now comes the important part, absorbing your 8 soul ring. Do you think you can handle a 100,000-year soul ring?" At his words, Duguyen's gaze turned sharp with determination. "Except for my first 4 soul rings, which are fairly normal, my 5th soul ring, my life-bound soul ring, has reached 70,000 years thanks to refining poison. My 6th ring is 40,000 years, my 7th ring is 70,000, and I have a 50,000-year soul bone for my head, a 70,000-year torso bone, a 40,000-year left arm bone, and a 40,000-year right leg bone. With all these, I'm confident I can absorb a 100,000-year soul ring." Hearing this, Wang Li nodded inwardly. with the crystal blood dragon ginseng and lovesick heartbroken red as her foundation, combined with so many fortunate encounters, she should be more than capable of refining 100,000-year soul ring. Glancing up at the sky, he lowered his head and whispered softly into Duguyen's ear. "It's already late. Why don't we set off at dawn? It's too dangerous to travel in the dark." The calm before the storm. Duguyen's body softened, her gaze dreamy as she giggled. "I only know that when there's danger, you're my greatest support. When there's no danger, you're the greatest danger to me." Wang Li raised an eyebrow and replied, "Am I really that dangerous? I think I'm okay." That night, however, wasn't as peaceful as it seemed. Wang Li was indeed dangerous, but not in a way Duguyen had meant. The next day, after packing up, Wang Li left behind a clone and Duguyen left a letter, just in case Dugabo returned later and needed to know their whereabouts. Then, Wang Li picked up Duguyen and flew out of the ice and fire Yin Yang well, leaving the Sunset Forest behind. Wang Li had a clear goal: to find one of the two kings of the Stardoe Forest, the Sky Azure Bull Python. From its aura, it was clearly not an ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. However, compared to other more powerful beasts over 200,000 years, its soul ring might be easier to absorb. 2 days later, they rested for the night in a small town about 100 miles away. By morning, they were ready to officially enter the Stardoe Forest. This wasn't Wang Li's first time in the Stardoe Forest. Every time he came, the experience felt different. From the carefulness of his first visit to the current relaxed confidence, only 8 years had passed. Wang Li turned to Duguyen and said, "To find a soul beast, the Stardoe Forest is the place to be. Today, we'll go to the core areas, places where ordinary soul masters don't dare to venture. We might just make a good find." Duguyen understood Wang Li's strength, and her words were an acknowledgement of her trust in him. When there's danger, you're the greatest support. When there's no danger, you're the greatest danger. Her voice was calm as she added, "You decide. If we don't find anything, it's fine. We'll just keep looking." Wang Li nodded. Finding something wasn't an issue for him. He activated his blue-silver domain, completely concealing their presence. They made their way to the core region, passing to the territories of 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts without encountering any creatures. Upon reaching the heart of the forest, they emerged into a wide, open space, where the air was thick with mist, creating a mystical atmosphere. Before them, a serene lake lay still, its surface undisturbed. By the shore, a massive titan ape sat, glaring at them. At that moment, a creature emerged from the lake, a Sky Azure Bull Python, with a massive bull head and snake-like body. Its eyes were like huge lanterns. It spoke, addressing them in human language. "Humans, this is not a place you should be. Leave now or you'll die here." Wang Li turned to Duguyen. "I told you we would find something. That titan ape isn't suitable for you, but this Sky Azure Bull Python is perfect." Duguyen hadn't expected things to go so smoothly, but after seeing the bull python, she nodded. "Then it's settled. I'll take this one." Seeing Wang Li and Duguyen casually discussing the beast's fate in front of them made the two monsters furious. The titan ape strode forward, its eyes burning with murder. When it fully stood up, its towering 30-meter frame seemed like a mountain coming toward them, sending chills down anyone's spine. Wang Li chuckled softly and summoned his martial soul. The blue-silver emperor, shimmering like sapphire, began to spread, accompanied by his 9 soul rings. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 2 red. One of the red rings glowed, and he announced, "8th soul skill, Heaven and Earth transformation." Boom! The blue-silver emperor surged, growing larger and intertwining. Soon, a towering 200-meter giant stood before the two beasts, dwarfing them completely. In comparison, the titan ape and the Sky Azure Bull Python appeared insignificant, barely a blip beside the massive form. With a thought from Wang Li, the giant kicked out, sending the titan ape flying through the air. The giant's hand reached out again, and the Sky Azure Bull Python was held in place mid-air, as though the very energies of heaven and earth were sealing it in place. It couldn't move, not because of skill, but because the heavenly energy around it was too dense to break free from. The azure bull python raised its head and roared in fury, struggling desperately, but was all in vain. In the face of the towering giant, as imposing as a deity, it felt as insignificant as a tiny snake. An overwhelming sense of helplessness, unlike anything it had ever experienced before, arose from the depths of its heart. Azure annihilation thunder. Activating its bloodline, the azure bull python unleashed its most powerful attack, akin to how a soul master would release their martial soul true body. Boom, boom, boom. The massive horn on its head shone with dazzling light as endless thunder gathered. With a deafening roar, it released a pillar of lightning from its horn, shooting it straight at the giant. Bang! The thunderous beam struck the giant's massive hand, sending sparks flying. Snake-like lightning flickered erratically, scorching and exploding upon impact. A crater formed in the palm, leaving behind blackened scorch marks. But that was all. With the blue-silver emperor's vitality, such damage could be healed in mere moments. The giant's hand continued its descent undeterred. The azure bull python's eyes widened in shock. Its strongest attack had proven utterly futile. Panic set in, and without hesitation, it activated its innate domain, azure deceleration domain. A layer of azure light spread outward, enveloping the giant. Its movement slowed slightly, yet its hand never stopped. Despair gripped the azure bull python as it watched helplessly. Not only did it lack the strength to counterattack, but even fleeing was no longer an option. The moment stretched unbearably. However, the azure bull python was not one to submit easily. As the giant's hand descended, it lashed out, sinking its fangs into the giant's wrist. Wang Li chuckled. This giant was formed from the blue-silver emperor, inheriting all of its traits, including its deadly ice-fire venom. Without hesitation, he activated it. The azure bull python had aimed to sever the giant's wrist, but instead it bit down on a mouthful of lethal poison. The ice-fire venom spread rapidly through its body, unleashing terrifying effects. Freezing and burning alternated in a relentless cycle, ravaging its organs and extinguishing its life force. Within moments, the azure bull python lost all ability to resist, hanging limply like a lifeless snake, its nape seized in the giant's grip. Wang Li only needed to exert a little force, and this 100,000-year-old soul beast would be crushed. Titan Earth Force. A furious roar echoed as the Titan giant ape, wielding mastery over gravity, condensed a massive stone projectile. With a thunderous charge, it hurled itself at the giant. Wang Li controlled the colossus, gripping the azure bull python in one hand, while swatting at the incoming stone with the other. Boom! The stone shattered into countless fragments. Even if some debris struck the giant, it barely felt a thing. Immediately, the giant lifted its enormous foot and stomped down on the Titan giant ape. Roar! The Titan giant ape bellowed in rage, pounding its chest before bracing itself for direct impact. Yet the overwhelming force sent it toppling backward, embedding it deep into the earth. Lift, stomp, lift, stomp. The cycle repeated. Even the mighty Titan giant ape at this moment was powerless under the relentless assault. This colossus possessed no intricate abilities, only the blue-silver emperor's vitality, an unyielding body, immense strength, and terrifying regenerative power. That was enough. As long as it could not be destroyed, it could bulldoze through any enemy in its path. By now, the azure bull python had regained some semblance of consciousness. The ice-fire venom had ravaged its body beyond recognition. Even if it escaped, death was inevitable. Its eyes dimmed with resignation before it spoke with great difficulty. "Human, stop. What you want is nothing more than my soul ring and soul bone. But not just anyone can absorb them. Release my younger brother, and I will offer myself as a sacrifice. Otherwise, I will self-destruct immediately." Upon hearing this, Wang Li halted the giant's movement. He trusted Douluo Yan's abilities, but if the azure bull python was willing to sacrifice itself, it would make things far easier. Raising his voice, he declared, "If you offer yourself, I will spare the Titan giant ape. But do not attempt any tricks. Just as I can let it go, I can just as easily capture it again." The azure bull python spoke angrily. "Human, Do not think of me as despicable like you. Once I make a promise, I will never go back on my word. When the Titan giant ape finally managed to claw itself out of the ground, it weakly but resolutely declared, "Big brother, if we live together. If we die together." The azure bull python, if given the chance, did not truly wish to die, but with the ice-fire venom ravaging its body, even if it escaped, survival was impossible. At this moment, it transmitted its thoughts to the Titan giant ape. Ming, go. Don't forget, Sister Xiao Wu is still in the hands of the Spirit Hall. In the future, even if you must die, it must be on the path to saving her. The Titan giant ape froze. On one side was its sworn brother, Ming. On the other, the one it had secretly loved, Xiao Wu. In the end, it turned away in agony, saying nothing as it sprinted into the distance. Once the Titan giant ape was gone, Wang Li controlled the giant, releasing the azure bull python. He then walked forward with Duguyen and said, "It's your turn. Begin the sacrifice." The azure bull python's lifeless eyes shifted from Wang Li to Duguyen. Wang Li already had 9 soul rings. Naturally, the one who needed this soul ring was a woman at his side. In a deep voice it spoke, "Human, I should have chosen to self-destruct, but I will keep my word. Consider yourself lucky. Do not waste my power." Boom! Boom! The azure bull python ignited its cultivation, sending a pillar of azure light soaring into the sky, enveloping Duguyen while forcefully repelling Wang Li. Sacrifice, a unique ritual. Once initiated, only the sacrificing soul beast and its chosen recipient could remain. All others were expelled, unable to interfere, let alone forcefully interrupt the process. Standing outside the ritual's range, Wang Li observed as the azure bull python's body gradually turned ethereal, dissolving into pure energy that flowed into Duguyen. Duguyen had already entered her martial soul possession state, her lower half transforming into a serpent's tail. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings coiled around her. Now, a red 8 soul ring, gradually solidifying, hovered above her. Unlike the usual pain of absorbing a soul ring, the azure bull python's power merged seamlessly into her body and martial soul, enhancing her in every possible way. Wang Li nodded in satisfaction and patiently waited for the sacrifice to conclude. During this time, a thought crossed his mind, and he activated the blue-silver domain. The domain spread out, swiftly covering the entire Douluo forest. He glimpsed the Titan giant ape fleeing, but paid it no mind. Instead, he summoned all the blue-silver grass, invoking the sea-embracing all rivers technique. Boom! The entire Douluo forest trembled. Countless 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts turned their eyes toward the once insignificant blue-silver grass around them, now regarding it with the wariness one would give a deadly foe. Every strand of blue-silver grass contributed its energy, converging in the sky, flowing toward Wang Li like an endless azure tide. This ocean of power suppressed the countless soul beasts of the forest. Some fell to the ground in submission, while others scrambled away in panic. Even mighty 10,000-year soul beasts dared not act recklessly. All this energy spiraled, coiling into the shape of an enormous funnel. And at the heart of it was Wang Li. The power poured into him in torrents, his life force surging dramatically, no less than that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Like a whale swallowing water, Wang Li absorbed the vast ocean of energy before him. His life essence doubled instantly, and a smile appeared on his face, as expected of the largest soul beast forest on land. Just this one time alone is equivalent to absorbing a 100,000-year soul beast. If I do this once or twice more, my martial soul will evolve. A 9th-level blue-silver emperor should be able to rival those fearsome beasts that have lived for 700,000 years. Martial souls are merely a Douluo concept. The gods of the divine realm don't rely on martial souls for battle. They rely on divine weapons. Perhaps beyond the 10th level lies the realm of divine artifacts, or even super-divine artifacts. Still, I can't drain the pond to catch all the fish. The next time I come here to absorb life essence, I'll have to wait until all the blue-silver grass in the Douluo forest has fully recovered. At that, Wang Li generously activated his second soul skill, using his life energy to bless all the blue silver grass, thanking them for their assistance and accelerating their recovery. With the blue silver emperor's life force, the previously withered and weakened blue silver grass quickly regained vitality, brimming with renewed life. They instinctively began refining the world's energy and comprehending the essence of life to further evolve. The blue silver grass had given much, but it was a fair exchange. They had provided Wang Li with a life essence comparable to 100,000-year soul beast. In other words, Yin's grass seed still remained with Wang Li, and her soul was within him as well. If Wang Li so desired, he could resurrect her at any time. With the immense life essence he had gathered, he could restore her to a 100,000-year soul beast in an instant. Wang Li's life energy carried the Blue Silver Emperor's undying trait, while his resurrection ability had its limitations. Requiring both a corpse and a soul, he could restore vitality to the body and reunite the soul with it. At this moment, the sacrificial ritual was nearing its conclusion. The azure pillar of light gradually dispersed, and around Duguyen, 8 soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, hovered steadily, now fully stabilized. Once her breathing evened out, she slowly opened her eyes and smiled at Wang Li. I never expected absorbing a soul ring to be this easy. Soul be sacrifice. Truly incredible. My 8th soul ring granted me 2 soul skills, Emerald Phosphor Sky, Azure Dragon Soul, and Emerald Phosphor Sky, Azure Binding Tenacity. 1 offensive, 1 control-based. Both are immensely powerful and practical. Also, my soul power has now reached level 83. After hearing this, Wang Li turned his gaze toward the corpse of the Azure Bull Python. It's not that simple. This was the king of the forest, a being even a rank 95 titled Douluo couldn't handle. When it sacrificed itself, it didn't just leave behind a soul ring. There's also a soul bone. With that, Wang Li walked over to the remains of the Azure Bull Python. Sure enough, embedded within its body was a right arm soul bone. Its sacrifice was much like Yin's first sacrifice to Tang Hao. It had offered up its cultivation, but not its soul, choosing instead to free itself. Had it sacrificed both its cultivation and soul, then just like the soul ring, the soul bone would have directly merged with Duguyen. 100,000-year soul beast always yields a soul bone, and it will always be one that the recipient does not yet possess. This right arm bone was a perfect match for Duguyen. Picking up the soul bone, Wang Li returned to Duguyen and handed it to her with a smile. Absorb it as well. Only in your hands can it reach its full potential. Duguyen took the soul bone, marveling as she spoke. I now have 4 soul bones, 1 for my head, 1 for my torso, a left arm bone, and a right leg bone. And now, I've gained a right arm bone too. I'm only missing a left leg bone. By the time I become a title Doa, I might have all 6 soul bones. My God, if I tell anyone about this, who would believe it? Our luck is unbelievable. Wang Li thought about it and agreed. Besides the guaranteed soul bones from 100,000-year soul beasts, he had obtained 3 soul bones from beasts under that level, while Duguyen had obtained 2, making a total of 5 soul bones from lesser soul beasts. Before long, Duguyen began absorbing the Azure Bull Python's right arm soul bone. The process took some time, but there was no danger involved. While waiting, Wang Li stood by the edge of the Lake of Life, observing the waters for a long time. However, he had no intention of entering. This was a high-level monster lair. Venturing inside would be risky. The 10 great beasts were only mini-bosses. The true final boss was the Silver Dragon King. Wang Li was confident that while he might not be able to completely overpower the 10 great beasts, they wouldn't be able to harm him either. But the Silver Dragon King was different. She wielded true god-level power. He needed to remain cautious. After about 10 hours, Duguyen had fully absorbed both the soul ring and the soul bone. Her soul power fluctuations surged to a peak before gradually stabilizing. As she slowly opened her eyes, they were filled with astonishment. I've reached level 86. The Azure Bull Python soul ring and soul bone granted me 4 soul skills, 6 levels of soul power, an enhancement of my essence, and a boost of my physical strength. Shaoli! I think I can defeat a title Douluo now. Wang Li walked over with a smile and said, After all, It's a 100,000-year soul beast, and not just any beast. It's a serpent-type soul beast, the most suitable for you. Plus, it carries dragon bloodline. Such a boost is hardly surprising. But speaking of title Douluo, I've also reached the rank of title Douluo. Yet something feels off. After thinking it over, I realized the title of title Douluo requires a coronation. Only after being crowned does one truly deserve to be addressed as Your Eminence. The Spirit Hall isn't far from the Stardoe Forest, Yen Yen. I've decided to go there next. Without an official coronation, how can I truly call myself a title Douluo? Dugu Yen jumped up in excitement. That sounds great. I'll go with you. Becoming a title Douluo comes with a special coronation, ceremonial robes. It's an event that will make you famous across the continent. Every soul master on the continent aspires to reach this rank. After your coronation, Shaoli, you'll be revered by thousands. Wang Li smiled. This was a ceremony that all soul masters who reached rank 91 had to undergo, an official crowning to formally become a title Douluo. Before the Spirit Hall was transformed into the Spirit Empire, he would likely be the last person to receive such a coronation. He couldn't miss such an occasion. Besides, for someone of his current strength, the Spirit Hall wasn't some treacherous abyss. He could come and go as he pleased, and no one could do anything to stop him. Before its downfall, the Spirit Hall conducted the ceremony with great formality. But after its destruction, neither Shrek Academy nor the Tang sect took up the responsibility of overseeing it. As a result, future title Douluo simply chose their own titles upon reaching rank 91, making the process far more informal. Wang Li said, "Let's go. Time to leave the forest." Du Guyen nodded, stepped forward, and leaped into Wang Li's arms. Adjusting her position for comfort, she said with a smile, "All right, let's go." Supporting her by the waist, Wang Li took off, flying toward the forest's edge. Dragon Prosperity City. This was a city within one of the two great empires, a vassal kingdom under the Star Luo Empire. It was also home to the Yu clan, one of the four subsidiary clans of the once mighty Clear Sky sect. The four great single-attribute clans held gatherings every few years to strengthen their ties and stand together in unity. This year, the meeting was set to take place in Dragon Prosperity City, hosted by the Yu clan. Inside the Yu clan's estate, 3 clan leaders, Bai He of the Min clan, Titan of the Li clan, and Yang Wudi of the clan, arrived one after another. The host, Niu Gao of the Yu clan, had been waiting for them. After an exchange of pleasantries, Niu Gao's expression darkened as he spoke. Ever since the Spirit Hall announced that it would be reselecting the 7 great sects, sects all over the continent have gone mad. Hu Yenjin of the Elephant Armored sect has already come knocking multiple times, trying to persuade me to lead the Yu clan under his banner. He even promised to make me his deputy sect master. Humph. As if I wouldn't see through his little scheme. He just wants to absorb the Yu clan to bolster his own strength and fight for a spot in the upper 3 sects. He's not even a title Douluo, yet he dares to dream of competing for a spot among the upper 3 sects? I wouldn't normally give him a second thought. However, his diamond mammoth possesses both immense strength and formidable defense. Tell me, how should I deal with him? As soon as these words fell, Yang Wudi stepped forward, his expression dark and serious.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.